Howdy, everybody. Welcome to the start of the Early Boy stream. It is 1:35 p.m. here in fabulous Las Vegas. And we're going to a world we've never been to before. And I don't mean the alien homeworld. We're going to the politics category. Oh, this is unfamiliar and weird territory to have my stream category in, but you know what? Change is good. But no, it's literally politics. Like in its truest form, it's a congressional hearing. If that's not politics, I don't know what is. So, I'm interested in all the UAP stuff. And I fully expect that the hearing that happened earlier this morning is going to be exactly what I expected it to be, which is sort of a retelling of events that have already occurred, but put into one place and entered into congressional record under penalty of perjury with some question and answer stuff. But I'm like, I have two choices. I can either watch this for 2.5 hours, like, by myself, and then we could start the stream in 2.5 hours, or I could just watch it with you. Either one of those would happen. Either I watch it by myself and we don't stream, or we watch it together and have fun, because this is gonna be entertaining for the wrong reasons at different points. We need a bingo card. What's the topic? The topic is unidentified anomalous phenomena. So I'm partly watching this just because I want to see a bunch of Congress people with completely straight faces, no smirk, no nothing, discuss aliens. And that alone, I think, has a certain entertainment value for me, where I get to just watch a room full of people who've probably never seriously discussed these things in a public forum just be like, so, aliens, bro. Like, I just want to see that. I would not watch this alone, but I am here for it. Yeah, my expectations are it's going to be, at parts, very cringeworthy, at parts, very brain-scratching, head-scratching, and at parts, the reason why I care, and unfortunately people are still going to come in after the fact, so they're not going to hear me say all these things to kind of set expectations. My main interest is, I think that the three people who are testifying, like, I honestly don't care about like anything other than that. I think the three people who are testifying are legitimate, and I want to hear what they have to say. That's pretty much what I want to get out of it. The congressional side of things is like, I unfortunately have to hope that some of them are moved, because the ultimate point of this is going to be, there's going to be a lot of, that's redacted, can't say that in the public. Unfortunately, I can't disclose that. They're gonna have a lot of that. But the key is that there is now an opportunity for the people who are in this panel and in the intelligence committee to talk to witnesses behind literal closed doors, because the people who have the information right now are bound to certain very severe restrictions. But they can tell their Congress people things in a environment called a SCIF, which they're going to say the word SCIF a number of times in this hearing. It's SCIF, SCIF. And basically what it stands for is I don't have the actual acronym, but I know what it means. The actual acronym is a sensitive compartmented information facility. It's effectively an airtight, no tech room that you can't use any kind of intel gathering device to penetrate the walls, so that you can have absolute privacy in your conversations. Airtight? Well, okay, maybe they let air come in. I don't know. Maybe it has a rare air reservoir. I'm not sure, actually. Because I feel like if you had like a ventilation shaft, you'd be able to get information through there. Anyway, the witnesses, especially David Grush, will be able to tell a bunch of things to members of Congress who are interested in that environment. And then, should the congressperson at that point deem it viable, they can speak about things because they're not beholden to the same regulations and restrictions that the person who told them. It's a weird game of telephone. But I think that the best thing that could come of all of this is that all the times, take a shot every time you hear, that's redacted. I can't say that in public. I'm not allowed to speak about that. Those are things that they can talk about to congresspeople in that skiff. So then the congressperson could release it to the congressional record later and make that public information. So that would be best case scenario for all these things. And that's kind of the ideal outcome of this down the line. That stuff's not going to be, there's not going to be an alien on the autopsy table today. So it's going to be very standard, fairly boring political stuff, but I need to watch the entire thing, mostly because I think it would be incredibly hypocritical of me to like passionately talk about this stuff and like, oh, I'm so interested and I find this so fascinating, and like potentially influencing people in chat to get interested in it also, if I don't do my basic level of due diligence and pay attention to the things that are actually being brought up to the forefront of media, so I can have a balanced take on, and less sensationalist take on what's actually happening, so it can be a grounding force in that sense as well. Or you might hear something that makes you roll your eyes and you go, yeah, right, you know, and that's fair too. That's the whole point of hearings. You gather evidence that's available, including eyewitness testimonies, and you evaluate what they have to say as they are put into congressional record under penalty of perjury, and you go, what do I want to make of this information? So it's sort of the first step. Oh wait, I want to play a drinking game, but I'm still working. Play a coffee drinking game because it's way too early to be busting out the booze right now. Plus, I would have to mark my stream as like for if you do a drinking game on stream, you have to like tag your stream now with content classification. I would have to tag it as intoxication, which is like I don't know how that comes up on stream. I'm not sure what that would appear to you as. Like, this guy's intoxicated. He's lost. Come on, bartender, you gotta cut that guy off. That streamer, he marked himself intoxicated. Anyway, what's up, gamers? Politics streamer. Hello, Kate Dandy. What's up, Dr. Wong? AZL1, Dr. Freeman. Please do not leak classified information. Shut this stream down immediately. Talix is a political Andy now. Yeah, I guess if they're gonna help me get to the UAPs and the aliens, then it is what it is, you know. If those are the hoops I gotta jump through to figure out what UAPs are, then by all means. I haven't found anyone who's watched the whole thing. That's why I started early's Veninator so that we can watch it, and then when we're done, we still have an entire day left to play video games and have fun and try to like cleanse ourselves of the gross old people too close to microphones and kind of mumbling. Okay, we're going to hear from our next witness. You know, we gotta like purge ourselves of that and go back into the coal mines. Wait, that sounds like we're gonna get dirtier. No, I was really having fun in Satisfactory yesterday, so I want to do some more of that. It's already 4:42 here. Late enough for alcohol. Well, go on then. What's up, mysterious hooded figure? Nutaruk. Commander.
The aliens continue to make progress on the Avatar project. If we're going to stop them, we'd better move fast.
Should I just play XCOM music on as an undercurrent behind the entire hearing just to make it more interesting? Please. We'd run out of soundtrack. I feel like it would just annoy people. If someone comes into the chat later and asks about the music, tell them it was playing during the hearing. Bust a move on the congressional floor. Breakdancing competition, do you think that would, like, the questioner gets up and goes, I listened to your testimony, but there's a few details that I don't think add up. And they go, excuse me, if I may? They go, go ahead. He just like walks to the front and starts breakdancing and sits back down. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Go on. Continue. I don't know why, but I suddenly feel elated and like I'm ready to listen to everything you have to say and believe you. What's up, beginning of stream subs? Hello, Nog with the Etal Alien. What's up, Nogmon Squad? Hope you're well. Thanks for 66 months. Long time. KKCG for 29, sharing the Prime. Welcome back. I black out a lot, says, might be Prime Pleb, but at least I'm a sub. It still counts. We'll count it. Aborshi says, Your Honor, may I cross-examine the alien? Hello, Aborshi. Feng Shui says, yes. Ooh. E. Good points all around. Okay. Like I said, I'm going to repeat myself a bunch because new people kind of coming in as we get started here. There's going to be a lot of, like... I made a graphic supplement for this particular stream to assist us, because we are going to have to be suffering a bit during this, because yes, we are in the politics category. And that means we will have to listen to people whose job it is to be politicians. I know how that makes you feel right here in the middle of your chest, okay? And it doesn't even matter what side you're on, who your reps are, who you support, who you think is ugly, who you think is stupid, who you think is inarticulate, because I think that we can all agree that when the cost of learning a little bit more, hearing witnesses and testimony from, by all accounts, credible sources, we just have to understand that we are in this scenario. Heartbreaking. The worst Congress you know. Just made a great point. Sometimes we have to agree to put aside our differences and scandals and just come together in the pursuit of knowledge that might change human society. It's worth it for the aliens. So I know there's going to be a bunch of people talking today, and you're going to be like, I hate that guy. Ooh, that guy. I know. But remember this, okay? Remember that. The enemy of my enemy is not my friend, but someone I will tolerate long enough to figure out if aliens are real. If all you read is headlines, it's time to just learn how smart your representatives actually are. Yeah, you gotta listen to them talk. Which can be inspiring on its own, because you can just be like, oh, I've seen your name in a headline before, but I've never actually heard you utter a sentence. And it might be beneficial to be able to put the puzzle together and figure it out. Did Italics come prepared with slides or material? Just that one. Just the one. What's up, Snowball Freak? How's it going? I've never heard these folk, the ones I like and dislike, talk about this topic before. It's gonna be odd. Okay, so the way that we're gonna do chat, it's okay if you go like, someone shows up on screen and you're like, I hate that guy, or I hate that person. That's fine. I don't care if you vent or voice your opinions, as long as it doesn't devolve into any topics that exceed the purview of the UAP hearing itself. Okay? That's going to be ground rules for stream chat. I don't want to hear about any other issues that these people on screen do or don't support. I just want to know about the UAPs. But if you want to like just be like, ah, this guy's stupid, I hate this guy, whatever, go for it. What if a rep is the alien? We can't prove that. You know very well chat is not going to listen to you there. Well, it's just part of streaming. It's a revolving door of people. When there are like, if there were 500 concurrent viewers, that's thousands of people who come in and out. Over time. I don't think this was in my HR training video. Finger on the trigger, Nog. Finger on the trigger. Aliens, are they real? Are they political? My rep is the Thin Man. I hate the guy on the screen. Yeah, this guy? Don't hate him. Oh, you meant me? Social experiment by Etal today. Yeah, the social experiment is, how long does it take for chat's enthusiasm to wane? I'm gonna guess less than 5 minutes. That's why I'm trying to set expectations. This is gonna be a largely boring congressional hearing. But I have to watch it because I need to see it. And I would rather watch it with you than cancel the stream and watch it by myself. It's definitely less boring than watching alone. The other nice thing is, since it's not live, I can pause and give commentary feedback or make fun of people as necessary. So that has value too. Real question, is Harry Reid testifying? There are 3 people testifying. Supposedly there were actually more people who were supposed to be testifying, but they were basically threatened out of testifying. Allegedly. So the 3 people testifying are David Grush, who's been in the news the most recently because he's the highest credentialed intelligence official who has become a whistleblower as of this year. This is very recent. He'll be doing the bulk of the question and answer, and also the bulk of the that's redacted. Nah, he won't say that's redacted. He'll say like, that's classified, or I can't talk about that publicly. He'll be doing the most of that. The other 2 are Ryan Graves, who is a former pilot and also has started an organization that has about, I think, 5,000 members right now, which is intention to provide an avenue for veterans and commercial airline pilots to provide a place for them to report their experiences and sightings, because there isn't a formal way to report that, which is going to be one of his main kind of talking points, is that many of these people who are in positions where they would encounter these things have no ways of formally reporting them. So he has like an organization dedicated to that now and has a first-hand experience himself with his squadron to talk about. And then the third person is David Fravor, who is part of a 4-man team, 2 people per airplane. He'll be giving his account that is associated with the Tic Tac video that came out in 2021. So that was his team in his video. Not the TikTok video, the Tic Tac video. What's up, Zucker Tom? Is he your favorite? -2. -2. I watched bits as I could. It was the most bipartisan thing I've seen in ever. That's pretty much how it's been. And that was also true in the Senate recently. This month, about 12 days ago, the Unidentified Anomalous Phenomena Act was unanimously added to the NDAA as an amendment. Well, not unanimous, sorry. It was bipartisan added to the amendment. Let me start over, chat. Okay, we have the Unidentified Anomalous Phenomena Act, Disclosure Act, that was modeled after a recent Records Collection Act as an amendment to the NDAA, and it was passed by a vote of, I want to say, 68 to 22 or something like that. Let me see. I don't know where you can see the final vote tallies and stuff. The vote was 72 to 25. The National Defense Authorization Act is the NDAA. Okay. So that's trying to push through disclosure in the Senate. And that was 12 days ago. What's up, K Dandy? People leave, people arrive. Is this serious or can I make jokes? You can make jokes. Like, I honestly am not here to try to convince you that aliens are real or that the things that these witnesses will be discussing are real. Like, I believe the witnesses, and that's pretty much all I got for you. Like, the Congress people, I could take or leave, but the three witnesses are the people that I'm interested in for this today. And I just like, I like listening to them speak, and I want to hear what they have to say. So if you want to make fun, if you want to poke fun, here's the thing. I think there's two different types of people who make fun. There's the people who take the idea of UAP and aliens as an affront to their belief as like a person of science. And it's not just even being dismissive. There's a certain subset of people who are derisive about it. And then there's people who are just like, haha, I bet the congressperson is an alien, right? And those are two different sort of types of making fun. One of them is more like a, you believe this, you idiot, you stupid. And the other one, like, the first one takes it personally, and the second one is just there for the memes. This whole thing doesn't work if you don't trust the whistleblower. Basically, yeah. There's a process for becoming a whistleblower that's really only been made possible very recently. So if you're like, why is this person just now coming forward? The answer is because they just now have the means to do so legally. And it's unreasonable to be like, well, why would they have to wait until they have the means to be a whistleblower? This is life-changing stuff. I expect them to die to give me the information. Basically, the reason why the main person who's going to be testifying and answering questions today, David Grush, is going to consistently just be like, I got to be careful how I say this. I can't speak that to the public. Is because he doesn't want to get Epsteined. Okay? So he doesn't want to just get imprisoned and then we got a dead end and then randomly suicides like a few months later. So instead of that, he's trying to go through the legal means to become someone who can effect change and continue to do so instead of being a flash in the pan. Did I miss the Congress alien thing? Yeah, it happened at 7 a.m., but we're gonna watch it. It's long, so you can't miss it. And it's okay if you think it's boring. I'm doing this for me, and you're welcome to join me along for the ride. Violating your security clearance is also life-changing. Yeah, because it doesn't affect you, it also affects your entire extended family. Italics, how will you deal with a whistleblowing Italics mod? They already are blowing their whistles. It's already happening. They're like, this guy said he was going to do a baseball stream. He said he was going to play The Sims, and he said he was going to play Metal Gear Solid 3. What's up with that? That's already happening. Still no Midas cam. I know. I know. I am going to get the Midas cam. I'm going to level with you here. And I'm going to tell... This is just... The honest truth is, the Midas cam would be like $700 to $800. And 2023 has been worse than 2022 economically. So, I had to pay a bunch of money in taxes, and I'm still trying to get my funds sorted and accounted for. So I'm not just stalling because of procrastination. But I will get the Midas cam before the end of the year, because I want to play Microsoft Flight Sim with a second camera. Etel's living on pasta now. All right, let's get it started. Should I just leave this up at the top of the screen? No, I won't. I don't need to be that annoying. Let's listen to the old people. It's gonna get worse before it gets better. It's just gonna...
Okay, we're here to convene the hearing. We're ready to listen to UAPs. By the way, I like UFOs. I think they're really cool.
That's what it's gonna be. That guy kind of looks like you, but 10 years older and bald and more cynical. He looks like me? Hold on. Not really. I kind of see it. No, not really. The nose is off. His nose bridge is too wide. Yeah, his nose bridge is much wider. He's also got more hair here. I can't grow hair here. He's round. Yeah, my head is more like a light bulb. Like I have a light bulb head. Okay, his is more structured the same. It's not like an hourglass. It's like the top of an hourglass. It's light bulb. Massive cranium. Yes. True though. In fact, when I was in school, like in elementary school, in first grade, I think, our teachers did a little project, because you don't do anything in first grade. You're barely learning anything. So just to pass time, they got a projector and didn't put anything on the projector, just like the light, and had us sit still so that there was a shadow cast of our head on the wall, and they would like trace our head and give us a profile of the silhouette of our head. And I had by far the largest silhouette in my entire class, and it wasn't even close. Like, my head tracing looked like a monster compared to everybody else's. Were you sitting closest to the projector? No. My head is that big. True story, there are no standard hats that fit my head. None. We're talking like, if I go to Lids and try to find like a baseball cap, they don't have one in the store that fits. I would have to order a custom hat that would go far enough around, like measurement-wise, so that it could fit in my head. So my head is actually that big, yeah. It's because of your huge brain. Yeah, we'll go with that. All right, we waited long enough. Let's get on to it. Bring on the congressional cringe. All right. Listen, once again, I want to clarify, I don't care what this guy says or what any of the other guys sitting up there say. I just care about what the 3 people they're interviewing say. I hate that guy. Yeah, I hate all these guys. Thanks for waiting. I just got here. You're welcome. All right, let's go.
The subcommittee hearing on unidentified anomalous phenomena, or UAPs, will come to order.
I still can't
Welcome,
believe you're
everyone.
saying that.
Without objection, the chair may declare a recess at any time. Additionally, without objection, the following members are waived onto the subcommittee for the purpose of participating in today's hearing: Mr. Burchett of Tennessee, Ms. Luna of Florida, Mr. Getz of Florida, Mr. Burleson of Missouri, Mrs. Ocasio-Cortez of New York, and Mr. Ogles of Tennessee. Without objection, so
I couldn't
ordered.
understand half
For today's subcommittee hearing,
of those
both
names.
the chair and ranking member will have 10 minutes for opening remarks. We may both be giving some of those minutes to other members of our party. I'm now going to recognize myself for 10 minutes. I'm actually going to try to get out of here in about 4, and then we'll give it to some of my friends over here. Good morning.
I
and
recognize
welcome
myself
to the most exciting
in the mirror.
the most exciting subcommittee in Congress this week, the Subcommittee on National Security, the Border, and Foreign Affairs, for discussion of unidentified anomalous phenomenon. I'd like to thank the brave military pilots and personnel, such as the witness.
Okay, hold on. I know I'm pausing already. It hasn't even been a full minute. The way that he talks is exactly like the guy. Hold on. I can never remember his like character name. I only remember his actor name. John C. Reilly. John C. Reilly. The dude that he plays. Who? You know who John C. Reilly is? Brule, Steve Brule. Yeah. He kind of talks like Steve Brule. I can never remember Steve Brule's name, but I love Steve Brule.
Unidentified anomalous phenomenon. I'd like to thank the brave military pilots and personnel, such as the witnesses on the panel today, for sharing their stories on how they've engaged UAPs, which has brought attention to this matter. Curiosity and speculation from all walks of life have generated interest in studying what UAPs are and what threats they may pose. I will say that when I was younger in school, I read a book, a 1966 book called Flying Saucers, Serious Business, and for a while, when I was a little bit younger, I thought it was the most important issue out there. The lack of a transparency regarding UAPs, which was one of the themes of that book,
Uh-oh. He forgot to do finger on the page.
in any event, it's led to interest in studying.
He
what
forgot to
UAPs
keep his
are
finger
and
on
what
the
threats
page.
they pose. The lack of transparency regarding UAPs has fueled wild speculation and debate for decades, eroding public trust in the very institutions that are meant
They
to
hit him
serve
with
and
a sonic
protect,
blaster.
as is evidenced by the large number of people we have here. I also want to point out in 1966, President Gerald Ford claimed to have seen a UFO, and in 1969 in Georgia,
True.
Jimmy Carter claimed to have seen a UFO.
Also true.
So This has led Congress to establish entities to examine UAPs. The National Defense Authorization Act of 2022 established the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, or AARO, to conduct or to coordinate efforts across the Department of Defense and other federal agencies to detect, identify, and investigate UAPs.
There are no
However,
subtitles,
AARO's
sorry.
budget remains classified, prohibiting meaningful oversight from Congress.
I can turn
In
it up a
addition
little.
to AARO's efforts, NASA is leading an independent study on UAPs that will identify how UAP data is gathered from both civilian and government entities that can be analyzed to shed light on the topic. However, despite these offices being established, there lies a pressing demand for government transparency and accountability that cannot be overlooked, and that's been a problem that's been around for 50 years. The Biden administration handling of the Chinese spy balloon that violated U.S. airspace is one example how the government is not prepared for these. The Biden administration's description of events has shown that the government continues not to be forthright. Between the Chinese balloon being shot down and 2 UAPs subsequently shot down following the event earlier this year, the U.S. government spent $1.5 million in taxpayer dollars on missiles, yet we have seen little clarity from the Biden administration. We must demand transparency from the Department of Defense, our intelligence community, and our defense industry on the UAP work. We're going to ask.
Okay, by the way, a few people are going to mention the balloons today. And the reason they're going to mention the balloons is because they were the definition of a UAP. UAP doesn't mean alien. It means an unidentified anomalous phenomena. And also, it's worth noting that people seem to kind of conflate the balloons situation. So I looked it up out of curiosity. And this is the actual timeline of events of the balloon phenomenon this year, that happened this year, right? So I think a lot of people think there was like one incident and it was a Chinese balloon and that was it. But actually, it's a bit more interesting than that. And I'm not going to make any suggestions about what these things are. The point is that people are interested in it because they don't know. So here's the actual timeline of events. So January 28th, 2023, was the Chinese high-altitude surveillance balloon that transited Canadian and U.S. airspace before being shot down off the coast of South Carolina by the U.S. Air Force on February 4th, right? That's here. So that was the high-altitude surveillance balloon, as we know it. There was also February 2nd, a Chinese high-altitude balloon flew over Costa Rica that they confirmed was their own. So this one was identified, I don't believe this one was identified by China as their own balloon. There was a second balloon over Costa Rica, Colombia, and Venezuela that was identified as something they were using for flight tests and was blown off course, okay? Then, third incident, February 9th, 7 days later, a different high-altitude object entered U.S. airspace on February 9th and was shot down over the Beaufort Sea, or the Beaufort? I would say Beau. That would be Beaufort Sea. I guess it sounds weird to say. By the U.S. Air Force. The Department of Defense said it was the size of a small car and flying northeast at approximately 40,000 feet, posing a risk to civilian flight. Beaufort, et cetera, sure. Now, also, right after that, so that one was shot down too. No indication that it was also a Chinese high-altitude surveillance balloon. It was never identified. Just a mysterious object the size of a small car. Okay, February 11th. Canadian U.S. authorities ordered the downing of an unidentified object over Yukon, and an F-22 shot down the object in Canadian airspace. Okay? So this is a third shoot down. We got one shoot down, two shoot downs, three shoot downs. Also not identified as a Chinese balloon. February 11th, an octagonal object with strings hanging from it was detected over northern Montana, Wisconsin, and the Upper Peninsula of Michigan at 20,000 feet. Airspace was temporarily closed in Lake Huron where the object was shot down by the U.S. Air Force and National Guard, falling into Canadian waters. Fourth shoot down. Also not a Chinese surveillance balloon, or at least not identified as such. And then, interestingly, the next day, Chinese authorities say they detected an unidentified object over the Yellow Sea in waters near Qingdao, and were planning to shoot it down due to proximity to a major naval base. Then 2 days later, the Romanian Air Force unsuccessfully attempted to intercept an unidentified object detected roughly 11,000 meters above southeast Romania. Moldova briefly closed airspace due to a balloon-like object. February 16th, Shijiazhuang, I tried my best, was shuttered for 2 hours due to local airspace being occupied by an unidentified flying object. Government sources later stated the object was a balloon, but provided no further follow-up, leading to a drop in domestic Chinese stocks. That's close. Good job. I tried. American Air Traffic Control 3 days later, from Oakland Air Route Traffic Control Center, reported that a large white balloon had been reported to be flying at roughly 40,000 to 50,000 feet over the Pacific Ocean, northeast of Honolulu. And then April to May 2023, the balloon flew over parts of, I'm assuming it means this balloon? The balloon flew over parts of Hawaii and was heading toward Mexico. I'm trying to conjure an opinion about balloons. It's difficult. But anyway, my point is that there were a number of incidents between January and the end of February. Okay? Nothing since then. And you might say, well, this probably happened all the time and we're just now paying attention to it. Maybe. But it's worth noting that the North American Aerospace Defense Command shot down objects for the first time in 70 or so years. I forget how many years. This is the first time a shoot down of an object has occurred by this command organization in like 60 or 70 years, right? So if it were happening before, they haven't shot it down before, right? But anyway, a lot of people just see, oh, well, there was a Chinese high-altitude surveillance balloon and assume that that applies to every single balloon encounter when there were even Chinese shutdowns around the exact same time. Right here. Who detected their own high-altitude object. Maybe they were like, oh, shit, did we do that? Oh, man, we were supposed to release that over Canada. And it's over China instead. Was it 63 years? Rabbit, I said like 70. Better BTD7 marketing scheme. But yeah. Okay. I was just clarifying why people... I was clarifying why people are going to be bringing up the balloons. Their point isn't to say these are aliens. The point is to say, I guess in this case, his point was a dig at current administration by just saying each missile is like $1.5 million. I want to know what it blew up. And that's the point of this entire hearing, is they want disclosure and information on what the information we have on the UAPs are, even the balloons. If they're just normal balloons, let's find out about them. But in many cases, like in the balloons case, they were trying to find debris for like 2 days and then decided we can't find any debris. We're going to abandon those searches. So they stopped looking after 2 days in a few of the instances. And also the missiles themselves frequently have optics on the missiles that they can record while it's flying towards an object, and other HD photography and stuff that isn't being shared so that it can be analyzed, right? So that kind of stuff is what they want to just have be publicly available so the scientific community at large can look at it.
Some questions about that today. Congress recognizes the subject of UAPs is multifaceted and requires a careful, data-driven approach. Today, we'll see clarity from these witnesses' testimonies, or we'll seek clarity as to what can be done to improve reporting for military and civilians, and remain committed to objective inquiry. Congress should work to ensure that knowledge is not driven by fear. Today, we are not just debating the existence of UAPs, we are deliberating on the principles that define our republic, which is a commitment to transparency and accountability. I look forward to hearing from our witnesses today about ways...
One more thing. I forgot. I don't remember which balloon it was, but one of the shoot downs, they actually missed. Was it the second balloon? One of the balloons they shot a missile at and it missed. skill issue. And also don't forget there was the attempted Romanian interception of another UFO and they were unable to intercept the unidentified object. That's my military. Where did the missile go? I think it was the one over Huron. But anyway, there's a lot of weird shit. That's all I'm
We
saying.
can improve government efficiency and openness when it comes to UAPs. I thank each of you for your presence here today and for your dedication to safeguarding the interests of the American people. I look forward to your testimony.
The missile
I'm going to turn it over for
didn't know where it
3
was.
minutes to Representative Burchett from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here. I want to thank everybody for making this happen today, and I want to remind everybody this is a nonpartisan issue. This has nothing to do with party politics. I think the cover-up goes a lot deeper than that. I also want to thank my colleagues, Representative Anna Paulina Luna, sitting beside me here, Jared Moskowitz, my friend across the aisle, has an incredible mind, and I'm anxious to hear his questions, my buddy Eric Burleson, and it's not in my notes here, but Matt Gates. If it hadn't been for Matt Gates, myself, him, and Luna would still be down at Eglin Air Force Base trying to get some answers. He's got an incredible legal mind. Also, I know I saw it in the crowd there, George Knapp, my buddy
George
Jeremy
Knapp,
Corbell.
he's in Las Vegas.
They're not witnesses, but they've provided some statements on this subject, and I seek unanimous consent to enter those statements into the record, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection.
Also, would like to enter in, I understand now that this is unclassified and it's public record, but as we all know, that's sometimes difficult for the public to get a hold of. A report, Defense Intelligence reference documents, advanced space propulsion based on vacuum, space-time metric engineering, some light reading for some of our members.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Knapp wrote, since 1969, the position of our military has been that UFOs pose no threat to national security and are not worthy of further study. I'd say that's the biggest understatement of the decade.
The decade?
He also goes on to talk about the dismissive
Hold on.
statements on this subject, and I seek unanimous consent to enter those statements into the record, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection.
Also, would like to enter in, I understand now that this is unclassified and it's public record, but as we all know, that's sometimes difficult for the public to get a hold of. A report, Defense Intelligence reference documents, advanced space propulsion based on vacuum, space-time metric engineering, some light reading for some of our members.
I was trying to hear what date it
Without
was.
objection.
Thank you. Mr. Knapp wrote, since 1969, the position of our military has been that
1969.
UFOs pose no threat to national...
Okay, never mind. He wrote that since 1969, our military's position has been, not he wrote in 1969. Okay. I was just, my brain scrambled. I get it now.
Security and are not worthy of further study. I'd say that's the biggest understatement of the decade.
Nice.
He also goes on to talk about the dismissive attitude. It's at odds with what was revealed in documents, reports, and internal
Subtitles
memos.
would help.
And Mr. Corbell says, as he writes these words,
Corbell.
the UFO is emerging as a major topic of global importance. I can state that as a fact. Out there, I met a fellow who came in here all the way from Denmark.
What do you
to
think
be
these
here
two guys are
for
looking at?
This meeting. So this is huge. This is worldwide.
You think they're scrolling on Twitter?
We
X?
suspect what's going on, but I'd also like to thank the members of Congress who have supported our efforts to make this hearing happen. Some have even confided to me that they've had UFO sightings of their own. Those members, of course, some of them wish to remain anonymous, and I'll keep it that way. But also, finally, I'd like to thank these three brave witnesses here. They took an oath. They took an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States, and dadgummit, they're doing it. And
Dadgummit.
we owe them a debt of gratitude. Y'all quit clapping. You're cutting in on my time. Just kidding. These folks, they've got nothing to gain from this. and I think you're going to find out that they've endured quite a few slings and arrows. We need to remember them in our prayers
He just
and their
remembered
families.
something.
And I'm thankful for them for their honest testimonies. They have done interviews and appeared in documentaries like Accidental Truth to get their stories out there, and now they are all here to testify under oath for Congress. It's been so difficult to get here today. I've said, in the Baptist church, we'd say that the devil's in our way, and the devil has been in our way through this thing. We've run into.
I would genuinely like to hear how his upbringing is being reconciled with his new belief of extraterrestrial life. Like, I would like to hear that.
Roadblocks from members from the intelligence community, the Pentagon. I proposed legislation to go in the FAA reauthorization that just said if an airline pilot has a sighting, that when he makes that report to the FAA, that it would come to Congress. But I was told that the intelligence community did not like that, and the amendment was not even heard in committee. I think it's time for this country to take back our country. We need to tell the folks at the Pentagon they work for us. Dadgummit, we don't work for them.
Dadgummit.
And that's exactly the point. This is an issue of government transparency.
That really helps make your point.
You can't trust
Dadgummit.
a government that does not trust its people. We're not bringing little green men or flying saucers into the hearing. Sorry to disappoint about half y'all. We're just going to get to the facts. We're going to uncover the cover-up, and I hope this is just the beginning of many more hearings and more people coming forward about this. And I yield back the remainder of my time. I think, is it to Representative Luna, Mr. Chairman, or is that?
Yeah, we'll call Ms. Luna for her statement.
The circumstances surrounding UAPs has captivated the attention of the American people for decades, ingrained in even the minds of our nation's leaders from Jimmy Carter to Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton to Donald Trump, Marco Rubio to Chuck Schumer, John Radcliffe to National Security Council officials. Yet from Roswell, New Mexico to the coast of Jacksonville, Florida, the sightings of UAPs have rarely been explained by the people who have firsthand accounts of these situations. This is largely due to the lack of transparency by our own government and the failure of our elected leaders to make good on their promises to release explanations and footage and mountains of overclassified documents that continue to be hidden from the American people. This isn't just how I feel. In fact, the American people largely believe that the government has actively covered up the truth about UAPs. One poll in particular found that 68% of Americans believe that the government is hiding information about UAPs and not being honest about what we know about them. And from my personal experience...
Okay. Just pause for a second. In a poll, 68% of Americans believe that the government is hiding information about UAPs. Okay, that tells me that 32% of Americans are absolute morons. Because a UAP is such an incredibly broad term that it can encompass so many things. It can just be a balloon in the sky. Like it could just be, it could be so many things. Maybe they took the question to mean aliens. I know, but that's what makes everything even stupider. Like, if the question was, do you believe the government is hiding information about aliens? Then, yeah, I could see that being, like, more middle. But just, like, do you think the government has more information than they are sharing on things that they track in the sky? Like, duh? Duh? Doesn't have to be aliens. It can just be, like, any intel or information whatsoever. Yeah, that's just a given. I don't know why that's a poll issue.
I believe the same thing. Another poll found that nearly half Americans believe that the federal government is doing a very bad or somewhat bad job of dealing with reports of UFO sightings. As Representative
She
Burchett
changed the
just
word from
referenced
UAP to
on the
UFO.
FAA bill that just went through,
You gotta
can
be
tell that
consistent.
that's exactly happening. Considering the thousands of testimonies and videos taken on people's phones and eyewitnesses' accounts made by credible witnesses such as doctors, pilots, scientists, and active duty service members, it is unacceptable to continue to gaslight Americans into thinking that this is not happening or that the potential of intelligent life forms exists other than humans. Even more alarming is the fact that these eyewitnesses are many of times service members and have no assurance that their lives will not be negatively impacted or even harmed by their experiences. In being an active duty service member working on an airfield, I've had conversations with many pilots where they were in fear of coming forward for retribution and or being taken off flight status. How do we know this? Because the government has said nothing to assure us otherwise. They have also did nothing to calm the concerns of over 20% of Americans who have reported to have seen UFOs or UAPs. We are simply told not to question the government and that the government has it under control. Today is the first hearing of its kind where we will attempt to get down to the bottom of what is actually happening with UAPs. But we will hear from people who have had personal sightings rather than Pentagon bureaucrats who have always been sent to stonewall our investigations. Just so that the press knows and the people know, we were even denied access to a classified briefing in a SCIF prior to this hearing due to the amount of hoops that we had to jump through to grant temporary clearance to witness Grush, who has knowledge of classified information.
Just a reminder, they're going to be saying the word skiff a lot during this. Skiff is not a boat. It's SCIF, and it is a place where classified information can be exchanged in a basically information-free environment or information-gathering-free environment. It's like a literal behind closed doors, like a rectangular box where you go and you sit in and you have a conversation and nobody can hear inside, nobody can like penetrate, nobody can steal information, and they can say almost whatever they want inside of there because no one else. It's a cone of silence, yeah. So when you hear the word skiff, that's what they're talking about, literal behind closed doors.
It is time to have an open-minded discussion on this topic, to hear the evidence and understand the magnitude of what this means, not just for our nation, but for humanity. Thank you, Chairman. I yield back the rest of my time.
Thank you very much, and I'd like to thank you and Mr. Burchett for bringing this topic to my attention. Now we'll recognize National Security Subcommittee Ranking Member Garcia for 10 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank first our witnesses for joining us today. I want to begin by thanking you all for your service to our country and for sharing your voices today and your courage to be here as well. To Mr. Graves, particularly grateful to you to spend some time that we had for you to share with candor some of your experiences, so I appreciate that as well. I do want to thank all the members of our subcommittee today and also those that are here and have waved on for their incredible interest in this issue, particularly to Congressman Burchett. I know that your leadership has brought us to this place today, and I want to thank you for that, as well as everyone else that's been engaged in this work. I also want to thank the oversight staff, who I know has been working very hard to ensure that today's hearing is serious, that it's transparent, and that it also provides appropriate answers, as our oversight body always demands. Now, it's really important that we're here in a bipartisan way to have this conversation, which really, to the heart of it, is about national security and key to the subcommittee's core purpose. This is the subcommittee on national security of the Oversight Committee. Now, our witnesses will testify today that UAPs have posed a serious safety threat, and we must understand this. More broadly, we're dealing with real questions that get to the heart of our faith in government. Faith in our institutions, as we all know, is at an all-time low. Partisanship and alternative facts make it too easy to doubt narrative or our institutions. But this hearing will offer the public unique perspectives, building on years of reporting by both federal agencies and the independent media. Now, some of the earliest reporting on this issue was a groundbreaking 2017 New York Times report, which revealed research, as we know now, on unidentified anomalous phenomena, or as many call UFOs, by the defense.
Chat, you guys got to pay. You guys got to keep up. He was making fun of people. He's saying that it's hard to follow this narrative of facts when there are alternative facts. That was the anyway.
Intelligence agency. Mr. Graves and Commander Fravors' experiences with UAPs have also been documented by the public, not just by the New York Times, but CNN and many other national news outlets. Now, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence has published public reports documenting UAPs, and on June 9th, 2022, NASA announced that the agency is commissioning a study to, of course, examine unidentified anomalous phenomena. Now, the sheer number of reports, whistleblowers, and stories of unidentified anomalous phenomena should raise real questions and warrant investigation and oversight, and that's why we are here today. Now, pilots have reported encounters for years. Now, because of the stigma around reporting these incidents, we still don't have a complete picture of actually what's going on, particularly as our witnesses will testify on the civilian side, and that is a real problem that we have today in the country. Now, it's very important that we show that Democrats and Republicans in Congress can come together in a bipartisan way to cut through misinformation and to look at the facts in a serious and thoughtful manner. If we are to advance oversight and public disclosure, we must also gain the broad support of the public. We will succeed getting facts out to the public faster if there is a broad public support as part of the process. Now, I understand fully the Department of Defense is hesitant to share information that could also undermine our national security by revealing information on the capabilities of our own aircraft, our sensors, and other sensitive material. At the same time, many people believe that we're withholding information from them, and that is dangerous also. I believe in openness and transparency. That is also the role of Congress, and I want to trust that the American people will be able to weigh the evidence and make up their own minds. Now, we have incidents where sensors, sometimes even multiple types of sensors, detect things that we cannot explain. UAPs, whatever they may be, may pose a serious threat to our military or civilian aircraft, and that must be understood. Now, my career and training as a longtime and career educator and teacher and researcher tell me that we should never rule anything out. We know that our space, of course, is vast and undiscovered. I also want to note that Mr. Sean Kirkpatrick, director of the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, the component of the DoD office that investigates UAP data, has testified before the Senate this year that his unit has found no evidence of extraterrestrial activity. NASA has also stated that they don't have evidence of extraterrestrial life either, and we've heard this, of course, from some of our government agencies. And we should remind viewers and witnesses, which I think is really important, that we also cannot share classified information in public settings. But questions, of course, remain that people want to see data and information for themselves. The enormous interest in the hearing today underscores the importance of a fair and open look at the evidence from witnesses who can share their unique perspectives. Now, I know I certainly have a lot of questions, and I know that all the members of our committee do as well. We should come to this hearing with an open mind, and we should not let our existing ideas restrict us on either side. I hear over and over from many agencies the stigma around reporting and investigating UAPs prevents us from getting real answers.
How long until the aliens beam down into the room? The aliens refuse to beam down into the room until they actually disclose their photographs, because they're going to put their photos of the aliens out, and then the alien's going to come down and be like, I don't look like that. I was having a really bad hair day, guys. Okay? Do it again. Do it again. I'm ready now. Do-overs. Anyways, I saw a couple of people in chat say if NASA has nothing, there is nothing. And I just want you to evaluate your stance for just a moment. Because what you've effectively said is, if one government agency tells me they don't have any information, I won't believe the other government agency who says they do. Okay? I just want to point out that irony real quick and then continue on.
We know that whistleblowers have reported harassment, intimidation, or stigma as well. And this is not acceptable. If people can't report incidents which would have national security or safety implications, then that also has serious consequences for us. As ranking member of this subcommittee, I know my job would be completely impossible if whistleblowers or others feel intimidated to come before this committee. We can't be afraid of asking questions, and we can't be afraid of the truth. I'm proud to say that
also, it's an appeal to authority. Either way, right? So, regardless.
That this hearing builds upon bipartisan work by members of the House and Senate dating many years back, which is sought to increase awareness within the Department of Defense and to mandate more of Congress of UAPs. We know the Senate is taking up an amendment to their defense authorization bill, which will create a commission with broad declassification authority, and we should all agree that that is an important step. Members of both parties and senior officials in multiple administrations have taken an interest in this issue, and we're proud to carry and build that confidence in the American people. This hearing will also not be the end of this discussion, but a new chapter and start to years and years of work that many folks, both in the public and within government, have been working on. We should encourage more reporting, not less, on UAPs. The more we understand, the safer we will be. We will hear testimony from witnesses today with a long record of service to the American people and with subject matter expertise. Our witnesses have a unique opportunity to share their perspective, insights, and their experiences with the American people.
Okay, these are the people I'm interested in.
Colleagues to engage with these difficult questions with an open mind and to follow the facts on behalf of our country. I also just want to say more broadly that we should look at this hearing and believe that everything is on the table as it relates to UAPs. I think an open mind is absolutely the best. I want to yield 2.5 minutes, the remainder of my time, to the representative from Florida, Representative Moskowitz, for an opening statement. He also has been very much engaged in this issue, and I want to thank him for his leadership. Congressman.
Thank you, Ranking Member Garcia. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Tim Burchett and Anna Paulina Luna for their leadership in pushing this hearing forward. I want to thank, obviously, committee staff and their staff working on this on a bipartisan basis because many Americans are deeply interested in this issue, and it shouldn't take the potential of non-human origin to bring us together. Additionally, I want to thank the witnesses for coming forward to share your perspectives, your thoughts, and the sightings of UAPs. Unlike other hearings many times in Congress, you're not here to help a political party, but you're here to share information with the American people. And it's not something that is just going on in this administration. It's something that's spanned many administrations. For decades, many Americans have been fascinated by objects mysterious and unexplained, and it's long past time that they got some answers.
Can I just pause for a second and say, it's long past time we get Congress people cameras that don't use like film that is going to have the little what's the little blue and red effect that we always turn off in video games? What's the graphic settings that we always disable that has a little blue and red? Chromatic aberration. Thank you. Yeah. Thanks, Chad. Pick me up. But yeah, can we get these guys some HD cameras, please?
The American public has a right to learn about technologies of unknown origins, non-human intelligence, and unexplainable phenomena. Those are not the words of a UFO Twitter account. That is a direct quote from Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, that the American public has a right to learn about technologies of unknown origins, non-human intelligence, and unexplainable phenomena. In an interview with Fox News, recent former Director of National Intelligence John Radcliffe confirmed the U.S. government is aware a lot more sightings of UAPs, and that they have not made that information public. I quote, "There are a lot more sightings that have not been made public," Radcliffe said to Fox News. For me, this hearing is about transparency. We unfortunately live in a time in which many people distrust government and our institutions, and overclassification of information away from the American public or even Congress contributes to today's politics. The American people have regular questions. What are UAPs? How come the media doesn't report more on them? Are they foreign adversaries? Are they U.S. technology? Are they something else? They ask themselves, how come when a Russian jet shoots flares at one of our drones, we have perfect pictures and videos to show the American people and the world, but when it comes to UAPs, nothing? Of course, we must always protect our national security to maintain our superiority, like when stealth helicopters were only rumored to exist, but were used in the Osama bin Laden raid in 2011. But we can't allow that to be used as a shield to keep the American people completely in the dark from basic truths. The American people deserve to hear more about special access programs. Congress has a right to know if there's any unsanctioned weapons development, satellite imagery that has not been provided to Congress. Congress created the All-Domain Resolution Office in the NDAA of 2022. In its initial analysis, there are 171 uncharacterized UAP reports, and this is the words from the report, that appear to have demonstrated unusual flight characteristics or performance capabilities. I believe more information is known about the 171 instances.
Chad says, how come we can see clearly when there is light, but we can't see when there is no light? Unfortunately, our armed forces have not invented flash photography yet. So we don't want to take pictures with the flash turned on in case we scare whoever the alien is. Right? That'd be very spooky.
It's time for Congress to reinsert ourselves. I call on our military leaders and intelligence officials to release more information to the American people about UAPs. And to our military leaders, if there's nothing to conceal, let Congress go to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, the Dugway Proving Ground, or even Groom Lake in Nevada. We should have disclosure today. We should have disclosure tomorrow. The time has come. Thank you, Ranking Member.
Excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Moskowitz, and I would yield back now to our chairman. Thank you.
Right, now I'd like to introduce our witnesses. Our first witness is Lieutenant Ryan Graves. He's the Executive Director of Americans for Safe Aerospace. Lieutenant Graves is also a former U.S. Navy F-18 pilot with his own UAP experience. The next witness, David Grush, is a former senior intelligence officer with the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency and was a senior technical advisor for UAP issues. And finally, retired Navy Commander David Fravor, squadron leader who worked as a naval aviator for 18 years. Mr. Fravor has his own UAP experience, known as the TikTok event. I look forward to hearing from all three of you today. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise their right hands. You solemnly swear, or
okay. Do we need to watch the Tic Tac video? Chat. I don't know how many of you are memeing and how many of you I don't know how many of you are memeing or not. It's like very short. Which one of these does I have to find one that doesn't have commentary though, so that I don't get DMCA'd by like ABC News or something like that. That's kind of the hard part actually. Maybe I can Yeah, I don't know how to find it without commentary. He'll explain it, like it'll actually make more sense with his explanation. We'll try and find a version. Is there necessary audio? They have like people sort of commenting on it, I think, in the background. All right, well, we'll wait. That's Fravor's domain, so we'll wait until it's Fravor's time to talk, and then we'll do the video so that you can see what he's talking about, because he's going to explain it in detail, so you can watch the video and then hear his explanation of it.
Affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Let the record show that all the witnesses answered in the affirmative. You may be seated. We appreciate you all being here today and look forward to your testimony. I'll remind the witnesses that we have read your written statements and they will appear in full in the hearing record. Please try to limit your oral statements to 5 minutes. As a reminder, please press the button on the microphone in front of you so that it's on and the members can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 4 minutes, it'll turn yellow, and the red light, when that comes on,
there's a timer.
Tells you your 5 minutes have expired.
There's like a big timer.
I'll now recognize Mr. Graves for 5 minutes for your opening statement.
Thank you. Chairman Grothman, Ranking Member Garcia, distinguished members of the House Oversight Subcommittee on National Security, Representatives Burchett and Luna. My name is Ryan Fobbs Graves, and I'm a former F-18 pilot with a decade of service in the U.S. Navy, including 2 deployments in Operation Enduring Freedom and Operation Inherent Resolve. I have experienced advanced UAP firsthand, and I'm here to voice the concerns of more than 30 commercial aircrew and military veterans who have confided their similar encounters with me. Today, I would like to highlight 3 critical issues that demand our action. As we convene here, UAP are in our airspace, but they are grossly underreported. These sightings are not rare or isolated, they are routine. Military aircrew and commercial pilots, trained observers whose lives depend on accurate identification, are frequently witnessing these phenomena. The stigma attached to UAP is real and powerful and challenges national security. It silences commercial pilots who fear professional repercussions, discourages witnesses, and is only compounded by recent government claims questioning the credibility of eyewitness testimony. Parts of our government are aware of more about UAP than they let on, but excessive classification practices keep crucial information hidden. Since 2021, all UAP videos are classified as secret or above. This level of secrecy not only impedes our understanding, but fuels speculation and mistrust.
Pause for a second. So what he just said was, since 2021, from what he has heard, all UAP videos are now classified as secret level or above. So it's a level of classification that dictates who is able to see that information. 2021 was also the year that the Pentagon released its, or was the year after? I guess it was 2020. So it was basically concurrent with the release of the Tic Tac video, which we're going to watch, and David Fravor's kind of testimony. It's basically right after the initial UAP wave came out a few years ago. They started classifying all UAP content as a higher security clearance rating to ostensibly prevent future leaks, is what he's saying.
In 2014, I was an F-18 Foxtrot pilot in the Navy Fighter Attack Squadron 11, the Red Rippers, and I was stationed at NAS Oceana in Virginia Beach. After upgrades were made to our jet's radar systems, we began detecting unknown objects operating in our airspace. At first, we assumed they were radar errors, but soon we began to correlate the radar tracks with multiple onboard sensors, including infrared systems, eventually through visual ID. During a training mission in Warning Area Whiskey 72, 10 miles off the coast of Virginia Beach, 2 F-18 Super Hornets were split by a UAP. The object, described as a dark gray or a black cube inside of a clear sphere, came within 50 feet of the lead aircraft and was estimated.
Okay, so he describes the UAP as a cube inside of a clear sphere. 50 feet what? Did he not? What do you mean 50 feet what?
Described as a dark gray or a black cube inside of a clear sphere, came within 50 feet of the lead aircraft and was estimated to be 5 to 15 feet in diameter. The mission commander terminated the flight immediately and returned to base. Our squadron submitted a safety report, but there was no official acknowledgement of the incident and no further mechanism to report the sightings. Soon, these encounters became so frequent that aircrew would discuss the risk of UAP as part of their regular pre-flight briefs. Recognizing the need for action and answers, I founded Americans for Safe Aerospace. The organization has since become a haven for UAP witnesses who were previously unspoken due to the absence of a safe intake process. More than 30 witnesses have come forward, and almost 5,000 Americans have joined us in the fight for transparency at safeaerospace.org. The majority of witnesses are commercial pilots at major airlines. Often, they are veterans with decades of flying experience. Pilots are reporting UAP at altitudes that appear above them at 40,000 feet, potentially in low Earth orbit or in the gray zone below the Kármán line, making inexplainable maneuvers like right-hand turns and retrograde orbits or J-hooks. Sometimes these reports are reoccurring, with numerous recent sightings north of Hawaii and in the North Atlantic. Other veterans are also coming forward to us regarding UAP encounters in our airspace and oceans. The most compelling involve observations of UAP by multiple witnesses and sensor systems. I believe these accounts are only scratching the surface, and more will share their experiences once it is safe to do so. In closing, I recognize the skepticism surrounding this topic. If everyone could see the sensor and video data I witnessed, our national conversation would change. I urge us to put aside stigma and address the security and safety issue this topic represents. If UAP are foreign drones, it is an urgent national security problem. If it is something else, it is an issue for science. In either case, unidentified objects are concerned for flight safety. The American people deserve to know what is happening in our skies. It is long overdue. Thank you.
Mr. Grush?
So, are they just going to do like, here's my reading, here's my reading, here's my reading, and then they do like questions? I guess. I deserve to know about a cube and a sphere. Hell yeah. But anyway, there's kind of a lot to unpack even in the first section. So, according to him, there was a scenario that they reported to the best of their ability through official means that was never followed up on by any superior officers, where his squadron came within 50 feet of hitting one of these UAPs. And the reason why you're like, why did they get so close, is I know a little bit more about that particular incident. And the reason why they were so close in the first place is because whenever they're doing their training exercises, they have to enter and exit the training airspace through a single GPS point. So every time they enter and exit the flight training area, they have to enter and exit through what is effectively like a highway in the sky. They have to be at a certain height, at a certain GPS point going in and coming out whenever they're done. So the UAP in question happened to position itself directly in that GPS point at that exact height, is my understanding. And so when they had two planes going either in or out, they had to peel off because they got so close to the UAP, and then they terminate. I guess they were going in because they terminated the exercise and went back. So, just to kind of explain that a little bit more. But he says that they became so common that it was an open secret among the other his other fellow service members, and that they would start to even talk about them at briefings daily. So,
Mr. Chairman, ranking members and congressmen, thank you. I'm happy to be here. This is an important issue, and I'm grateful for your time. My name is David Charles Grush. I was an intelligence officer for 14 years, both in the U.S. Air Force, both active duty, Air National Guard, and Reserve, at the rank of major, and most recently from 2021 to 2025, or excuse me, 2023.
Oh, he's from the future. He revealed the secret. It's not aliens. It's time-traveling humans. He got the timeline messed up. We got him. Take him away. No, I love David Grush. He's just fun. You can tell that he's extremely passionate when he talks. He just wishes he could tell you more without being sent to jail and killed in order to make it look like a suicide. You know, he wants to tell you all, but he wants him and his family not to die. So,
National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, NGA, at the GS-15 civilian level, which is the military equivalent of a full bird colonel. I was my agency's co-lead in unidentified anomalous phenomena and transmedium object analysis, as well as reporting to the UAP task force, UAPTF, and eventually, once it was established, the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, AARO. I became a whistleblower through a PPD-19 urgent concern filing in May 2022 with the Intelligence Community Inspector General. Following concerning reports from multiple esteemed and credentialed current and former military and intelligence community individuals that the U.S. government is operating with secrecy above congressional oversight with regards to UAPs. My testimony is based on information I've been given by individuals with a long-standing track record of legitimacy and service to this country, many of whom also have shared compelling evidence in the form of photography, official documentation, and classified oral testimony to myself and my various colleagues. I have taken every step I can to corroborate this evidence over a period of 4 years while I was with the UAP Task Force and do my due diligence on the individual sharing it. This is because of these steps, I believe strongly in the importance of bringing this information before you. I am driven by a commitment of both to truth and transparency, rooted in our inherent duty to uphold the United States Constitution and protect the American people. I'm asking Congress to hold our government to this standard and thoroughly investigate these claims. But as I stand here under oath now, I am speaking to the facts as I've been told them. In the U.S. Air Force, in my National Reconnaissance Office, NRO, reservist capacity, I was a member of the UAP Task Force from 2019 to 2021. I served at the NRO Operations Center on the Director's Briefing staff, which included the coordination of the Presidential Daily Brief and supporting variety of contingency operations, which I was the Reserve Intelligence Division Chief backup. In 2019, the UAP Task Force Director asked me to identify all special access programs and controlled access programs, also known as SAPs and CAPs, we needed to satisfy our congressionally mandated mission, and we were direct report at the time to the DepSecDef. At the time, due to my extensive executive level intelligence support duties, I was cleared to literally all relevant compartments and in a position of extreme trust, both in my military and civilian capacities. I was informed in the course of my official duties of a multi-decade UAP crash retrieval and reverse engineering program.
Okay, so, little summary. Guy is on actual UAP task force and he has an investigative capacity within his actual job, and is given clearance, his words, to all special access programs and relevant CAPs as well. And based on what he was able to discover from having that level, so like basically the highest clearance possible, NRO is super secret stuff. Yeah. Super secret stuff. Don't forget to mention he was very good at his work. Yeah, he's he was a what is the civilian rank for full bird colonel that he mentioned? But yeah, it's very high up there. These people keep listing their positions in pro-alien organizations like, bro, the people who get to the top of these orgs are the people who really care about the issues. But yeah, it's like they their entire job is to investigate exactly this, and then as a result of what he found, he is now a whistleblower. I can't help but study the people in the background. Somebody said something about where's the other witness? They're currently sitting at the desk. They went from that chair over to these chairs. He said, facts as I have been told, not truth. Well, yeah, that's the point of a congressional hearing, is we are gathering evidence and testimonies so that it can be input to the congressional record, and that these people are going to be able to put all of the testimonies and evidence that we have together and then dig for more so that we can determine what the truth is. The entire point of this hearing is that we don't know what the UAPs are. Therefore, we can't have an established truth for something that we don't know about. And they want the information to be dispersed in a public matter, in a public forum to the scientific community so that we can establish the truth. That's right, yeah. So we can only present the facts as we have been given them so that they can be collected and then investigated. Listing your credentials as a guy at the top of some advocacy organizations like saying you're right about climate change because you're the leader of a climate denial org. That's not the same thing. These aren't enthusiast organizations. These are internal government intelligence organizations. They're not like fan clubs. So it's not the same thing, unfortunately. I know that it's easier to put them into boxes like that. But you've been outspoken enough. Thank you. I get that. I meant that he says he's reporting on facts, told him not facts that he found, saw, whatever. Well, that's the same thing. All right, you guys, you're splitting hairs. This guy literally has the highest clearance for all info if it's relevant to his investigation. Yeah, that's why I paused in the first place. And then we got sidetracked. The point was, he was directed to investigate UAPs and was given all, in his words, literally all relevant clearance to check out all special access programs that might contain clues to what his investigation needed in order to solve. And here is what he found. And he wants to tell people. In this case, he wants to tell Congress, but he can only tell them behind literal closed doors where no one else can hear. And then Congress, if they choose, can investigate further and reveal that information to the public. That's why they're here. They're not here to convince you personally, skeptic person. They would like you to be interested enough to figure things out. But what they really want is oversight of the programs that they are currently reporting on, and that's it, right? There isn't. You're free to think that there's an ulterior motive, but that's the stated purpose. David Grush is not writing a book right now. There's not a movie deal in the works. It's on its face an attempt to create a means of public oversight into what are currently classified programs that not even Congress, who are elected representatives of the public, are able to look at. So that's the stated purpose. You can choose to believe that there's ulterior motives or not, but I don't know what to tell you.
To which I was denied access to those additional read-ons when I requested known as SAPS and CAPS. In my National Reconnaissance Office, NRO, reservist capacity, I was a member of the UAP Task Force from 2019 to 2021. I served at the NRO Operations Center on the Director's briefing staff, which included the coordination of the Presidential Daily Brief and supporting variety of contingency operations, which I was the Reserve Intelligence Division Chief backup. In 2019, the UAP Task Force Director asked me to identify all special access programs and controlled access programs, also known as SAPS and CAPS, we needed to satisfy our congressionally mandated mission, and we were direct report at the time to the DepSecDef. At the time, due to my extensive executive level intelligence support duties, I was cleared to literally all relevant compartments and in a position of extreme trust, both in my military and civilian capacities. I was informed in the course of my official duties of a multi-decade UAP crash retrieval and reverse engineering program, to which I was denied access to those additional read-ons when I requested it.
Okay, so that was the closing for the last thought. As Acetech says, yeah, people are missing the point. This hearing isn't just about UAPs, but about exposing a rift between the DoD, the Department of Defense, and Congress that Congress isn't happy about. Yeah, so exactly that. And that's what he's saying there. He had a congressionally mandated mission to investigate, in this case, UAPs, and was cleared for all special access programs except for those that he was informed about, which, in his words, included a decades-long crash retrieval program where he was barred from being read on, which means, like, enabled to receive information from said programs. So I'm trying to just summarize what he's saying.
I made the decision, based on the data I collected, to report this information to my superiors and multiple inspectors general, and in effect becoming a whistleblower. As you know, I've suffered retaliation for my decision, but I am hopeful that my actions will ultimately lead to a positive outcome of increased transparency. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thank you. Commander Fravor?
Fravor?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Congressmen, Congresswomen. I want to first thank you for the invitation to speak to the committee on the UAP topic that's been in the news for the past 6 years and seems to be continuing to gain momentum. As you know, my name is David Fravor. I'm a retired commander in the United States Navy. In 2004, I was a commanding officer of Strike Fighter Squadron 41, the world-famous Black Aces. We were attached to Carrier Wing 11, stationed on board the USS Nimitz, and had begun a 2-month workup cycle off the coast of California. On this day, we were scheduled for a 2v2 air-to-air training with the USS Princeton as our control. When we launched off Nimitz, my wingman was joining up. We were told that the training was going to be suspended and we were going to proceed with real-world tasking. As we proceeded to the west, the air controller was counting down the range to an object that we were going to, and we were unaware of what we were going to see when we arrived.
Okay, back up. Let's watch his video. Should we watch the video before he describes it? Probably. This is the Tic Tac guy. So he's describing the video that we can just watch. I'll put that over here. I think I found the raw footage. So here's that. This is the Tic Tac video that was declassified a couple years ago. It was like 2020 or 2021. So it is going to be blurry because it is systems. It's also just YouTube being a piece of garbage right now. It's not actually that blurry. YouTube. This is like the worst version of this video I have seen. Hold on. This is not the raw footage. Let me try again. They said FXAA is on. It's still blurry. It's just not that blurry. Because it's coming from like plain instruments, like fighter jet instruments. Okay, I don't know which of these is actual raw footage. Okay, here's 8 News Las Vegas. Okay, we'll try this. I guess it just is blurry. Restore it with AI. It's actually almost better to watch this in Enhance. History Channel shows the same video. It looks to be about the same blurry factor. Yeah, well, it is what it is. This is the video nonetheless. Taken from a jet. The aliens are just blurry. So I've seen enhanced versions of this footage on 60 Minutes. They have the Tic Tac video on 60 Minutes and it doesn't look like this. Let me find. I can't watch 60 Minutes without getting DMCA'd though. It's a blurry dimension. I think that there were 2 versions of it. There's way better footage than that. Yeah. I wonder if we can just like Okay, let's try this.
What happened?
Shh. Shh. Advertisement. What happened, advertisement? Okay. Here, what happened? This is from chat. Don't tell on me, okay? Don't tell on me. We're gonna leave it.
Records and
We can't listen to 60 Minutes. Don't delete me, please.
records and analyzed videos like this.
That's the Go Fast video.
A Navy aircraft
not the Tic Tac video.
Lock onto a fast-moving object off the U.S. Atlantic coast.
This is not the same one. This is the other one that was declassified.
Recently released images may not convince UFO skeptics, but the Pentagon.
The Tic Tac is here. Did they show the Tic Tac on 60 Minutes, or did they just show like a blob from it? I've seen multiple streamers watch the 60 Minutes special, and it should be fine. They deleted the evidence. Like, I'm pretty sure this is the Tic Tac right here.
Or this. Or this.
That one.
So what do you say to the skeptics? It's
been scrubbed. Maybe it is just blurry. This. Hey, what about this? I watched another streamer restream this entire show, and he was fine, but I don't want to be responsible for the health of your channel.
On a targeting camera by members of Graves Squadron.
Okay, so that's Graves Squadron.
My God.
He already gave his opening statements.
They're all going against the wind. The wind's 120 knots from the west. Look at that thing, dude.
I meant to find the Tic Tac video and I found the other one. But yeah, the interesting thing about this, obviously, it has instrumentation. It has a lot of data sets that you can actually use, such like I don't know how to read this myself because I haven't played Microsoft Flight Sim in a while. But this is the reason why these were significant is because they have the actual articulated data around the edges while they're recording, and you can actually see how fast they're going and maneuvers that they're making and whatnot. But yeah, I think that the maybe the Tic Tac video is just old stinky. But either way, they look like this. They're FLIR videos, which is the type of system that is recording. FLIR was founded in 1978 to pioneer the development of high-performance, low-cost infrared thermal imaging systems for airborne use. So that's it in brief. And since it is thermal imaging, the main takeaway from these is that there are objects making crazy maneuvers with no visible exhaust plume, because they are heat cameras. They would be detecting some kind of jet exhaust if it were a typical jet. And they are going faster and making crazier maneuvers than any propeller plane could. Apparently the DoD has it on their website. You taking me to the DoD website? I'm on like a Also, did you even look at that link? You didn't even sort that. Where is the link on there? History Channel gives descriptive info about the info on the screens. No chatty commentary, but still blurry. All right, let me find the... I'm just trying to watch stuff to quantify it for what they're talking about on the... broadcasts. Discovery's coming after me for making fun of Max. Like, I see David Fravor on the History Channel, but it's History Channel-ified, which is terrible. Okay, this is the tiniest video you'll have ever seen in your entire life, chat. Okay? The tiniest one. The smallest, littlest video. If you full screen it, you're still gonna have to... You're gonna have to use your AI goggles. I'm actually, like, would love to see an AI-enhanced version of... If we could use AI for anything... I'm really enjoying this whole thing, but also I'm pretty sure Etal will time me out if I start giving my takes. Your takes are fine. It's just that I'm not trying, like I said at the beginning, as long as your takes understand, I'm not trying to convince you that this is an alien. What I'm trying to show you is the video that the guy in the hearing is about to describe with words, so that you can at least have some kind of visual connection to what they are going to say. That's pretty much it. And there, you might say, why would I care about this blurry-ass video? And the reason is because of what I just told you. It has not been identified and has been released by the Pentagon as a confirmed recording from a military jet by, in this case, David Fravor's squadron, who is a naval commander. A commander, by the way, as far as I know, I'm not a Navy buff, but I'm pretty sure commander is a senior rank that is capable of basically having their own ship under their command. What is the equivalent of a commander rank? Lieutenant Colonel would be the equivalent rank of commander. So that's what this video comes from. It's a commissioned officer rank. Yeah, it's CO.
Welcome back, Commander.
And there are 4 eyewitnesses that also were there when this was recorded. 2 of them have publicly spoken. 2 of them have not. David Fravor is one of the ones who have publicly spoken. The cool thing about the Tic Tac video is that the video switches from IR to visual, which at the very least rules out IR artifacting. Okay, let me just take 1 second to get sidetracked by this comment. Putting big names like Pentagon and Commander doesn't make the video legitimate. Okay, so you won't believe anything. That's okay, you know? Just admit that there's nothing that can convince you and move on, right? It's all good. But that just means you won't take anything that they're doing in the congressional hearing as something that matters anyways. So therefore, you're free and clear, you know? You're all good. You can just go have a sandwich or something. But all of this stuff and the people who do take it seriously are going to continue taking it seriously with or without you. Because, like someone in the chat said earlier, if you don't believe the witnesses who are testifying based on their credentials, their rank, and the people who would speak for them, then there's nothing here for you. That's the whole point of the hearing, right? I'm not entirely in the loop about all this. I appreciate the attempt at giving us context. Yeah, I'm just giving you context. I'm going to tell my son to stay in school so he can help suss this shit out. Figure it out, kid. Humanity's future depends on you, little Jimmy. Stay in school, become a scientist, and solve the UAP dilemma. That's a lot to put on a kid. Sorry, I'm just scrolling up in chat. Okay, anyway. Now that you've seen what he is going to be talking about, let's go back to hear what he has to say. For what it's worth, I, for one, welcome our new insect overlords. It's also a question for some who are denying that the witness saw something. It doesn't mean it is or is not alien in origin. It just means they saw something they can't explain. Yeah. And there is, I think, the other point of this hearing is that they're pushing for disclosure. So if your point is, I don't believe you, Commander Fravor, and I don't believe your witness testimony, or at least I don't believe that you saw something that is unexplainable, and I don't believe that your video recording supports that testimony, their entire, desired goal is to release more data so that these incidences and others can be studied and potentially explained, right? So you just need to make sure that your skepticism is on the correct side, because the three people sitting at the table want as much information and documentation to be distributed to the public as possible. And if it can be completely explained and debunked, that would be in their interest also. But the things that people like David Grush are saying, from what he's heard, are not so easily debunkable, in which case you would still want them to be completely revealed to the public. You want the same things. So you just need to make sure that you understand what they're trying to achieve, which is less secrecy and less withholding of classified information on UAPs in this case, and the overclassification of UAPs.
On this day, we were scheduled for a 2v2 air-to-air training with the USS Princeton as our control. When we launched off Nimitz, my wingman was joining up. We were told that the training was going to be suspended and we were going to proceed with real-world tasking. As we proceeded to the west, the air controller was counting down the range to an object that we were going to, and we were unaware of what we were going to see when we arrived. The controller had told us that these objects had been observed for over 2 weeks, coming down from over 80,000 feet, rapidly descending to 20,000 feet, hanging out for hours, and then going straight back up. For those who don't realize, above 80,000 feet is space. We arrived at the location at approximately 20,000 feet, and the controller called merge plot, which means that our radar blip was now in the same resolution cell as the contact. As we looked around, we noticed that we saw some whitewater off our right side. It's important to note that the weather on this day was as close to perfect as you could ask for off the coast of San Diego. Clear skies, light winds, calm seas, no whitecaps from waves. So the whitewater stood out in a large blue ocean. All four of us, because we were in F-18Fs, so we had pilots and Wizzo in the back seat, looked down and saw a white tic-tac object with a longitudinal axis pointing north-south and moving very abruptly over the water like a ping-pong ball. There were no rotors, no rotor wash, or any sign of visible control surfaces like wings. As we started clockwise towards the object, my Wizzo and I decided to go down and take a closer look with the other aircraft staying in high cover to observe both us and the tic-tac. We proceeded around the circle about 90 degrees from the start of our descent, and the object suddenly shifted its longitudinal axis, aligned it with my aircraft, and began to climb. We continued down another 270 degrees, nose low, where the tic-tac, or we considered 270 degrees to where, and we went nose low to where the tic-tac would have been. Our altitude at this point was about 15,000 feet, and the tic-tac was about 12,000. As we pulled nose onto the object, within about a half mile of it, it rapidly accelerated in front of us and disappeared. Our wingmen, roughly 8,000 feet above us, lost contact also. We immediately turned back to see where the whitewater was at, and it was gone also. So as we started to turn back towards the east, the controller came up and said, "Sir, you're not going to believe this, but that thing is at your cat point, roughly 60 miles away in less than a minute. You can calculate the speed." We returned to Nimitz. We were taking off our gear. We were talking to one of my crews that was getting ready to launch. We mentioned it to them, and they went out and luckily got the video that you see, that 90-second video. What you don't see is the radar tape that was never released, and we don't know where it's at, of the active jamming that the object put on an APG-73 radar, and I can get into modes later if you're interested. What is shocking to us is that the incident was never investigated. None of my crew were ever questioned. Tapes were never taken, and after a couple days, it turned into a great story with friends. It wasn't until 2009 till Jay Stratton had contacted me to investigate. Unbeknownst to all, he was part of the ATIP program in the Pentagon led by Lou Elizondo. And there was an unofficial official report that came out that's now on the internet. Years later, I was contacted by the other pilot, Alex Dietrich, and asked if I'd been contacted, and I said no, but I'm willing to talk. I was contacted by Mr. Elizondo, and we talked for a short period of time, and he said we'd be in contact. A few weeks after that, I was made aware that Lou had left the Pentagon in protest and joined forces with Tom DeLonge, Chris Mellon, Steve Justice, and others to form Two Stars Academy, an organization that pressed the issue with leading industry experts and U.S. government officials. They worked with Leslie Kean, who is present today, Ralph Blumenthal, and Helene Cooper to publish the articles in the New York Times 2017 New York Times. And it removed the stigma on the topic of UFOs, which is why we're here today. Those articles open the door for the government and public that cannot be closed. It has led to an
Blink 182? Yes. That Blink 182. Name drop.
interest from our elected officials who are not focused on little green men, but figuring out where these craft are, where are they from, the technology they possess, how do they operate. It also led to the Whistleblower Protection Act and the NDAA. There are multiple witnesses coming forward to say that have firsthand knowledge, and Mr. Grush just covered that. What concerns me is that there's no oversight from our elected officials on anything associated with our government processing or working on craft. Believe it, not from this world. This issue is not a full public disclosure that could undermine national security, but it is about ensuring that our system of checks and balances works across all work done in the government using taxpayer funds. Relative to government programs, even unacknowledged WAVE programs have some level of oversight by the appropriate committee members in the House and Senate. And this work that is said to be occurring from whistleblower testimonies should not be exempt. In closing, I would like to say that the Tic Tac object we engaged in 2004 was far superior to anything that we had on time, have today, or are looking to develop in the next 10 years. If we in fact have programs that possess this technology, it needs to have oversight from those people that the citizens of this great country elected in office to represent what is best for the United States and best for the citizens. I thank you for your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I know it's very difficult for all of you, all you've done in the past to try to illuminate this issue. Calling myself first for some questions. I'm going to start with Mr. Graves.
You can speak a little slower. They have a timer. So they have a little light on their microphone that changes from green to yellow to red. And as the light changes, they have to have finished talking before it turns red. So they're trying to get everything out as quickly as possible.
Are pilots that you interact with as part of your organization, do you feel adequately trained and briefed on how to handle encounters with UAPs?
No. Right now, military witnesses to UAP have limited options for reporting UAP. But more concerning is that commercial aviation sector has not adapted to the lessons that the military has implemented. The military and Department of Defense has stated that UAP represent a critical aviation safety risk. We have not seen that same language being used in the commercial markets. They are not acknowledging this risk.
Okay. What steps do you think you have to be taken to improve a pilot's UAP reporting, be it military or commercial?
Right now, we need a system where pilots can report without fear of losing their jobs. There is a fear that the stigma associated with this topic is going to lead to professional repercussions, either through management or perhaps through their yearly physical check. So having a secure system, reducing the stigma, and making this information available through the public is going to reduce the concerns that aircrew have.
Could you just give me a little idea of the degree to which reports in the past are not made public right now?
Well, I don't think there has been a proper reporting system to gather those reports and thus not report them. So to answer your question, I think there is a dearth of data due to the fact that the reporting has been limited up to this time.
Could you tell me why you believe it's, kind of to play the devil's advocate, a reason why some of this stuff should not be available to the public?
There's certainly some national security concerns when we use our advanced sensors in our tactical jets to be able to identify these objects. However, there's no reason that the objects themselves would be classified. I would be curious to see how the security classification guideline actually spells out the different nuances of how this topic is classified from the perspective of UAP, not national security.
I'll give you a follow-up on that. Assuming that there are reasons why not all this should be made public, this has been around for a long period of time. Can any of the three of you think of any reason why anything related to UAPs, say 15 years and back, should not be immediately made public?
I think one of it is acknowledging a vulnerability, both from a collection and I'll just say a countermeasure perspective. So it's that we haven't cracked for many years. Yeah.
Even say 20 years back. Is there any reason why, when you go back that far, things shouldn't be made public?
Unless it shows a specific national security vulnerability as it relates to a weakness in a particular defense system.
Oh, okay, Mr. Fravor, the TikTok incident that you and
basically. Two hypotheticals exist, is what he's harping on, that hypothetical 1, if they go like, dude, there's this crazy object. We don't know what it is or like how to deal with it. And it comes out, then that makes us look weak. That makes us look incapable. We need to be strong. We are America. and even worse, if it's like something that is belonging to a foreign nation or adversary, then it's like confirmation to them that they have no idea what you're doing, and therefore their intelligence gathering program is underperforming and not like, ooh, we have this cool piece of technology and those dum-dums don't know what it is. So that's basically what he's saying.
That you were engaged occurred in 2004. What kind of reporting took place after that incident?
None. We had a standard debrief where the backseaters went down to our carrier intel center and briefed what had happened, and that was it. No one else talked to us, and I was in the top 20 in the battle group. No one came. The captain was aware, the admiral was aware, nothing was done.
Your commanding officers provide any sort of justification?
No, because I was the commanding officer of the squadron, so no.
Was this?
Hold on. I gotta go back.
The captain was aware, the admiral was aware, nothing was done.
Your commanding officers provide any sort of justification?
No, because I was the commanding officer of the squadron, so no.
Was this incident the only UAP event that you encountered while you were a pilot?
Yes, it was.
Okay. This is for any one of you. Based off of each of your experiences and observations, do you believe UAPs pose a potential threat to our national security?
Yes, and here's why. The technology that we faced was far superior than anything that we had, and you could put that anywhere. If you had one, you captured one, you reverse engineered it, you got it to work, you're talking something that can go into space, go someplace, drop down in a matter of seconds, do whatever it wants, and leave, and there's nothing we can do about it. Nothing.
Okay. You two?
Well, I would also like to add, from a commercial aviation and military aviation perspective, we deal with uncertainty in our operating space as a matter of our professional actions. Identifying friend from foe is very important to us. And so when we have unidentified targets and we continue to ignore those due to a stigma or a fear of what it could be, that's an opening that our adversaries can take advantage of.
What steps should be taken to better understand and respond to UAP encounters in the interest of national security?
There needs to be a location where this information is centralized for processing, and there needs to be a two-way communication loop so the operators on the front end have a feedback and can get best practices on how to process information, what to do, and to ensure that their reporting is being listened to. Right now, there is not a lot of back and forth.
Mr. Grush, in your complaint to the Intelligence Community Inspector General, you claim that you believe information is being hidden. What kind of information do you think was hidden, and do you think it should remain hidden?
Tell me what it is.
Yes, I can speak to that very briefly in an unclassified
know.
manner. As you know, the preponderance of my complaint was classified to the intelligence communities. Both material acquisition and exploitation activity, also baselining the UAPs, but not sharing it with, intelligence professionals that are actually doing step briefs to pilots, that kind of information. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now we'll go to Mr. Garcia.
Thank you. Again, thank you all for your service and for testifying today. Want to just talk about the UAPs as it relates to what we're seeing in the pilots' interaction with UAPs. Particularly, Mr. Graves,
To me, these witnesses have an untrustworthy vibe. I found the CIA in the chat.
I think concerns that for members of this committee is this idea that pilots, there's no system to actually report UAPs and the stigma around pilots. And so can you just briefly, you mentioned that you're working with 30 pilots right now that have had encounters with UAPs, but you've also, I believe, discussed and know of many more pilots. This is just those that you're currently working with. Is that correct? Can you expand on that?
Certainly. I'll break that down in two ways. First, when we were first experiencing these objects off the eastern seaboard in the 2014 to 2015 time period, anyone that had upgraded their radar systems were seeing these objects. So there was a large number of my colleagues that were detecting these objects off the eastern seaboard. They were further correlating that information with their other onboard sensors, and many of them also had their own eye sightings as well of these objects. Now, that was our personal first-hand experience at the time. Since then, as I've engaged this topic, others have reached out to me to share their experiences, both on the military side as well as the commercial aviation side. On the military aviation side, veterans that have recently got out have shared their stories and have expressed how the objects we were seeing in 2014, 2015 continued all the way to 2019, 2020, and beyond. And so it became a generational issue for naval aviators on the eastern seaboard. This was something we were briefing to new students. This is something that was included in the notice to airmen to ensure that there was no accidents. And now with commercial aviators, they are reaching out because they're having somewhat similar experiences as our military brothers and sisters.
Okay, so he's saying is, while he was serving, they were briefing new pilots about UAPs in order to prevent accidents with them, effectively. So this was just like fairly common, open, secret type of stuff.
But they do not have any reporting system that they can send this to.
And let me just add, both to Mr. Fravor as well as Mr. Graves, not having this system for reporting, would you both agree that is harmful to not just our national security interests, but to understand this phenomenon of what's happening with UAPs?
I think it's actually a travesty that we don't have a system to correlate this and actually investigate. You know, so if you took the East Coast, you know, there's coastal radars out there that monitor our air defense identification zone, so out to 200 miles. They can track these, you know, so when you see them, they could actually go and pull that data and get maneuvering. And instead of just having the airplanes, there's other data sources out there. And I've talked to other government officials on this. So you need a centrally located repository that these reports go to. So if you just stuck it in DOD, you wouldn't get anything out of the Intelligence Committee because they have a tendency to not to talk. But if you had a central location where these reports would come in, not just military, but also commercial aviation, because there's a lot of that going on, especially if you talk to anyone that flies from here to Hawaii, over the Pacific, they see odd lights. So I think you need to develop something that allows you a central point to collect the data in order to investigate.
Mr. Graves?
I would concur with everything Mr. Fravor said. I'll continue to say that the commercial pilots that have reached out to me through Americans for Safe Aerospace are doing so because they don't feel there's another way for them to report this safety issue.
And I think one of the clear outcomes of this hearing already is that there has to be a safe and transparent reporting process for pilots, both on the commercial side and the military side, to be able to report UAPs in a way that's also transparent, but also understands the scope of our national security interests and what may be classified or not. But I think there has to be some sort of system. And so that's something that I hope can be an outcome that this committee can work on. Is there anything else for the two of you briefly beyond this reporting system that you think that we can do as a government to encourage and facilitate more civilian reporting?
I think we're doing it right now.
Okay, great.
I think this hearing is going to show the American people that their government takes this topic seriously.
And how about civilians that may not be pilots? What kind of process could be in place for civilians who are not pilots, who may have UAP encounters? Do either of you have any suggestions that could facilitate that?
Yes, I just want to say that if you're a civilian, you think you've seen a UAP, you're going to need to become a pilot. So just go to school for that, take a few years, take some courses, and then once you've become a pilot, take a quick little flight around, and then you can report your sighting, okay? But it needs to be serious. I did see a joke earlier that somewhere on an alien homeworld, they're having a governmental hearing where their government is having to concede that they have accidentally crashed scout craft into an alien world and are having to answer for the loss of life and budget in these failed enterprises to some place called Earth. Anyway,
my recommendations would be to make that a sensor-centric operation in order to make it as objective as possible.
Okay, sir, Mr. Fravor.
No, I agree with Mr. Graves on that.
Okay, just briefly, I also just want to note, particularly for the two pilots, and I have a question for Mr. Grush. One of the things that I found fascinating in our discussion, Mr. Graves, last night as well, is that you both described UAPs and formations and the way they are observed in space. Or
key little part there in our discussion last night. So even though this is a congressional hearing and we, the public, are allowed to listen in on it, the undercurrent of purpose is for the people who are parties interested from Congress's side to be able, think of this like an icebreaker between people that know stuff and people in an elected position. So now they're like, oh, hey, remember we did that sweet hearing together? Why don't we go talk inside of a skiff about the actual secrets? Because now my interest is piqued and I want to know. Like, that's one of the other sort of probable purposes of this type of hearing in the first place, is like linking the person who can say stuff with the person who wants to know stuff, who is able to later reveal that as they see fit. Think of the people of Congress as the only ones here who haven't signed the NDA on UAPs. Some of them have, like, they're not literal NDAs, but like theoretically they could just enter something into the congressional record if they have knowledge of it, and they're not beholden to the exact same classified standards as the people who are currently giving testimony. But they'd have to choose to do that for some reason. But anyway, sorry.
Or in our air, and the way that they move is essentially ways in which current technology or aircraft that we know of are unable to actually function or move. And so will you just, for the public record, again, once again, briefly, just either describe or note that aircraft that are being witnessed, particularly by the 30 folks that you're working with, are essentially outside the scope of anything that we know of today and the technology we have today. Mr. Graves, Mr. Fravor?
Yes, the objects that are being seen by commercial pilots are performing maneuvers that are unexplainable due to our current understanding of our technology and our capabilities as a country, and that applies for the military as well.
Mr. Fravor?
Yeah, I concur with that. We have nothing that can stop in midair and go the other direction, nor do we have anything that can, like in our situation, come down from space, hang out for 3 hours, and go back up.
Thank you. My last question, and sometimes I know that you have also said some of these answers in the past, but we're trying to get them on the public record as well, which is really important. Mr. Gresh, finally, do you believe that our government is in possession of UAPs?
Absolutely, based on interviewing over 40 witnesses over 4 years.
And where?
I know the exact locations, and those locations were provided to the Inspector General, and some of which to the intelligence committees. I actually had the people with the firsthand knowledge provide a protected disclosure to the Inspector General.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I would just say that I think that these questions are important questions, and I look forward to being involved in the process to get those answered. I know there'll be a lot of questions from other committee members, so I yield back.
Thank you. We'll go to Mr. Burchett himself.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Garcia. I would like to have you on my legislation to do just that on the reporting, and we'll get together on that. Maybe you can be my co-sponsor on that. That'd be really cool. Thank you for those great questions.
You know UAPs? Name all the UAPs. Whistle blown, but we don't get to hear the whistle. Okay, but that's not the point of a whistle. A whistle is to let people know, hey, there's something going on here, and then you have to figure out why the whistle is being blown. Okay, the whistle doesn't communicate in a secret language that automatically tells you what, like, every piece of information about it. You're just like, what the hell was that? Was a whistle. I heard something. I need to go over here and figure out what it was. And that's the point that we're at right now. That's why, anyway.
Mr. Graves, again, I'd like to know, how do you know that these were not our aircraft?
Some of the behaviors that we saw in a working area, we would see these objects being at 0.0 Mach, that's 0 airspeed, over certain pieces of the ground. So what that means, just like a river, if you throw a bobber in, it's going to float downstream. These objects were staying completely stationary in Category 4 hurricane winds. These same objects would then accelerate to supersonic speeds, 1.1, 1.2 Mach, and they would do so in very erratic and quick behaviors that I don't have an explanation for.
Okay. Have you spoken to commercial and military pilots that have seen these off of our East Coast?
I have.
Okay. Mr. Fravor, I noticed that in the Tic Tac video, it's Tic Tac like the candy, not TikTok like the Chinese Communist app.
That's correct.
Yes, sir. I just want to make that because my daughter corrected me on that
Just
and called me a
ask
boomer.
the question.
And said, hey, boomer. And I said, no, baby, it's Tic Tac like the candy. You're going to have to just look it up.
Just ask the question.
And, but now I would also like to say today is a day of many firsts. It's a miracle that we're having this meeting, and it's also a miracle that my wife has put up with me for 9 years today. Today is my anniversary, so I want to tell my wife happy anniversary, and that'll
Okay, continue.
love her very much. As she likes to say, this 9 years have been the best 2 years of her life. So, thank you. Mr. Favor, what astonished you the most about the flight capabilities of these Tic Tac, very briefly?
The performance, absolute performance. It was.
And you're not aware of any other objects that anybody in the world has, in this world, that has those capabilities?
No, I think it's far beyond actually our material science that we currently possess.
Are you aware of any other reconnaissance platforms that have tracked or recorded the Tic Tac's maneuvers, maybe the NORAD system or any of the others?
I am not.
Okay. Mr. Grush, thank you for being here, brother. Thank you all very much. Have you faced any retaliation or reprisals for any of your testimony or anything on these lines?
Yeah, I have to be careful what I say in detail because there is an open whistleblower reprisal investigation on my behalf, and I don't want to compromise that investigation by providing anything that may help provide somebody information. But it was very brutal and very unfortunate, some of the tactics they used to hurt me both professionally and personally, to be quite frank. Yeah.
It's very unfortunate. As they say, when you're over the target, that's when they do the most firing at you. Do you have any personal knowledge of people who have been harmed or injured in efforts to cover up or conceal these extraterrestrial technology?
Yes. Personally.
Have you heard anyone been murdered?
Like no hesitation. Just yes. But yeah. Of course. I am aware of people having been hurt.
That you would think, that you know of or have heard of, I guess?
I have to be careful asking that question. I directed people with that knowledge to the appropriate authorities.
Maybe in a, if we could get it.
The reason is be careful is because that's the stuff that gets, like, if you throw somebody or something under the bus right there, you won't be giving any more testimonies shortly. Or you'll be doing so when you make your one phone call.
Get in a confidential area, SCIF, we could talk about that. But unfortunately,
SCIF,
we were denied access to the SCIF, and that's very unfortunate in this scenario.
So they weren't even allowed to go to one to talk, apparently.
Mr. Favor, do you believe that you witnessed an additional object under the water in relation to your encounter?
I will say we did not see an object. There was something there to cause the whitewater, and when we turned around, it was gone. So there was something there that obviously moved.
Okay, it was not the same object though that you were looking at, correct?
No, we actually joked that the Tic Tac was communicating with something when we came back, and because the whitewater disappeared.
We were in another instance. We're told about the capabilities of a jamming during viewing of when there were some people chasing some of these objects. Did you experience any of that jamming or interrupting your radar or weapons system?
My crew that launched after we landed experienced significant jamming to the APG-73 radar, which was what we had on board, which is a mechanically scanned, very high-end system prior to the APG-79. And yes, it did pretty much everything you could do, range, velocity, aspect, and then it spit the lock, and the targeting pod is passive. That's what we were able to get the video on.
I'm about to run out of time, but are you aware of any of our enemies that have that capability?
No.
Okay. I would also like to note for the record that, like George Knapp, breaking Area 51, he's the reason I knew about that. And the reason I know about the Tic Tacs is Leslie Keene from New York Times article, and I would encourage everybody to read that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back to you for no time.
Very good. Mr. Raskin.
Yield back to you, no time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Graves, you reported UAP encounters during
took it all.
Training flights, I think.
Everybody move, everyone
shift.
shift.
Come forward to warn the Pentagon.
By the way, before you make jokes, this person has cancer.
That these encounters may be putting...
You can still make jokes. but that makes you a bad person.
Pilots at risk. My first question is, you've identified these as taking place on the East Coast. Is it just on the East Coast where these encounters have been reported?
No. Since the events initially occurred, I've learned that the objects have been detected essentially where all operations, Navy operations are being conducted across the world. And that's from the All-Domain Anomaly Resolutions Office reporting.
All right, can you describe your experience after you decided to come forward and go public with your experience?
Certainly. Like many others, in 2017, I saw the New York Times article come out as well. And for me, it was special because I recognized the voices on the video. I recognized the video itself. I had seen it when it was taken. I'd seen it when it was debriefed. And so that was kind of shook me because I realized that this problem was still ongoing. And so I reached out to colleagues back on the East Coast and realized that this was still a safety risk that they were dealing with, that they had essentially hit a wall with how they could move forward on this conversation. It was at that point when I decided to try to move the conversation forward myself.
Are there common characteristics to the UAPs that have been cited by different pilots, and can you describe what the convergence of descriptions is?
Certainly. We were primarily seeing dark gray or black cubes inside of a clear sphere.
I'm sorry, dark gray or black cubes?
Yes, inside of
Please
a clear
clarify.
sphere, where the
Tell me about the
apex or
cubes.
tips of the cube were touching the inside of that sphere. And that was primarily what was
The tips of the cube were touching the inside of the sphere.
being reported when we were able to gain a visual tally of these objects. And that occurred over almost 8 years. And as far as I know, it's still occurring.
I take it that you're arguing what we need is real transparency in a reporting system so we can get some clarity on what's going on out there, because there are many pilots in your situation, but we should have a way of developing a systematic inventory of all of such encounters. Is that right?
Yes, and I think we need both transparency and the reporting. We have the reporting, but we need to make sure that information can be promulgated to commercial aviation as well as the rest of the populace.
Mr. Grush, what about you? What was your experience after you came forward?
Well, it's only been about 2 months or so I guess my experience has been overwhelming support from former colleagues of mine that have privately messaged me, and I do appreciate that. But I do have knowledge of active planned reprisal activity against myself and other colleagues, and it's very, very upsetting to me.
Coming from where?
Certain senior leadership at previous agencies I was associated with. And that's all I'll say publicly, but I can provide more details in a closed environment.
Okay. Well, I hope you understand that there would be bipartisan rejection of any attempt to vilify, demonize, or engage in other reprisals against our witnesses and people who are telling the truth from their perspective.
Yeah, there were certain colleagues of mine that were brutally administratively attacked, and it actually makes me very upset as a leader to see that happen to other coworkers and actually superiors of mine.
I have to imagine it's, I'm not going to say impossible, but slightly more difficult to do some kind of reprisal against a whistleblower when the whistleblower himself is born out of the intelligence committee. Like, when you are like deep in the highest echelons of special access programs, except for those that pertain to, in his words, vehicle recovery programs, I feel like you have to have at least a few other tricks up your sleeve to try to protect yourself than the average person when you are also part of the intelligence program yourself. Wasn't he just outside the vehicle recovery program? Yeah, he said earlier in the hearing that he was not allowed to be read into the vehicle recovery programs or their relevant, whatever the true name is, we don't know, but yeah.
Over the last 3 years.
How do you account for that response? That seems like a bizarre response.
I called him.
Okay, hold on. I gotta hear the response that was just called a bizarre response. Hang on. What?
To vilify, demonize, or engage in other reprisals against our witnesses and people who are telling the truth from their perspective.
Yeah, there were certain colleagues of mine that were brutally administratively attacked, and it, actually makes me very upset as a leader.
He's saying that the response to his colleagues was bizarre, not that Grush's response was bizarre. Okay.
Other coworkers and actually superiors of mine over the last 3 years.
How do you account for that response? That seems like a bizarre response.
I call it administrative terrorism. That's their quiver, their tool in the toolbox to silence people, especially, the career government service cares about their career, cares about their clearance, their reputation to climb the ladder. And when you threaten that career path, a lot of people back off. But I'm here to represent those people. So,
Mr. Fravor, what about you? What has your experience been since you've come forward with your perspective on this?
Actually, I've been treated very well. And the 6 people that were involved, myself included, all of them have or will be retiring from the military as 05s or 06s. And all my friends that are very senior, 3 and 4 stars, I've talked to them. They believe. They understand there's a problem, but no, I was actually treated really well.
And what is your general interpretation of these phenomena, or what is your current thinking of trying to make sense of them?
Well, I'll say, I'm not like a UFO fanatic. It's not me, but I will tell you that what.
Did you say, look how smug this guy is? You think he is smug? This is not what smug is. These people are just happy that they're being taken seriously. They've been telling their stories for, like, in his case, yeah, it's giddy, not smug. Smug means like you're better than someone else. Also, I saw David Fravor, who is an extremely nice individual, as being described as a human white New Balance shoe. And I think when you put that kind of perspective on someone, you kind of understand their personality more.
We saw with 4 sets of eyes over a 5-minute period, still there's nothing, we have nothing close to it. It was amazing to see. I told my buddy I wanted to fly it, but yeah, it's just an incredible technology.
All right, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I'll yield back to you.
Thanks. On to Ms. Luna.
Mr. Grush, in speaking to you yesterday, I just wanted to follow up on Representative Raskin's questions. In the last couple of years, have you had incidences that have caused you to be in fear for your life for addressing these issues?
Yes, personally.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want everyone to note that he's coming forward in fear of his life. To put in perspective, if they were really not scared about this information coming out, why would someone be intimidated like that? To your knowledge, are NHIs working with adversarial foreign governments in either technology exchange programs or back engineering programs?
I don't have data on that. I'm not sure.
Have you heard or you had people come forward to present that evidence?
Not that particular evidence that you just espoused.
Okay, on the 19th of April, Dr. Kirkpatrick, head of Aero, had said that he did not find any evidence of UAPs. You also stated that you had, in your interview, that you had briefed him on information that you were uncovering, but that he did not follow up with you. Were the items that you divulged to him pertinent to national security?
Yes, him and I had a classified conversation in April 2022 before he took over Aero in July 2022, and I provided him some concerns I had.
Do you know why he might not have followed up with you?
Unfortunately, I cannot read his mind. I wish he did. I was happy to give sage counsel to him on where to look when he took the helm of Aero.
Okay, and then my last question for you before I move to Mr. Graves is you received prior approval from the Defense Department to speak on certain issues, correct?
Correct, through DOPSR, DoD Pre-Publication and Security Review, and I just want to remind the public, they're just looking from a security perspective. These are my own personal views and opinions, not the department's.
Okay, I'm asking that though mainly because I think that there are many people that would like to discredit you. So it does bring a certain amount of credibility to your testimony.
I'm required by law to do that as a former intelligence officer, or I go to jail for revealing classified information.
Yeah, we don't want you to go to jail. My next question would actually be for Mr. Graves. Can you please explain to me in detail the event that occurred at Vandenberg Air Force Base?
Certainly. In the 2003 timeframe, a large group of Boeing contractors were operating near one of the launch facilities at Vandenberg Air Force Base when they observed a very large 100-yard sided red square approach the base from the ocean.
Hold on, I need to go back a little bit.
Occurred at Vandenberg Air Force Base.
Vandenberg Air Force Base.
Certainly. In the 2003 timeframe, a large group of Boeing contractors were operating near one of the launch facilities at Vandenberg Air Force Base when they observed a very large 100-yard sided red square approach the base from the ocean and hover at low altitude over one of the launch facilities. This object remained for about 45 seconds or so before darting off over the mountains. There was a similar event within 24 hours later in the evening. This was a morning event, I believe 8:45 in the morning. Later in the evening, post-sunset, there were reports of other sightings on base, including some aggressive behaviors. These objects were approaching some of the security guards at rapid speeds before darting off. And this is information that was received through one of the witnesses that have approached me at Americans for Safe Aerospace.
Was this documented in any official form, whether it was a police blotter?
Yes, they had official documentation and records from the event that the witness held over the years.
And I'm not going to ask you to do it right now for time reasons, but you'd be able to sketch what was witnessed, correct? And have you seen that before on any other equipment and/or during your flight time?
I have not seen what they've described. This object was estimated to be almost the size of a football field, and I have not seen anything personally that large.
Okay, and then another question on follow-up referencing the gimbal video Go Fast incident. Can you just clarify, because to our understanding, the footage was actually cut off at a certain point, but what happens at the end of that video, just for those Americans specifically there that are wanting to know about the rest of that footage?
Certainly. There was some uncertainty or instability with the object. It seemed to rock a bit, and that's the last I had seen of the video. Much of the data that I would recommend be analyzed would consist of radar data that would provide precise kinematics on the object, as well as the fleet of objects that were operating nearby.
Okay, and follow-up, in regards to the reporting procedures that Mr. Garcia had addressed on, as well as Representative Burchett, with the FAA, to your understanding, pilots that are seeing this, commercial airline pilots, are they receiving cease and desist letters from corporations for coming forward with information in regards to safety for potential airline passengers?
I have been made privy to conversations with commercial aviators who have received cease and desist orders.
So the American public should know that corporations are putting their own reputations on the not the line, but ahead of the safety of the American people. And I think, would you agree with that statement?
It appears so.
Okay. And I guess this would be my last, I'm out of
Okay, I'm just thinking, the cube is the perfect shape. Yes. If you could create any kind of vehicle that could be inhabited that was not bound by traditional physics and did not need to worry about airflow, resistances, water, anything, you would want the maximum amount of space to be able to move around inside of something, right? If you don't have to worry about aerodynamics, what's a better shape than a square, like a cube or a rectangle? Because if you do a circle, circles are aerodynamic. You have, like, if you stood on a surface in a circle, you would be like, you have one point you can stand on. And you just put like a flat floor in there so that you could stand or sit, and that would reduce the amount of space that you actually have. What would be the point of the rest? Yeah, spheres are more area, but practically useless area. If you had to occupy inside the vehicle, why would you want a sphere? For humans, life forms. If you were inside of it, if it was a vehicle that you were inside of, it's bigger on the inside. Okay, we're not going to get into that. It's a giant space hamster wheel. Alien is the vehicle. Aerodynamic design is for primitives. If you have artificial gravity, the sphere is all usable. But that would assume that you could, like... That doesn't make any sense, though. You can have artificial gravity in any shape, and that doesn't expand the amount of usable space inside of the shape. Italics, imagine following the existing laws of physics. What a loser. It does, because as you said, sphere has more surface. But what does artificial gravity change? It doesn't change anything. It's not usable space. It means you can stand on any side and the side will still be right side up from your perspective. Okay, but in this we're talking about a 100-yard red square, in the words of the person who received the witness account, okay? You can't put like 10 floors inside of a sphere because it's like slicing a tomato. The edge slices are going to be the smallest, tiniest, unusable ones. If you have a square, every single level is going to be the exact same amount of area split evenly so that you can put utilities and components into decks and things like that, and have like more space to move and be usable. You don't have a spherical house. Yeah, and Chad says, well, they're assuming they're humans. Well, duh. But we're also I'm saying that matches why a square makes sense in this case, is for humanoid type shapes. But you all live in squares, dude. The streamer's not even thinking in the 5th dimension. My bet is that the spheres are the drone ships, and like if they were actually alien and non-human in nature, that the spheres are the drone ships and the squares and rectangles are the ones that have occupants. That would be my like guess.
Time. I yield. I'll be back.
I'll be back.
Good. Mr. Moskowitz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, let's talk about the laws of physics for a second. Mr. Graves and Commander Faber, I heard you talk about speed. When those objects broke the sound barrier, did they make a sonic boom?
I was in a jet. You can't hear anything. It's kind of loud in there.
Yeah, you're not able to actually personally tell within the vehicle. I will say the objects that we were seeing, they were spherical, and they were observed up to Mach 2, which is a very non-aerodynamic shape.
What about G-forces? Let's talk about G-forces of those vehicles. Could a human survive those G-forces with known technology today?
No.
No, not for the acceleration rates that we observed.
Okay. What about what they look like? How close did you get? Did you see a seam or a rivet or a section? And what I mean is, obviously, the jets you're flying have all those things. Did these objects have those?
Do you want to go, Ryan?
I didn't have the detail to be able to tell that.
So we got within a half mile at Tic Tac, which people say that's pretty far, but in airplanes, that's actually relatively close. No, it was perfectly white, smooth, no windows, although when we did take the original FLIR video that is out there, when you put it on a big screen, it actually had 2 little objects that came out of the bottom of it. But other than that, no windows, no seams, no nothing.
Mr. Grush, as a result of your previous government work, have you met with people with direct knowledge or have direct knowledge yourself of non-human origin craft?
Yes, I personally interviewed those individuals.
Mr. Grush, as a result of your previous government work, have you met with people with direct knowledge or have direct knowledge yourself about ATs, advanced technologies that the U.S. government has?
Based on conventional advanced tech, I was briefed to the preponderance of the Defense Department's both space and aerospace compartmented programs, yeah.
Do you have knowledge or do you have reason to believe that there are programs in the advanced tech space that are unsanctioned?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when you say that they're above congressional oversight, what do you mean?
Complicated question. So there's, some, I would call it abuse here. So congressional oversight of conventional special access programs, so I'll use Title 10, so DOD as an example, right? So 10 U.S. Code Section 119 discusses congressional oversight of SAPs, discusses the DepSecDef's ability to waive congressional reporting. However, the Gang of Eight is at least supposed to be notified if a waived or waive bigoted unacknowledged SAP is created, and that's public law.
Well, so that how does, I don't want to cut you off, but how does a program like that get funded?
I will give you generalities. I can get very specific in a closed session, but misappropriation of funds and
does that mean
self-fund.
does that mean that there is money in the budget that is said to go to a program, but it doesn't, and it goes to something else?
Yes, I have specific knowledge of that. Yep.
Do you think U.S. corporations are overcharging for certain tech they're selling to the U.S. government, and that additional money is going to programs?
Correct, through something called IRAD.
Okay.
IRAD.
Satellite imagery. Let's talk about satellite imagery. We have satellites all over the place, some that we're aware of and many that we're not aware of, right? We're taking pictures of everything at every point and second. Mr. Grush, are you aware, do you have direct knowledge, or have you talked to people with direct knowledge that there are satellite imagery of these events?
That was one of my primary tasks at NGA, since we process, exploit, and disseminate that kind of information. I've seen multiple cases, some of which, to my understanding, and of course I left NGA in April, so that's my information cutoff date. But I personally reviewed both what we call overhead collection and from other strategic and tactical platforms that I could not even explain prosaically. And I have a degree in physics, by the way, as well. And I am aware that you guys have not seen these reports, unfortunately. And I don't know why.
Do you have direct knowledge, or you've spoken to people with direct knowledge that this imagery applies to crash sites, crash imagery?
I have a degree in physics, by the way. Yeah, it's relevant. He's been asked, has he seen satellite imagery of the things that he's claiming, and it gives a basis for him to be able to interpret said information. It's the way he said it. If I had a degree in physics, I'd be like, yeah, I got a degree in physics. I got a degree in aliens. What of it?
Can't discuss that in an open session.
Okay.
What was the question?
Do you have any information that the U.S. government is involved in?
Explain prosaically, and I have a degree in physics, by the way, as well.
Yeah, I have a degree in physics.
And I am aware that you guys have not seen these reports, unfortunately. And I don't know why.
Do you have direct knowledge, or you've spoken to people with direct knowledge that this imagery applies to crash sites, crash imagery?
Oh, they were asking if there was satellite imagery of crash sites that exist.
I can't discuss that in an open session.
And if he says they can't discuss it, it doesn't mean yes, but it doesn't mean no.
Okay. Do you have any information that the U.S. government is involved in a disinformation campaign to deny the existence of certain UAPs?
It does mean yes.
I can't go beyond what I've already stated publicly in my News Nation interview because it touches other sensitivities.
Okay. I'll yield the balance of my time back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Fox?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank our witnesses for being here today. Mr. Garouche, in your sworn testimony, you state that the United States government has retrieved supposedly extraterrestrial spacecraft and other UAP-related artifacts. You go so far as to state that the U.S. is in possession of, quote,
hold on, is she on Twitter? Oh, sorry.
Quote, non-human spacecraft, end quote, and that some of these artifacts have circulated with defense contractors. Several other former military and intelligence officials have come forward with similar allegations, albeit in non-public settings. However, Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, the director of AARO, previously testified before Congress that there has been, and I quote, no credible evidence thus far of extraterrestrial activity or of, quote, off-world technology brought to the attention of the office. To your knowledge, is that statement correct?
It's not accurate. I believe Dr. Kirkpatrick mentioned he had about 30 individuals that have come to Aero thus far. A few of those individuals have also come to Aero that I also interviewed,
Okay.
and I know what they provided Dr. Kirkpatrick and their team.
Okay.
I was able to evaluate
Okay,
that information.
I need to go on.
You can't ask a question and then be like, shh, okay, all right, I got another question. He's like still answering the first question.
On.
Well, I want to hear what he was saying. What are you cutting him off
have also
for?
come to Aero that I also interviewed,
Okay.
and I know what they provided Dr. Kirkpatrick and their team.
Okay.
I was able to evaluate
Okay,
that information.
I need to go on.
Sure.
But my understanding that his statement
Taking
is
three
accurate,
times as long to ask the question.
came from a direct quote. And this contradiction is a perfect example of why we need to inject transparency into our government. And for another example, look no further than the pitiful response to the Chinese spy balloon debacle earlier this year. You may remember the mass confusion that ensued when the balloon was first spotted over Montana, 4 days after it first entered U.S. airspace over Alaska. The Biden administration's initial inability to address the object grew into a continuous series of embarrassments. After news of the balloon reached the mainstream media, we were assured that the balloon posed no threat to our security. However, after the balloon was allowed to transit the entire continental United States, fighter jets were scrambled off the coast of South Carolina to shoot it down. This flip-flopping and obfuscation caused needless confusion, fear, and panic across the country. It's my hope, Mr. Chairman, that this sort of confusion will not be repeated. We should investigate the extent to which elements of our government possess or do not possess information that is of critical value to the American people. We owe it to the citizens.
Okay, what is there a question or is this just a statement? Like, there are some valid issues with the balloons. We talked about it at the beginning of the stream and the confusion, not that she's talking about, but that the general public has over the quantity of balloons and how it was consolidated in about a month and it was in many different areas worldwide. But now I'm not sure where this is going, and I've already lost the thread.
Of this nation to make sure that our government is transparent and accountable. We must make sure that our government provides answers, and Congress must do its duty to solicit those answers. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
So, like, one question as a gotcha, like, Sean Kirkpatrick said there's nothing to see here. Do you agree? No, actually, I interviewed. Okay, anyway, so I got a rest of the paper. I need to go. I'm done, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I gotta go bake some cookies or something.
Yeah, Mr. Frost.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In 2022,
Jesus.
NASA announced that it was commissioning an independent study team to examine UAPs. The NASA team is comprised of scientists across different fields, as well as former astronauts and pilots. In May, the independent study team held its first public meeting, which included the perspectives from NASA senior leaders, as well as perspectives from the Department of Defense and intelligence agencies. The NASA study team is also expected to release its first report pretty soon, and I think it's safe to say that we all eagerly await its results. Mr. Graves, how might NASA's research influence the commercial industry regarding safety in UAP?
I think NASA has a big role to play as far as commercial aviation safety, and it's one of their original charges as an organization. One of the recommendations that have been put forward is to utilize their existing aviation safety reporting system to serve as a short-term fill and trusted platform for pilots that want to report on UAP. It also has built-in analytics capability and is funded by Congress.
Gotcha. And also, Mr. Graves, are there any other industries that may be influenced by the NASA research on UAPs? And if so, how so?
Well, I think there is a large swath of commercial capabilities that could be brought to bear on this topic, from space-based or ground-based sensor systems that are available open source or through commercial marketplaces. And I think NASA's work, as they work to identify and highlight specific parameters that can be found, we can take that information and promulgate this through the public sector so that we can have a more open conversation about what we're seeing.
You know, in 2020, the Department of Defense released several videos of UAPs, including Mr. Frey.
He's like, yeah, that's why we're here. They were my videos and that guy's videos over there. We know. I made those, actually. Are you a fan?
Experience U.S. Navy pilots that recorded footage. In 2021, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence released a preliminary report on UAP events. NASA Administrator Bill Nelson stated that NASA would begin to investigate these events. In fact, I sit on the Science, Space, and Technology Committee, and when we were doing a hearing with the NASA Administrator Bill Nelson, I asked, you know, why NASA needed to be fully funded, and there were many great reasons, but one of them was actually had to do with UAPs. He actually mentioned, you know, is there life out there? I don't know. And so either way, these actions ultimately led NASA to assemble the independent study team that I mentioned earlier. Also in 2021, Harvard University stood up the Galileo project to research and examine the origins of UAP. So it seems like both, you know, from NASA and in the higher education community, because of the work that y'all have done and people standing up, you know, I think we're seeing some of that stigma slowly going away. Mr. Freyer, do you believe that military pilots feeling empowered to share their UAP experiences has directly impacted the scientific community's research goals on this topic?
I would say yes. I would say that, you know, starting in 2017, when it actually came out, it took that stigma away. I mean, I've talked to multiple senators who said prior to that, if you'd have mentioned UAP, you'd have been laughed off the hill. And now we're sitting here today for a public testimony on what's actually going on. You know, I'm hoping that this curve will be more of an exponential and we'll get more and more transparent to the level that we can.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, it's important. I couldn't imagine, you know, I'm not a pilot, but I used to fly gliders in Civil Air Patrol. Huh? Yeah,
Pilot?
I mean, you know. And so either way, I mean, I couldn't imagine, you know, being in the glider and seeing something and then not feeling like I had the agency to talk about it. Mr. Graves, can you discuss the importance of seeking scientists to sit on your advisory board?
Absolutely. I think ultimately this is going to be a scientific problem. And not only that, it's also an engineering problem. I've been working with the American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics to help them stand up a UAP integration committee to help integrate their engineering prowess into this problem. And so, yes, very much, I think this is an engineering and scientific problem as much as a national security problem.
Etal, as congressman, I used to fly in Microsoft Flight Simulator. I had a full HOTA set up with IR tracker that I mounted onto a visor on my head. Foot pedals, too, actually. So I'm kind of a pilot, too.
And how might Congress help to facilitate partnerships between the scientific community and the UAP focus groups within government?
Well, I think one of the things they can do is to have these types of hearings to communicate to the public that this is a topic of interest. I think that there is a pseudo-market, if you will, of interested capabilities and talent that want to approach this topic, and we're seeing that start to grow now. So I think continued conversation, reduction of stigma is going to allow that to flourish and allow answers to help generate themselves.
100%. Well, thank you all for being here and thank you for your work. I think it's important that we keep our top scientific minds focused on this issue and look for ways to increase collaboration. Thank you so much. I yield back.
Mr. Comer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me say I want to thank you for having this hearing, and I want to thank Mr. Burchett, Ms. Luna for leading this hearing. And with that, I yield my 5 minutes to Mr. Burchett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to
not a single question for the 3 people in front of you that say they've seen or have information on UAPs. Okay.
Mr. Grush, but if any of you all feel like you need to jump in.
He just gave it back to, oh boy.
Has the U.S. government become aware of actual evidence of extraterrestrial, otherwise unexplained forms of intelligence? And if so, when do you think this first occurred?
I like to use the term non-human. I don't like to denote origin. Keeps the aperture open, both scientifically. Certainly, like I've discussed publicly previously, 1930s.
Okay. Can you give me the names and titles of the people with direct firsthand knowledge and access to some of these crash retrieval programs, and maybe which facilities, military bases the recovered material would be in? And I know a lot of Congress have talked about we're going to go to Area 51 and
absolutely not.
There's nothing there anymore anyway. It's just, and we move like a glacier. And as soon as we announce it, I'm sure the moving vans would pull up, but please.
I can't discuss that publicly, but I did provide that information both to the Intel committees and the Inspector General.
I have to assume that they're just asking those questions to cover the base of allowing him to say that he has provided that information to someone and not just withholding it all to himself. I have to assume that they know that that is the response that is going to be said. I feel like it's just to put on the congressional record that, yes, I have officially given that information over to this and this.
We could get that
as per my last email.
In a skiff, if we were allowed to get in a skiff with you, would that be probably what you would think?
Sure, if you had the appropriate accesses, yeah.
What special access programs cover this information, and how is it possible that they have evaded oversight for so long?
I do know the names. Once again, I can't discuss that publicly and how they've evaded oversight. In a closed setting, I can tell you the specific tradecraft used.
All right.
Tradecraft, by the way, is a fancy way of saying spycraft. So if you hear him say tradecraft, that's what that means. It's basically like spy versus spy shit.
When do you think those programs began, and who authorized them?
I do know a lot of that information, but that's something I can't discuss publicly because of sensitivities.
All right. If any of y'all want to jump in on any of this, you're more than welcome to. What level of security clearance is required to fully access these programs?
Well, anybody who has...
and I say that because myself, Representative Gates...
He's answering your question. You have a time limit. All right, anyway.
Representative Luna were basically turned away at one point at Eglin, so please go right ahead.
Certainly difference between member access and, say, somebody like me, but anybody who has a TSSCI clearance and meets the eligibility criteria, the access adjudicative authority should be able to grant you access.
Mr. Burchett, if you'll yield, so just to put a fine point on that, there's nothing that you're aware of that's above special access program classification.
It's a misnomer that there's anything actually above top secret. Executive Order 13526 delineates the classification levels.
Right, but I draw a point on that because we can have access to those programs, and so the notion that we're not being given that access sort of defies our typical muscle memory here in Congress. Thank you, Mr. Burchett. I'll yield back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Along those lines, Title 10, you may not know this or not, but Title 10 and Title 50 authorization, they seem to say they're inefficient. So who gets to decide this, in your opinion, in the past?
It's a group of career senior executive officials.
Okay, are they government officials?
Both in and out.
Do what?
Both in and out of government, and that's about as far as I can go there. Yeah.
All right, well, that leads to my next question. Which private corporations are directly involved in this program? How much taxpayer money has been invested in these programs, to your knowledge? I mean, we know we audit the Pentagon every year, and I've been here 5 years, and they failed the dadgum thing every year. They lose over $1 billion a year, we think, and I've told the Department of Defense maybe 60% of their assets are unaccounted for, whatever the heck that means. In the public sector, you go to jail for that kind of crap. So tell me.
Yeah, I know when I'm $1 off of my DTS travel voucher, I get hammered, but it seems like it doesn't work the other way,
If you
right?
if you sell over $600 worth of stuff on eBay, now you get.
Chat, I'm going to tap the sign. Remember, we're in this for the aliens, okay? We're in this for UAPs, and it doesn't matter if they're talking about in and out or growing up in Tennessee, if we just eventually get to the UAP, then just tap the sign. Okay?
A call from the IRS, so please, what corporations?
Yeah, I don't know the specific metrics towards the end of your question. The specific corporations I did provide to the committees in specific divisions, and I spent 11 and a half hours with both Intel committees. So.
Okay, has there been an active U.S. government disinformation campaign to deny the existence of unidentified aerial phenomena, and if so, why?
I can't go beyond what I've already espoused publicly about that.
Whispers. You could just ask the question.
Okay, I've been told to ask you what that is and how to get it in the record.
What
have you stated publicly in your interviews for the congressional record?
If you reference my News Nation interview, and I talk about a multi-decade, campaign to disenfranchise public interest, basically.
Mr. Chairman, I've gone.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I apologize, Mr. Chairman. I yield back negative 21 seconds.
Thank you. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for coming here today. I do concur with the ranking member as well as several other members here on this committee that this is a committee for whistleblowers and for the protection of whistleblowers as well. So we understand what you're putting on the table here and what you're putting on the line here, and we thank you for that. Mr. Grush, you sat on the Unidentified Anomalous Phenomenon Task Force created in the 2020 NDAA, correct?
Yes.
There have been some things that have been mentioned here during this hearing that I wanted to pick up on. Mr. Graves, you mentioned specifically during the answers to one of your questions, you named Boeing contractors being engaged in an incident regarding this red cube about a football field wide. I was wondering if you could speak a little bit about the interaction, or Mr. Grush, either of you, the interactions between defense contractor companies and any UAP-related programs or activities.
So I'll just say that the information about the contractor himself were provided by a witness, and I have no particular detail in that relationship.
Mr. Grush?
Quick question. Do you think she has, stream notifications turned on right now if I subbed?
The kind of general unclassed wave tops, certainly the contractors, are the metal benders, so to speak. They're the ones actually doing specific performance on government contracts.
Are they required to issue any disclosure regarding UAP sightings, or do they engage in any reporting around this?
In terms of the contractors?
Yes.
Not that I'm aware of.
They do not. Okay. Now,
sorry, I was listening to the last question. Please repeat it. I'll pay attention this time.
Doing specific performance on government contracts.
Are they required to issue any disclosure regarding UAP sightings, or do they engage in any reporting around this?
In terms of the contractors?
Yes.
Not that I'm aware of.
They do not. Okay. Now, when it comes to notification that you had mentioned about IRAD programs, we have seen defense contractors abuse their contracts before through this committee. I have seen it personally, and I have also seen the notification requirements to Congress abused. I am wondering, one of the loopholes that we see in the law is that there is, at least from my vantage point, is that depending on what we're seeing, is that there are no actual definitions or requirements for notification. What methods of notification did you observe? Like when they say they notified Congress, how did they do that? Do you have insight into that?
For certain IRAD activities, I can only think of ones conventional in nature. Sometimes they flow through certain, I'll just say, SAP programs that have cognizant authority over the Air Force or something, and those are congressionally reported compartments, but IRAD is literally internal to the contractor, so as long as it's money, either profits, private investment, et cetera, they can do whatever they want.
To put a finer point on it, when there is a requirement for any agency or company to notify Congress, do they contact the chairman of a committee? Do they get them on the phone specifically? Is this through an email to hypothetically a dead email box?
A lot of it comes through what they call the PPR, periodic program review process.
I see where this is
if it's
going.
a SAP or controlled access program equity, and then those go to the specific committees, whether it be the SAS, CASC, HISI.
Thank you.
She's basically asking, she's trying to get him to say whether or not these reporting apparatuses are like, hey, you got something crazy you want to report? Just send it over here and they'll take care of it. But by the way, that it's kind of like when a creepy guy asks a girl for her phone number and they do like a fake phone number kind of thing. Except in this case, that's a terrible analogy because in this situation it'd be the people trying to report stuff, but they're the same end result where it's like, hey, send your reports here. And it goes into the furnace. Yeah, the suggestions box is the furnace. She's trying to get him to say whether or not their reporting apparatus goes to a dead-end email and doesn't have any kind of way to follow up, basically.
Apologize, my time is limited. Mr. Graves, one of your main concerns is that the FAA currently does not have an official process to receive reports of UAP from pilots or others, correct?
Correct.
And in your experience, what data should the Aero program prioritize for potential collection? We have, location, date, time, but are there other specific characteristics that should be included in these reports?
Certainly. I think that there's two categories that would be important. One would be kinematics and understanding the specifics of how the vehicle or objects are moving. And the second would be a more zoomed out approach of being able to look at origin and destination before the incident, as well as getting a better contextual understanding of how these objects are interacting with each other.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Now, because I only have a minute left, I apologize, we only have 5 minutes today, but for the record,
does that mean there's going to be a tomorrow?
Where would you look? Titles, programs, departments, regions, if you could just name anything. And I put that as an open question to the three of you.
I'd be happy to give you that in a closed environment. I can tell you specifically.
Thank you. Commander Fravor?
It's icebreakers.
I would say, and I've told people that you have to know where to look. They're not going to divulge it to you because of the classification levels. But if you know where to look and who to talk to, which is exactly what Mr. Grush can point you, then you have them.
Okay. Mr. Graves?
I was an operator, so I was depending on folks like Mr. Grush to do that homework.
Okay. Thank you very much. I yield back to the chair.
So that's just a way to be like, let's figure out how to get permission to go into a skiff, and I'll tell you everything that you need to know. And then the other two people just used their response to be like, listen to what that guy says. Like, yeah, listen to that guy.
Mr. Biggs? Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I thank the witnesses for being here today. I'm over here. Thank you so much for being here.
She's signaling that she's going to look in on it. Yeah, like that line of questioning is, if someone was going to look into this, if someone was going to investigate, if someone were going to like poke around a little bit, just in your opinion, where is the best place? Like if you could just name anywhere to start looking, like I feel like she was just hoping for any kind of clue. Like any kind of keyword, code word, just somewhere to start digging into. Like it seems like she's very interested in going further with that.
I want to get into specifics here, and a reason I'm going to go this way is because you've talked a bit about what I would call misdirection by official U.S. government with.
By the way, I haven't seen this before, so this is my first time watching this. I inherently distrust anyone who puts their reading glasses up on their forehead. Let's see if my bias comes out.
Regard to UAPs, right? And so I'm going to get to that in a second. But last week, White House NSC spokesman John Kirby stated that UAPs are having an impact on our training ranges and need to be treated as a legitimate issue. Do you concur with the statements? That's for each of you.
Yes.
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 Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Now, having said that, I'm going to take you to specific instances around the Phoenix Valley, because that's where I live. And in '97, we had the famous Phoenix Light case. I don't know if any of you are familiar with that. There were two things that went along with that, and the explanation was military training range off Luke and the Barry Goldwater range. Do you know anything different other than the official explanation of those lights?
Only what's in the public vernacular about it. That was outside the scope of my duties.
And if we wanted to, just my question along with my colleague from New York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, if we wanted to find out more about that, where would we go to find the files, and who would we address? And are you going to tell me we need to go to a SCIF so you can tell us in a SCIF?
I could potentially give you a vector on that. That specific case, I'm familiar with it in terms of public, but I give you a vector in a closed environment, yeah.
Yeah, this is like a personal case. He doesn't really sound like, I'm just inferring things, but it sounds like he had one specific question that he's wondered since 1997. He's like, what were those goddamn lights? I need to know before I die. I don't care about humanity or like revealing this to the general public. Can you tell me what the lights were? He has his chance.
That would be good, thank you. So if it's true that UAPs are having an impact on training ranges, and this administration considers it to be a legitimate issue, what steps can Congress take to address training range impacts? And I say that having two very large training ranges in my state. And so we'll start with Mr. Graves and going down the panel.
Some of the initial procedures have been implemented, such as within the United States Navy, that have a range failure report that gathers information from pilots. I understand that a service-wide reporting mechanism is still pending. However, that would be a great next step, not only for gathering information, but for showing the troops that it is an acceptable topic and reducing the stigma.
Okay, please, all of you continue.
Yeah, as a recipient of a lot of those training range reports, sometimes we only get contextual kind of oral reporting. It'd be nice if they attached all sensor data and there's a system in place that can handle multiple classifications of data. And that's an issue with the F-35, right? That jet was never built to be an ISR platform. And it's a pain in the, we'll just say butt, to get that data off, so, yeah.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, I would agree with the previous two, being a user of those training ranges, that the data has to be out there. You have to acknowledge that you're seeing them, and then you have to collect the data. Right now, you get the report, someone says, I saw something, but no one collects the radar data to back it up and do research.
Okay. Do you believe that the 2019 classification guidelines for UAPs interferes with the federal government's ability to be transparent with the American people? And do you think we need to be more transparent with the American people? All of you, yeah.
I'll say yes to that.
Yeah, I'm familiar with at least the UAP Task Force 2019 Security Classification Guide. I think it's fair. I did actually help author that with the director.
you got a bias that way then.
But I will say, I'll call it a lazy attitude about declassifying videos. I mean, I've seen some of the videos of the recent shoot down, and I saw no reason that couldn't have been released as long as they mask some data. The American people deserve to see that imagery and full motion video.
So he's seen the balloon shoot down video, or at least one of them. He's seen the potentially HD UAP balloon shoot down.
I would think, well, in my opinion, I will say things are overclassified. I know for a fact the video or the pictures that came out in the 2020 report that had the stuff off the East Coast, they were taken with an iPhone off the East Coast. A buddy of mine was one of the senior people there, and he said they were originally classified to TSSCI. And my question to him was, what's TSSCI about these? They're an iPhone literally off the vacapes. That's not TSSCI. So they're overclassified, and as soon as they do that, they go in a vault, and then you all have to look for them.
Yeah, so with the overclassification, that may be one way. Are there other ways that the DOD...
Those videos are on YouTube Talks. No, what he's saying is he's seen the classified shoot-down videos, which means not the ones taken from a distance. He's thought, like, these fighter jets have missiles that have optics on the missiles, for example. And they have closer than, like, miles away video of something going poof, all right? They didn't... The government didn't just go, like, what the hell is that thing over there, dude? I don't know. It's some kind of blob that's flying over. Sir, should we scramble something to go get some reconnaissance on? Not just shoot it down and record it from here. Like, he's referring to classified video of the shootdowns, not the things that we've already seen. And he's saying there's no reason why it couldn't be released to the public with a few censors being obscured.
Classified at TSSCI. And my question to him was, what's TSSCI about these? They're an iPhone
Right.
literally off the vapes. That's not TSSCI. So they're overclassified, and as soon as they do that, they go in a vault, and then you all have to look for them.
Yeah, so with the overclassification, that may be one way. Are there other ways that the DoD or intelligence agencies are keeping this information from the American people or even from Congress?
I think part of that has been not encouraging reporting. If the problem is not something that can be measured, it's not something that's going to be fixed.
Okay, very good. Well, I'm out of time, and I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
First of all, without objection, Representative Nick Langworthy of New York has waived on the subcommittee for purpose of questioning witnesses at today's subcommittee hearing. And then we go to Mr. Burleson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate you guys coming out today, testifying. Look, I've been here for 6 months, and I'm pretty skeptical. I don't trust anything in this town. And so I think that's because I'm from Missouri. You've got to show me, right? With that being said, there's been a lot of things that have been said in the public, Mr. Grush, and so I want to get down to, if we can, some specifics, right? So at one point you had said that there has been harmful activity or aggressive activity. Has any of the activity been aggressive, been hostile in your reports?
I know of multiple colleagues of mine that got physically injured.
Wow.
And the activity, and I got
by UAPs or by people within the federal government?
Both.
Okay, so there has been activity by alien or non-human technology and or beings that has caused harm to humans.
I can't get into the specifics in an open environment, but at least the activity that I personally witnessed, and I have to be very careful here, because they tell you never to acknowledge tradecraft, right? So what I personally witnessed
They tell you never to acknowledge tradecraft, publicly acknowledge spycraft. So you can't go into details on what people in the intelligence community, their tactics are.
Myself and my wife was very disturbing.
How do you rewind 30 seconds?
One of my constituents.
Very careful here, because they tell you never to acknowledge tradecraft, right? So what I personally witnessed myself and my wife was very disturbing.
Okay, so I think he's just saying that the people who him and his wife felt threatened internally by not UAPs, because she doesn't have the clearance that he does. Arrow keys? Okay. But yeah, threatening it from a government agent spycraft style of I think that angle. Now, when he says that he witnessed UAPs harming some of his colleagues, I think that's what he said, if I'm not misquoting him from 30 seconds ago. That doesn't mean that the UAP punched him or that the alien got out and was like, "Hey, bro, you want to go? I'm going to smash your face into my windshield." There is something that is called, I think it's called Havana Syndrome. That is sort of a catch-all phrase that would effectively cover the fact that anomalous material could have unknown effects on humans interacting with them. Think the people who responded to Chernobyl. Not like radiation burns or something necessarily, but that line of injury where it's just I picked this up and I don't know what it is, and oh my god, I'm dying after that. But yeah, it covers a lot of different things. It's at this point, Wikipedia says Havana Syndrome is a cluster of unproven idiopathic symptoms experienced mostly abroad by U.S. government officials and military personnel. The symptoms range in severity from pain and ringing in the ears to cognitive dysfunction. And there are many potential explanations for why that is. And I'm not saying that's all UAP stuff. I'm just saying that it would be, when he says, I know colleagues that were injured, I don't think he necessarily means an alien shot me. It could just mean they were interacting with the anomalous material and, as a result, sustained injuries.
Okay. One of my constituents actually sent this next question, and I figured I'd ask it since I had the same thought. You've said that the U.S. has intact spacecraft. You said that the government has alien bodies or alien species.
He did say that.
Have you seen the spacecraft?
I have to be careful to describe what I've seen firsthand and not in this environment, but I could answer that question behind closed doors. Yeah.
And have you seen any of the bodies?
That's something I've not witnessed myself.
Okay, and so with that being said, you know, and the other statement that has been made that was intriguing to me because, and it's
notice that the answer, that is something I have not witnessed myself, is open. There's slightly open-ended. Like if you had seen I'm just saying hypothetically, if you had seen photographic or video evidence or gotten eyewitness testimony, that would still be covered by the statement, I have not witnessed anything myself.
Intriguing because my view has been that we are billions of light years away from any other system. And the concept that an alien species that's technologically advanced enough to travel billions of light years gets here and somehow is incompetent enough to not survive Earth,
billions of light years,
is something that I find a little bit far-fetched.
Chat, billions of light years. I want to give the benefit of the doubt and say maybe he means billions of miles or something like that, but billions of light years is an incredible distance. Closest solar system to Earth is the Sun. The exoplanet distance from Alpha Centauri B Orange Star is only 6 million kilometers. So like, that's not even. It's 150 million kilometers from Earth to the Sun. But yeah, it's... Hang on. I want to get the actual data. All right, NASA. Alpha Centauri is the nearest star system. Alpha Centauri distance from Earth is 40 billion kilometers. Okay. So when if you said billions of miles or billions of kilometers, that would have been accurate. But when you say billions of light years, that's not something you want to misspeak in the congressional record, probably, as sort of like a, I don't believe this. I don't think Team Skeptic would want you on their team, is all I'm saying.
Survive Earth or crashes is something that I find a little bit far-fetched. And with that being said, you have mentioned that there's interdimensional potential. Could you expound on that?
Yeah, to answer your first question, and I'm here as a fact witness and expert, but I will give you a theoretical framework, at least to work off, to kind of espouse crashes, regardless of your level of sentience, right? Planes crash, cars crash. N number of sorties, however high, a small percentage are going to end in mission failure, if you will, as we say in the Air Force. And then in terms of multidimensionality, that kind of thing, the framework that I'm familiar with, for example, is something called the holographic principle. It derives itself from general relativity and quantum mechanics, and that is, if you want to imagine a 3D object such as yourself casting a shadow onto a 2D surface, that's the holographic principle. So you can be projected, quasi-projected from higher dimensional space to lower dimensional. It's a scientific trope that you can actually cross literally, as far as I understand, but there's probably guys with PhDs that we could probably argue about that.
But you have not seen any documentation that that's what's occurring?
Only a theoretical framework discussion, yes.
Okay. Okay.
He's cooking too much.
Occam's razor is that these aircraft, have they been identified that they are being produced by domestic, military and contractors? Is there any evidence that that's what's being recovered?
Is he going to say Fermi paradox next? I swear to God, if he says Fermi paradox next.
Not to my knowledge, plus the recoveries predate a lot of our advanced programs that I previously am witting of, so.
Would it be safe to say that there could be a scenario today where you have an aircraft that crashes and because it's been involved in one program from one federal agency, and but the agency that retrieves it is not aware of that program, and to them it appears alien in origin?
I mean, that's a hypothetical situation. I'm not aware of any historical situation that would match that you described, so.
You're not aware, it has not happened that you're aware of?
That I'm aware of.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Several months ago, my office received a protected disclosure from Eglin Air Force Base.
Chat, can I take a pee break real quick so we can finish this out and then discuss afterward? It's been 3.5 hours. No. I'm being rejected. Do it at your desk. What is he hiding? What am I hiding? Okay, hang on. Hold on. I can appeal to your sense of empathy here. I have a dog, and he's sitting on the ground right now. Because he also needs to go pee. Prove it. Listen, I have photographs of my dog. I have videos of my dog. Okay? I have 40 witnesses who have told me I have a dog. Oh, here, I found him. I'm going to let Midas give testimony at the UAP hearing. Midas, what do you think? Tell me about your experiences with UAPs. Okay, good boy. All right, chat. I'll be right back. You guys listen to this. And then look at this. And then I'll be back in a couple minutes. All right, thanks for hanging out. I'm having fun. Hopefully you're enjoying it too. We'll be back as soon as this dog goes outside. Yo. Hold on. Go back. I got water. Okay, music done at the perfect time. Also, I will check all the subs and stuff after this. It's just too hard to keep up with all of that.
It's indicating that there was a UAP incident that required my attention. I sought a briefing regarding that episode and brought with me Congressman Burchett and Congresswoman Luna. We asked to see any of the evidence that had been taken by flight crew in this endeavor and to observe any radar signature as well as to meet with the flight crew. We were not afforded access to all of the flight crew. And initially, we were not afforded access to images and to radar. Thereafter, we had a bit of a discussion about how authorities flow in the United States of America, and we did see the image. And we did meet with one member of the flight crew who took the image. The image was of something that I am not able to attach to any human capability, either from the United States or from any of our adversaries. And I'm somewhat informed on the matter, having served on the Armed Services Committee for 7 years, having served on the committee that oversees DARPA and advanced technologies for several years. When we spoke with the flight crew, and when he showed us the photo that he'd taken, I asked why the video wasn't engaged, why we didn't have a FLIR system that worked. Here's what he said. They were out on a test mission that day over the Gulf of Mexico, and when you're on a test mission, you're supposed to have clear airspace, not supposed to be anything that shows up. And they saw a sequence of 4 craft in a clear diamond formation for which there is a radar sequence that I alone have observed in the United States Congress. One of the pilots goes to check out that diamond formation and sees a large floating, what I can only describe as an orb, again, like I said,
Spheres.
not of any human capability that I'm aware of. And when he approached, he said that his radar went down, he said that his FLIR system malfunctioned, and that he had to manually take this image from one of the lenses, and it was not automated in collection as you would typically see in a test mission. So I guess I'll start with Commander Fravor. How should we think about the fact that this craft that was approached by our pilot had the capability of disarming a number of the sensor and collection systems on that craft?
Well, I think this goes to that national security side, and you can go back through history of things showing up at certain areas and disabling our capabilities, which is disheartening. And for us, I mean, like I said, it completely disabled the radar on the aircraft when it tried to do it, and the only way we could see it is passively, which is how he got that image. So I think that's a concern on what are these doing, not only how do they operate, but their capabilities inside to do things like this.
And how should we think about 4 craft moving in a very clear formation, equidistant from one another, in a diamond? In all of the phenomenon, perhaps, Mr. Grave, that you've analyzed, have we ever seen multiple craft in a single formation?
I have one particular case, and that was during the gimbal incident. The recording on the AT FLIR system shows a single object that rotates. You hear the pilots refer to a fleet of objects that is not visible on the FLIR system, and that was something that I witnessed during the debrief as part of the radar data on the situational awareness page. I would like to add, however, Congressman, there's a small bit of anger, I would say. I would feel that those pilots are still facing that difficulty in reporting this topic, and they don't have the tools to be able to mitigate this issue. It just goes to show how serious this is and why this is such an important issue for our pilots and for our nation.
It was stated explicitly to me by these test pilots that if you have a UAP experience, the best thing you can do for your career is forget it and not tell anyone. Because any type of reporting, either above the surface or below the surface, does have a perceived consequence to these people, and that is a culture we must change if we want to get to the truth. Mr. Chairman, I would observe that perhaps as we move forward from this hearing, there are some obvious next steps. Every person watching this knows that we need to meet with Mr. Grush in a secure, compartmentalized facility so that we can get fulsome answers that do not put him in jeopardy and that give us the information we need. Second, I would suggest that the radar images that were collected of this formation of craft out of Eglin Air Force Base, and specifically the actual image taken by the actual flight crew that we can actually validate, be provided to the committee, subpoenaed if necessary, so that we're able to track how to get this type of reporting and analysis done in a more fulsome way. That would be my recommendation, humbly, as a guest here of the Fine Oversight Committee. I yield back.
So we got 2 new UAPs on this stream. We got the big 100-yard red square that, correct me if my memory is wrong, but I think he said that it emerged out of the water and hovered over something and then hovered and flew away. I don't remember the rest of the details, but it was a football-sized square. That was square is their word. Etal, I think you got to tap the sign. Yeah, you always got to tap the sign. This one for chat. They having some problems. So that was so then we've also got the diamond with backup radar data and an actual picture that, to my knowledge, they went to investigate presumably the flight crew and question the flight crew in advance of this hearing, and were denied access to the flight crew and then given access, but only to talk to one person of the flight crew. And then they were only allowed to talk to them, and they had trouble even seeing the photograph. But then when he saw the photograph, he instantly was convinced, whatever it was, that it was non-human in nature, his own words, and that he saw the data, and in again his words, he alone has seen it in all of Congress because of following the thread, and is advocating for that information having an avenue of reporting so that everyone else can be privy to that information, dissect it, and come to understand it. I think we're on that page. And a gray or black cube in a transparent sphere. That one's not new. Ryan Graves has been describing it like that for a while. But yeah, that was one that was described, was a gray or black cube in a transparent sphere. But that one wasn't new.
Ms. Mace.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to our witnesses who are testifying today. I want to thank each of you for being here to discuss a topic of grave importance to our national security. Earlier this year, a Chinese spy balloon was shot down off the coast of my home state of South Carolina. Since the Roswell incident in 1947, many Americans have wondered about the dangers of unknown objects crisscrossing our skies. Whether these are UAPs or weather phenomena, advanced technology from American allied or enemy forces, or something more out of this world. So my first question, I have several questions, and if we could just be quick on these first two, I'm going to ask each of you the same question, and then I'll get to each of you individually. The first one, when you reported your experiences with a UAP, did any of you face any repercussions with your superiors, yes or no?
No.
No.
I've actually never seen anything personally, believe it or not. So.
All right. And then do you believe there's an active disinformation?
And when he says I've never seen anything personally, he means the two people sitting beside him were the ones with the first-hand experience. David Grush doesn't have first-hand experience, but is a intelligence official with max clearance whose job it was to investigate all of these things.
Campaign within our government to deny existence of UAPs, yes or no?
I don't have an answer to that.
As previously stated publicly, yes.
I think previously with like Project Blue Book, yes, but currently I don't speak for the United States government.
Okay. Thank you. I have a few questions for Mr. Graves. What percentage of UAP sightings, in your belief, go unreported by our pilots?
This is an approximation based off of my personal experience speaking with a number of pilots, but I would estimate we're somewhere near 5% reporting, perhaps.
So like 95% basically don't report seeing UAPs.
That's just my personal estimate.
Wow.
In the incident off Virginia
95%.
Beach, do you believe the Navy took the danger to your aircraft seriously after it was reported?
Absolutely.
A few questions for Mr. Favor. As an expert naval
Fravor.
aviator, have you ever seen an object that looked and moved like the Tic Tac UAP?
No.
Did the Tic Tac UAP move in such a way that defied the laws of physics?
The way we understand them, yes.
Many dismiss UAP reports as classified weapons testing by our own government, but in your experience as a pilot, does our government typically test advanced weapon systems right next to multi-million-dollar jets without informing our pilots?
No, we have test ranges for that.
It took over 15 years for your encounter with the Tic Tac to be declassified. Do you feel there was a good reason to prevent lawmakers from having access to this footage?
No, I just think it was ignored when it happened, and it just sat somewhere in a file. Never got reported.
Chat needs to hear that again. Which part? The part where he adamantly denied that there is any possibility that these are government funded and created creations that are, for whatever reason, being tested right next to all of our existing military personnel without informing them first. That part. Can we stop and appreciate someone actually just asking questions? I also want to appreciate all of the witnesses do not beat around the bush. Like, if they can answer the question, they're just like, yes, that's correct. They don't go, oh, listen, dadgummit, when I was a child and I was taken out to see the local fair, I looked up into the sky one day, you know. They're just like, yes, that's correct. Okay, Nick, I know time is short. No, I can't answer that.
Drawer. It happens a lot up here.
All right, go back.
Advanced weapon systems right next to multi-million-dollar jets without informing our pilots.
No, we have test ranges for that.
It took over 15 years for your encounter with the Tic Tac to be declassified. Do you feel there was a good reason to prevent lawmakers from having access to this footage?
No, I just think it was ignored when it happened, and it just sat somewhere in a file. Never got reported.
In a drawer. It happens a lot up here. Shocker. Mr. Gresh, a couple of questions for you too, sir, this morning. What percentage of UAPs do you feel are adequately investigated by the U.S. government, of the 5% that are reported?
I can only speak for my personal leadership over at NGA. I tried to look at every report that came through that I could triage, so.
Do you believe that officials at the highest levels of our national security apparatus have unlawfully withheld information from Congress and subverted our oversight authority?
There are certain elected leaders that had more information that I'm not sure what they've shared with certain Gang of Eight members or et cetera, but certainly I would not be surprised.
Okay. You've stated that the government is in possession of potentially non-human spacecraft. Based on your experience and extensive conversations with experts, do you believe our government has made contact with intelligent extraterrestrials?
Something I can't discuss in public setting.
Okay,
Doesn't mean yes,
when
Chad.
do you think this occurred? If you believe we have crashed craft, stated earlier, do we have the bodies of the pilots who piloted this craft?
As I've stated publicly already in my News Nation interview, biologics came with some of these recoveries, yeah.
He's saying that not only are they reverse engineering non-human craft, but that some of them came with bodies inside.
Were they, I guess, human or non-human biologics?
Non-human, and that was the assessment of people with direct knowledge on the program I talked to that are currently still on the program.
And was this documentary evidence, this video, photos, eyewitness? Like, how would that be determined?
The specific documentation I would have to talk to you in a skiff about.
Gotcha. Okay. So, and you may or may not be able to answer my last question, and maybe we get into a skiff at the next hearing that we have, but who in the government, either what agency, sub-agency, what contractors, who should be called into the next hearing about UAPs, either in a public setting or even in a private setting? And you probably can't name names, but what agencies or organizations, contractors, et cetera, do we need to call in to get these questions answered, whether it's about funding, what programs are happening, and what's out there?
I can give you a specific cooperative and hostile witness list of specific individuals that were in those.
And how soon can we get that list?
I'm happy to provide that to you after the
Chat, I'm just going to go back a second. I saw some people in chat say biologics doesn't equal bodies. He's referring to his the interview that he already gave with News Nation. So those aren't like bombshell reveals. He's already stated this, and in his own words, the UFO recovery program, this is not a direct quote, but the next part is, the UFO recovery program that is maintained by the U.S. federal government is in possession of, quote, non-human, end quote, spacecraft, and, quote, dead pilots, end quote. So, anyway, that is his claim. So it doesn't just mean, like, DNA samples. Who is this guy? You'd have to be here at the beginning part of the stream for all that, because he kind of goes over it, you know, at the beginning. But, sorry, I just got here. We'll just start over. Hold on. Do we just go back 2 hours? Just go 2 hours. But yes, David, the person speaking now is the whistleblower who filed his complaint a couple months ago, making these public claims, and he's given some interviews with what he's legally allowed to say. And effectively, his experience is stated in his congressional, I'll just search David Grush, congressional hearing, because they post all these in their opening statement. So here's his opening statement. He said, I was an intelligence officer for 14 years, both in the U.S. Air Force at the rank of major, and most recently from 2021 to 2023 at the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency at the GS-15 civilian level, which is the military equivalent of a full bird colonel. I was my agency's co-lead in the unidentified anomalous phenomena and transmedium object analysis, as well as reporting to UAP Task Force, the UAPTF, and eventually the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, AARO. So it was effectively his job to investigate special access programs on behest of Congress. It was his congressional mandate to identify any special access program or controlled access program that may have to do with unidentified anomalous phenomena as part of the task force. So it was his actual job to investigate UAPs and UFOs at the highest clearance levels. So he was able to see every special access program, which are basically like the secret ops and the secret programs that go on behind the scenes, except for those which pertained to crash recovery vehicles. So he was not read in to anything that pertained to the stuff that he is now whistleblowing on. But he's got, in his words, 40 witnesses that he's talked to who are in the know there, and has seen documents and evidence himself behind the scenes. So that's the short version. So you can, some people in chat say that's not good enough, and that's okay. Be skeptical, but that's who's talking.
But what agencies or organizations, contractors, et cetera, do we need to call in to get these questions answered, whether it's about funding, what programs are happening, and what's out there?
I can give you a specific cooperative and hostile witness list of specific individuals that were in those.
And how soon can we get that list?
I'm happy to provide that to you after the hearing.
Super, thank you, and I yield back.
Okay, yeah. See, remember when I told you at the beginning of the stream that this is like an icebreaker between Congress and the witnesses? It's basically their way of figuring out which ones of you are serious about listening to me and how can I communicate the things that I know to you. So, because his job was to answer to Congress. It was a congressional mandate, so he is, at least on paper, on their team. That's why he's doing all this in the first place. And like a couple people in chat said at the beginning, a lot of this represents a disconnect between Congress and the Department of Defense and a lack of communication between them. And now Congress is starting to get upsetty that there's a bunch of things going on under their noses. And that's one of the main things driving all of this.
Okay. Now we have Mr. Langworthy. Is he here? Okay.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank all of the witnesses for being here today to discuss this very unique topic. And I'd like to jump right into my questions, if you don't mind. Commander Fravor, can you briefly describe your background?
Yeah, I was an enlisted Marine, Naval Academy graduate, Navy, flew for 18 years, got a master's from University of Houston, and I've worked in the private sector for the last, 16 years, 17 years. I do a lot of defense work. So.
Really gold-plated credentials. Commander Fravor, we have all seen the flow.
Okay, again, just to harp in, I think what this guy's trying to get him to say is that, we talked about this earlier, but they don't just put commander in front of his name for funsies. He's a CO where commander represents the equivalent rank of lieutenant colonel in the other armed services. So he would be effectively the captain of something like a frigate or a destroyer. So like earlier they were like, did you report what you saw to your commanding officer? And he was like, I was the commanding officer. So he's not a grunt. No offense, grunts, if you're out there. We love you too, but.
Spring Tic Tac video that you engaged with on November 14th, 2004. Can you briefly talk about why you were off the coast of San Diego that day?
Yeah, we were at a workup with all the battle groups, so we integrate the ships with the carrier, the air wing with the carrier, and we start working. So we were doing an air-to-air defense to hone not only our skills, but those of the USS Princeton when they had been tracking them for 2 weeks. The problem was that there was never manned aircraft airborne when they were tracking them, and this was the first day, and unfortunately, we were the ones airborne and went and saw it.
Do you remember the weather that day? Was it cloudy or windy or anything out of the ordinary on the Pacific coast?
It was actually, if you're familiar with San Diego, it was a perfect day. Light winds, no white caps, clear skies, not a cloud. It was, for flying, it was the best.
Now, is it true that you saw, in your words, a 40-foot flying tic-tac shaped object?
That's correct. Or for some people that can't know what a tic-tac is, it's a giant flying propane tank.
Fair enough. Did this object come up on radar or interfere with your radar or the USS Princeton?
The Princeton tracked it, the Nimitz tracked it, the E-2 tracked it. We never saw it on our radars. Our fire control radars never picked it up. The other airplane that took the video did get it on a radar. As soon as it tried to lock it, it jammed the radar, spit the lock, and he rapidly switched over to the targeting pod, which you can do in the F-18.
From what you saw that day and what you've seen on video, did you see any source of propulsion from the flying object, including on any potential thermal scans from your aircraft?
No, there's none. There's no IR plume coming out. And Chad, who took the video, went through all the EO, which is black and white TV, and the IR modes, and there's no visible signs of propulsion. It's just sitting in space at 20,000 feet.
In your career, have you ever seen a propulsion system that creates no thermal exhaust?
No.
Can you describe how the aircraft maneuvered?
Abruptly, very determinate. It knew exactly what it was doing. It was aware of our presence, and it had acceleration rates. I mean, it went from 0 to matching our speed in no time at all.
Now, if the fastest plane on Earth was trying to do these maneuvers that you saw, would it be capable of doing that?
No, not even close.
And just to confirm, this object had no wings, correct?
No wings.
Now, was the aircraft that you were flying, was it armed?
No, never felt threatened at all.
If the aircraft was armed, do you believe that your aircraft or any aircraft in possession?
Okay, is there a miscommunication here? Chat, help me out. When this guy says, was your aircraft armed, I think he means, did it have weapons on it? And then when the service member hears, were you armed? Armed equals weapons hot. Yeah, that means like we got the little switches are flipped. We're ready to fire. Like you don't arm your weapons unless you're ready to shoot them, basically. So I feel like there was a miscommunication here, because they probably had weapons, but they were not armed. I thought maybe he heard harmed. I'll rewind it like just enough seconds to hear that again.
Felt threatened at all.
One more.
If the aircraft, would it be capable of doing that?
No, not even close.
And just to confirm, this object had no wings, correct?
No wings.
Now, was the aircraft that you were flying, was it armed?
No, never felt threatened at all.
Because like you would say, like if you understood the question, he might be saying, we never felt threatened, therefore we didn't arm our weapons. But the other guy is taking it as, we didn't have weapons.
If the aircraft was armed, do you believe that your aircraft or any aircraft in possession of the United States could have shot the Tic Tac down?
I'd say no. Just on the performance, it would just left in a split second.
It looks like that we have a problem here that needs further investigation.
If we can't shoot it down, damn it, then we need to investigate this. Okay, as your U.S. representative, I stake my reputation on being able to shoot shit down. This is a problem.
Yes.
In your belief, is this flying Tic Tac, I mean, is it capable of being the product of any other nation on the earth?
No, like I said earlier, I think it defies current material science and the ability to develop that much propulsion. And I know there's been some physicists have done calculations, which is beyond anything that we have.
Well, either the United States has an adversary here in this world that we don't know, or we really have some serious investigations to do. I really appreciate you being here.
They're enemies.
Is there anything else about the November 14th, 2004 incident that you think is important for this committee to know that you haven't been asked here today?
No, it's been said it's probably the most credible UFO sighting in history based on all the sensors that were tracking it, and then for us to get visual and to go against the naysayers that it's something on the screen or whatever. I mean, there's 4 sets of human eyeballs. We're all very credible. Of the 6 of us that were involved in the thing, including the video, every one of us is going to do 20+ years in the military in very responsible positions. So I'd say the world needs to know that.
Yeah, like with the Tic Tac in particular, the video that is released is small and blurry. But here's the things. We've got 4 witnesses because there are 2 planes. The planes have, they're 2-seater planes. So there's 2 people per plane. 2 went in close, 2 stayed up high, Overwatch, both saw. Then, okay, so that's the initial sighting. I think 2 separate warships are both able to track them. Okay, so we have 2 different warships that have them on scopes, for lack of a better term. And then once it disappears from their view, it reappears on the second ship. And then they have a second plane or a set of planes that go out and actually record the video of the object, who are the ones that provide. I don't think they had eyes on this entity, but weren't the ones that actually recorded it. It was a separate group of pilots who went out, caught up to it, and recorded it, if I understand everything correctly. So that's a lot of separate angles.
It's not a joke.
No, thank you very much for your testimony here today for all of you, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Ogles.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for being here and the courage it took to come forward and again, the sacrifice that each of you have made. I serve on the National Security Subcommittee for the Financial Services Committee, so I really want to stay in the national security lane, if I may. So when we think about traditional adversaries and both us towards them and them towards us, we probe their capabilities.
Don't
we
say
look
that
for
word.
weaknesses, and we collect that data, that reconnaissance for in the event we need it in the future. For each of you, yes or no question, based off of your own experience or the data that you've been privy to, is there any indication that these UAPs could be essentially collecting reconnaissance information? Mr. Graves?
Yes.
Mr. Grush?
Fair assessment, yeah.
Mr. Fravor?
Very possible.
Again, in the national security vein, is it possible that these UAPs would be probing our capabilities? Yes or no, Mr. Graves?
Stop.
Grush?
Yes.
Probing.
Fravor?
Definitely.
Is it possible that these UAPs are testing for vulnerabilities in our current systems?
Yes.
Yes.
Possible.
That's scary.
Do you feel, based off of your experience and the information that you've been privy to, that these UAPs provide an existential threat to the national security of the United States? Mr. Graves?
Potentially.
Yes, sir, potentially.
Same answer, potentially.
Yeah, I'd say
Fravor?
definitely, potentially.
Mr. Graves and Fravor, in the event that your encounters have become hostile, would you have had the capability to defend yourself, your crew, your aircraft?
Absolutely not.
Sir?
No.
Is based off of the information that you've been privy to, is there any indication that these UAPs are interested in our nuclear technology and capabilities?
Yes.
By external observation, sure, that could be a fair assessment, yeah.
Yes.
Is there any indication that the Department of Energy is involved in UAP data collection and
Spicy
housing?
question.
I don't have an answer.
I can't confirm or deny that in a public setting.
Could you
Spicy
do it
question.
in a secure setting?
Yes.
Mr. Fravor?
No, I don't know.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, so basically what this guy's asking is it possible that a lot of these under-the-table Black Ops programs are being obfuscated by putting them where you wouldn't expect them to be, such as under the Department of Energy, as opposed to the places you might expect them, like our typical military funding programs? Especially when he's insinuating that there is suspicion that, and this is all complete hypothetical, by the way, the hypothetical is, what if one of these reverse engineerable technologies is some kind of energy solution? And they're interested in nuclear energy. Like they just admitted that it's very likely and possible that the UAPs are interested in nuclear in particular. And yeah, Department of Energy handles a lot of that type of stuff. Yeah. Italics, he's also in the position to do the auditing necessary to follow the leads. I'll take your word for it.
I think I'm the last member to go, but there clearly is a threat to the national security of the United States of America. As members of Congress, we have a responsibility to maintain oversight and be aware of these activities so that, if appropriate, we take action. I would encourage the chairman to demand that we have any and all, but in particular Mr. Grush, talk to us in a skiff. And if that access is denied, I will personally volunteer to initiate the Holman Rule against any personnel or any program or any agency that denies access to Congress.
The Holman Rule is a rule in the United States House of Representatives that allows amendments to appropriations legislation that would reduce the salary of or fire specific federal employees or cut a specific program. Versions of the rule were in effect during 1876 to 1895 and again during 1911 to 1983. So basically, just like, if you don't let us in, we'll find a way to fire you. So that's a flex, basically.
Mr. Chairman, with that, I will yield the remainder of my time to my fellow colleague from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Ogles, for the great questions, brother. Mr. Grush, I might have asked this before, but I want to make sure. Do you have any personal knowledge of someone who's possibly been injured working on legacy UAP reverse engineering?
Yes.
Okay. How were they injured? Is it something like a radioactive type situation or something we didn't understand? I've heard people talk about Havana syndrome type incidences. What was your recollection of that?
I can't get into specifics, but you could imagine assessing an unknown unknown. There's a lot of potentialities you can't fully prepare for.
How do you think we ought to handle UAP whistleblower complaints like yours in the future?
Yeah, there was some issue with mine. So, PPD 19 process, it goes to the Intel committees, either through PPD 19 or ICD 120. There's not a good way for the Intelligence Community Inspector General to provide that to other committees. And I asked my information to be sent to the House and Senate Armed Services Committee because there are Title X equities at play, but there was no smooth process to do so. Yeah.
It's a trash can. Are you aware of any individuals that are participating in reverse engineering programs for non-terrestrial craft?
Personally, yes.
Do you know any that would be willing to testify if there were protections for them?
Certainly closed door and assurances that breaking their NDA, they're not going to get administratively punished for so. Yeah.
I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I'm going to do something a little bit out of the ordinary here. We're going to give 3 people a chance at an additional 3 minutes. So Mr. Burchett, do you want to keep going?
Why don't you come back to me, Mr. Chairman? Ms. Luna, if she's on, is she on that list?
Sure.
Chairman, I'd like to submit for the record an article by News Nation, and it follows Mr. Grush's full interview for the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Grush, why is it that you refer to the phenomenon as non-human intelligence? Why deviate from the basis of extraterrestrial life?
I think the phenomenon is very complex, and I like to leave an open mind analytically to specific origin.
When you say specific origin, are you referring, can you elaborate on that for those that might not?
If it's a traditional extraterrestrial origin or something else that I don't quite understand from either a biological or astrophysics perspective, yeah, I just like to keep an open mind on what it could be, yeah.
Okay, and referring to your News Nation interview, you had referenced specific treaties between governments. Article 3 of the Nuclear Arms Treaty with Russia identifies UAPs. It specifically mentions them. To your knowledge, are there safety measures in place with foreign governments or other superpowers to avoid an escalatory situation in the event that a UAP malevolent event occurs?
Hold on. That's specifically targeted question there.
The Nuclear Arms Treaty with Russia identifies UAPs. It specifically mentions them. To your knowledge, are there safety measures in place with foreign governments or other superpowers to avoid an escalatory situation in the event that a UAP malevolent event occurs?
She's basically asking, are there agreements with other governments under the table on how to act if there were a malevolent event, aka a hostile event?
Yeah, you're referring to actual public treaty in the UN Register. It's funny you mentioned that. Yeah, the Agreement on Measures to Reduce the Risk of Outbreak of Nuclear War signed in 1971. Unclassified treaty publicly available. And if you cite the George Washington University National Security Archives, you will find the declassified in 2013 specific provisions in the specific red line flash message traffic with the specific codes pursuant to Article 3 and Article, also Situation 2, which is in the previously classified NSA archive. What I would recommend, and I tried to get access, but I got a wall of silence at the White House, was those specific incidents when those message traffic was used. I think some scholarship on that would open the door to a further investigation using those publicly available information.
Thank you. And then my last question with 51 seconds remaining. You mentioned white-collar crimes potentially being taking place in regards to a cover-up. Can you please elaborate?
I have concerns based on the interviews I conducted under my official duties of potential violations of the Federal Acquisition Regulations, the FAR.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I yield the remainder of my time.
Okay, we'll go to Mr. Raskin for 3 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and I thank the witnesses for their endurance and service today. Mr. Fravor, you've described your episode in detail now, and you call it the most credible UFO sighting in history. But I wonder, was this the first time that you encountered a UFO or a UAP in 2004?
Yes.
And
Didn't he
what
say it
was
was his
your
only
general
time?
attitude or perspective on the UFO discussion before that happened?
I never felt that we were alone with all the planets out there, but I wasn't a UFO person. I wasn't watching History Channel and MUFON and all that.
And have you had experiences or encounters since that happened?
No.
And so have you formed any general conclusions about what you think you experienced then?
Yes, I think what we experienced was, like I said, well beyond the material science and the capabilities that we had at the time, that we have currently, or that we're going to have in the next 10 to 20 years.
By the way, I don't know if they're coached, but Fravor and Graves are very careful when giving their accounts to not muddy the waters with their own personal belief systems. So I think that's an effort to try and focus on the facts type of response, where like he was directly asked just now, like, what do you think it was? And he's like, it was something we don't understand. That's a high-ranking military thing. That's true too. That is very military. Very nuts and bolts. Gotta have something tangible, or else don't bother. But even so, yeah, just focus on the facts and let them speak for themselves instead of trying to like give commentary and lead opinion to something that they genuinely don't know. It's not like the aliens called them up after and were like, LMAO, my bad, bro. Like we almost, I'm really sorry. They genuinely don't know. The aliens.
Very good. Mr. Grush, you've been able to answer in great detail on certain questions, and then other things you say you're not able to respond to. Can you just explain where you're drawing the line and what's the basis for that?
Yeah, based on my DOPSR security review and what they've determined that is unclassified.
I see. So you're answering any questions that just call upon your knowledge of unclassified questions, but anything that relates to classified matters you're not commenting on in this context.
In an open session, but happy to participate in a closed session at the right level, yeah.
Okay. And Mr. Graves, you've said that there are dozens of fellow pilots, military pilots. Are there also commercial pilots who've encountered the same kind of sightings that you described before?
They are similar. Commercial pilots have less range and less sensors to be able to reach out and look for objects over wide swaths of airspace. And so pilots are seeing them, commercial pilots are seeing them, and they're typically closer, and the range of what they're seeing is pretty large.
What is the most vivid, concrete sighting with the naked eye of the objects that you described before, the cube-like objects?
Certainly. I think the most vivid sighting of that would have been near midair that we had at the entrance to our working area. One of these objects was completely stationary at the exact entrance to our working areas, not only geographically, but also at altitude. So it was right where all the jets are going, essentially, on the eastern seaboard. The two aircraft flew within about 50 feet of the object, and that was a very close visual sighting.
And you were in one of the aircraft
I was not. I was there when the pilot landed. He canceled the mission after, and I was there. He was in the ready room with all his gear on, with his mouth open, and I asked him what the problem was, and he said he almost hit one of those darn things.
He said he was 50 feet away from it?
Yes, sir.
And his description of the object was consistent with the description you gave us before?
A dark gray or a black cube inside of a clear sphere.
Inside of a clear sphere?
Yes.
And with no self-evident propulsion system?
No wings, no IR energy coming off of the vehicle, nothing tethering it to the ground. And that was primarily what we were experiencing out there.
I'm over time. Thank you very much for your service, and I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Very good. Mr. Burchett?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is for all three of y'all, starting with Mr. Graves. Why did you come forward on this issue?
I came forward because I felt that my colleagues did not have a way to mitigate this safety threat, and I wanted to help them. I was trained as an aviation safety officer by the Navy, and this it just felt right. I felt like I had to help the folks that were still flying and dealing with this.
Mr. Grush?
Purely a sense of duty. My first sworn oath when I was a cadet 18 years ago, and I still uphold that even out of the uniform.
Commander?
I was pestered by a friend, and I asked why, and he said, "You're the one person that they can't discredit, and you'll add credibility to the New York Times article." And so after about 6 times, I said, "Okay."
Honest.
Yeah. This town isn't made, unfortunately, by people like y'all. We thank y'all. And I do want to also thank the people in the audience and the people that are watching this that can't be, people all over the world.
That's you, Chad.
Kept this issue alive. You've endured criticism.
Dadgummit.
And derogatory remarks, and we're trying to get to the bottom of it. And so God bless y'all. Thank y'all so much. We really appreciate you guys and gals. That's why we need term limits. Y'all keep clapping, us politicians just keep talking. So let me ask y'all, how can the public contribute to UAP reporting, and what avenues you think are available to the public to report these sightings?
Well, right now, I don't think there is a lot of public options for every man to be able to report on this. I think even for professionals that have sensor data that are seeing these on a regular basis, they're still hesitant to come forward. And so for the general public, I think encouraging the conversations that we're having today, looking for technology solutions that can be distributed so that objective data can be gathered is the first place to go.
Mr. Grush?
I'll just touch on the whistleblower side of it. I do encourage, current and former military, intelligence community, and industry contractors to come forward in a legal way, either through the IC or DoD or whatever the cognizant IGs are, to join me in this discussion.
The reason he is stressing the legal way is because if you don't go through every single little hoop perfectly and do it as by the book as possible, it's a lot harder to die of a heart attack when you're not in prison, if you're in the intelligence committee. So if you can stay out of jail, then mysterious death is harder to overlook. So you have to do it as legally as possible for that. And that's why he won't say a damn thing in public.
Commander, and I guess I should say this for the record. My daddy was United States Marine Corps, 1st Marine Division, so.
Hoorah.
Yes, sir. He was old school, him and Chesty Puller on Peleliu, so thank you,
wow.
brother.
Wow.
Yes, sir. I'm not anything like my daddy. He was incredible. I'm very mediocre, to say the least, but go ahead.
You seem to be doing fine.
Yeah.
For me, I was an accident investigator, so the biggest thing that you learn, and I think that witnesses need to do is, one, don't try and make the fish bigger than it was. Stick to the facts, write it down, and don't speculate what you think it is because it will sway your decision. Just write the facts down. We can get all the facts together and we can start to investigate and get a real honest story instead of it was this big.
Thank you all, and I want to thank everybody. We made history today. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Thank you much, Mr. Garcia.
Thank you. I know now we're going to be making some closing remarks, and so I just wanted to say a few things. First, to our witnesses, I want to thank all of you for being here with us today. I know that it takes a lot of courage. You're telling really important information to this committee, and I just want to thank you also for all three of you, your service to our country. I also want to just note that today's hearing was both important but also serious. And I want to thank our subcommittee chairman, Mr. Grothman, I think for running a very fair and substantive hearing. I do want to thank the committee staff on both sides for the amount of work that it took to put this hearing in place, and certainly to all the members that have been involved in this issue prior to the hearing. I also want to note for our witnesses and for the public that I'm a freshman member of Congress and I've only been here for 7 months, but this is by far the most bipartisan conversation and discussion that I have seen happen in the Congress. And I think that a topic of this significance as it relates to our national security, as it relates to information that we're trying to gather for the American public, does bring people together, and I think that's been really great to see. I think it's also important to note for the public, today in our hearing, we had on our side
except for
also
one,
both our full ranking member, which is Mr. Raskin, and our vice ranking member, which is Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, both here at our hearing. I think it shows the importance and seriousness that our side of the aisle is taking to this important hearing, but also to the broader issue as it relates to working with our Republican counterparts on this committee. I want to additionally add that I think it's really important that we have and continue these discussions and these hearings. Clearly, there's a lot of information that we don't know, but it's also very clear that we have to continue our investigation and accountability on asking the right questions and ensuring that they're part of the public record. One thing that was important today is some folks might wonder, why are we asking questions that might already be out there or that have been asked before? It's important that they're asked and put into the public record as it relates to this committee. And so I want to thank you for, answering some questions multiple times. I know, not just in maybe meetings you had with some members, but also here in the public. Let me also just add an additional note that it's important also that our friends in the media and those that are not just reporting on this hearing, but that have reported on this topic and that may in the future, the media has an important role in this process. And it's very important that the media engages, does independent investigation, and reports on not just what happened today, but what they see independently as what is happening around UAPs in the broader community.
We need George Knapp to go back to the journalism mines and get us a new scoop.
That is also an important public benefit that we have in trying to get the information and the facts as it relates to this. Let me also just say finally that as a teacher and an educator and a longtime teacher and researcher, that I also really believe in following facts, in doing your homework, and in making sure that you follow science. As we try to get as most information as possible. And so I want to thank you all for agreeing to do that today. Transparency is a cornerstone of government. We live in a vast galaxy, a lot of unanswered questions, and thank you all for being here today. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I'd like to one more time thank Mr. Burchett and Ms. Luna for bringing this to our attention. It's a topic that has interested me since I was in school. It was a very illuminating hearing. Obviously, I think several of us are going to look forward to getting some answers in a more confidential setting. I assume some legislation will come out of this. Sure.
Murmurs.
I apologize, Mr. Chairman. I need to compliment the folks in my office that did a lot of the work on this. Rachel and Noah sitting behind me.
Sure.
They're very quiet and humble, but without them, this thing would not have come off like it did, so I apologize.
Thank you. I think we're going to want to look into what we can do to make more of this information public. I think there's certainly a time period after which it should always be made public, and people have been concerned about these issues, like I said, since I was in high school. But in any event, I'd like to thank everybody who was here, sticking through the entire hearing. Without objection, the members will have 5 legislative days to submit materials and to submit additional written questions for the witnesses, which will be forwarded to the witnesses for their response. If there's no further business without objection, the subcommittee stands adjourned.
Donk. Cool PowerPoint slide. I like the font choice. Good, bold, possibly colorblind friendly. I don't know. Is this yellow and blue? It is? Okay. Recognized it. Chat. We did politics. Now, we get to sleuth through the UFO subreddit and see what everybody, if they found the aliens yet. Oh no. Love the politics arc. Should we do like a weekly UAP interview video? This is your news update. It's me, Etal. I'm here to report on the latest and greatest in the UAP scene. But anyways, one of the main reasons I wanted to watch this on stream is because I feel like us watching it and having it documented on the congressional Twitch record is better than because here's what would happen. I would just start playing a game and people would come in and be like, "Hey, did you watch the hearing? What'd you think?" And that question would be asked like 12 times. So now instead, or like 20 times, I can just be like, "Yeah, we did. We actually did the whole thing. We watched it on stream." It helped me so much watching you react to it. Yeah, I enjoyed reading chat's comments as well. Stream's going to continue and go on. We're not done by any stretch. It's only 6 p.m. here, but we can talk about this some more and do some Reddit sleuthing would be fun. Just a little bit, at least. Do you think we'll see more people in related professions come forward after this, like something with actual momentum in the short term? I mean, this is actual momentum. You've got both sides of Congress have done something within the last month. On the Senate side, you've got the UAP Disclosure Act, which has been amended into, I think, the NDAA, and was passed already in the Senate. Correct me if I'm wrong. I know I have approximate information of many things. And so that's already happened on the Senate side and still has to go to the House and then still has to not get vetoed by the president, which would be kind of hilarious. Like I'm imagining a hypothetical scenario in which that passes the Senate, passes the House, and gets vetoed randomly by Biden. That would be like, hold up. Like, that's more suspicious than anything else. But anyway, that's already happened. And then on the House side, this is sort of the first thing to get the wheels the gears turning, and they're having like a public hearing in order to, like I said, there weren't any like bombshells that we didn't already know for the most part. There's some interesting details and tidbits, especially with specific questioning that was really trying to hit a nerve from certain questioners who were asking good questions. But most of it was just to elevate what had already been said. And like, oh, this is my story, and this is my story, and over here is my story, this is my interview. And it's different when you are staking your livelihood under penalty of perjury and entering everything that you believe and that you saw and that you witnessed into the public record, so that the intention is to say, hey, I'm staking my career, my life on this. Please investigate it. You will find that I am not lying. And if you do find that I'm lying, I am willing to go to jail for that, basically. So it's sort of like actually putting something on the line instead of just, instead of just being like, oh, well, he said, she said, like, let's collect it all to one place. Let's group it up and have it do something, like be somewhere where we can reference it and people can look into it more. And additionally, like I said at the beginning, I think it's like an icebreaker between the people that were answering questions and asking them to be like, I will tell you, talk to me again inside of a closed door situation, and we can hash all this out. So I think that was another big part of it. There is genuinely no upside for them going in front of Congress if they are 100% lying. Exactly that, yeah. They could just maintain their story and not have to testify and answer questions. And most of these events and things that transpired on the pilot side of things happened like almost 2 decades ago. Wasn't it 2004? for the Nimitz. And then for Ryan Graves, when did his recording or his squadron's sighting and recording happen? Because it broke a couple years ago. But the thing that you have to remember, chat, I know it's easy to be like, but they wouldn't sell as many books. They're going to be getting book deals and TV interviews. I don't know if you knew this, but TV interviews don't pay you to talk. They don't actually give you anything, and there is no book. So, like, if and when they start selling books, then we'll talk. But you can't just make an assumption and hold that against them. That's not how that works, unfortunately. That's just you making an assumption based on your own biases that actually adds nothing to the conversation of any substance. But also, from their own words, like especially David Grush is not, like, he said in the hearing that what he and his wife were subjected to behind closed doors in terms of, I would describe it as persecution. That's not the intended result of coming forward. And then the two pilots have been telling their same story. Like they had an opportunity to write a book when the stories broke. Or to do something already. Because it didn't just break like last month. The Go Fast and the Tic Tac are, like I said, old. And the only reason that Commander Fravers even came up is because the internal programs that were intended to research reports of UAPs dug them up and then reached out and contacted them and excavated the stories. They didn't come forward and like, I am here to reveal the secrets of the universe, right? They were contacted by the committees and the task forces that their entire purpose was to research those reports. So what are the main takeaways from this, do you think? Non-human remains, reverse engineered technology. The main takeaways are whatever you choose to believe, whether you think the witnesses are credible or not, number one. If you believe they are credible, then you would believe that, one, according to Ryan Graves, these are so extremely common, the encounters, that they would talk about them in daily briefing. They would brief new pilots for safety reasons, and that they would pick them up on radar and other sensor devices with great frequency. And that also, in his own words, that only about 5% are currently reported. Okay? So the other pilot likewise says, no one takes this seriously, but it's just something that we had to deal with. And there was never any internal investigations into our incident or any others that he knows of. And all they're looking for, their stated purpose is to start looking into it and release documents. They're, number one, provide a means for people who are in either military or commercial airlines to come forward and, without stigma or fear of losing their job, make reports. So that's number one. Number two is so that in making these reports, we have awareness, we can do research, release the data to the scientific community, figure out what's going on, what these types of objects are, to avoid any kind of incidents in the air when multi-million-dollar jets are coming within 50 feet of an object and having to abort and terminate missions. That's a flight risk, so safety is another big issue. And like that's where they're coming from when they want disclosure. They're not trying to convince you that aliens exist so that they can sell an alien book. Neither of the pilots even contend that they have any like self assumption that that's the case in the first place. They might actually think that, but they're not even saying that verbally because they don't want you to be able to have that ammunition to use against them. And then Grush is the one saying that we have internal programs that are specifically designed at the highest levels of top secret to like even above special access programs to not only recover but also reverse engineer any of these anomalous phenomena that there are actually the pilots still inside, or his words. But he's also very careful to not box anything in. He strikes me as the kind of person who has heard so many unbelievable things that he doesn't want to put it in a neat box. So he's never going to say aliens or extraterrestrials because in his mind, it may not be aliens or extraterrestrials. It could be terrestrials that have been hidden here for millions of years in some kind of hibernation. It might be extra dimensional. Like he's putting everything on the table and refuses to narrow it down at this point. Because the short answer is when you don't know, you don't know. So when there is something that defies your ability to reconcile it, you can't just be like, oh, well, it's definitely this. Like, that's the whole point. They don't know. Or at least the people that do know aren't being forthcoming. And their other point, and I think this is the one that AOC really honed in on, are that a lot of these report mechanisms may be going to dead ends. And also, I think Grush was the one that said that one of the biggest issues, like if you don't care about the reverse engineering of tech, you should be concerned with the fact that money is being siphoned off of other plans and other special access programs. Or sorry, money is being siphoned off of public programs into these special access programs whose entire purpose is dealing with these reverse engineering and UAP crafts. So follow the money at the bare minimum, and where is all that money going and how much of it is going and that kind of stuff. So people who don't care about UAPs would care about money. So a lot of their desire for oversight and disclosure is about saving money, not because I saw some people just be like, they're trying to get more budget. They're trying to get like a larger budget. It's like, well, if you paid attention, the people are articulating concerns that we don't know where and what the budget is for. That's the whole point. Always such a brain dead take. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So it'd be like, oh, you're right. It's for more money. So we should stop looking into it. Wait a second, that's not a logical conclusion. But anyways, I see a few other people who clearly missed. I understand it was a 4.5 hours up to this point, so it's okay. You didn't have to see the whole thing, but they were very explicit in their line of questioning multiple times. I want to say at least half a dozen times to the different eyewitnesses that what was seen and what was recorded and what was declassified was impossible to have been of human make as we understand conventional physics. And the people who said that their entire job was identifying, WTF does that mean? It means that people who fly planes and fighter jets for decades are trained to know what their potential adversaries are capable of. And that vehicles that they personally observe that can travel at speeds from 0 miles per hour to Mach 1.2 within seconds is currently, the human body is not capable of withstanding those G-forces. That's what that means. It means they are observing vehicles that are going from 80,000 or more feet into the atmosphere down to water level in seconds, and that are disappearing from their eyes and being picked up on a neighboring warship in under a minute, some 60 miles away. So that's what it means when they kept asking them time and time again, and they had the same answer, that nothing that they witnessed themselves or that they're reporting on has any conceivable answer in traditional physics. And again, this all comes back to whether or not you believe the testimony of the eyewitnesses, their accompanying video, and their fellow witnesses. So it all depends on that, because if you don't believe in that, then you're sort of just arguing for the sake of arguing. Ital, why do you think these guys are coming forward? Well, they said as much. They were asked that. Ryan Graves said he was doing so out of his training was in flight safety, and he is trying to pursue greater understanding of the UAP and unidentified anomalous phenomena in order to make sure that there are no air accidents for commercial or military pilots, and that they have a safe means of reporting what they see without losing their jobs and credibility. David Grush said he was doing it out of a complete sense of duty, where you can extrapolate, and I am inferring that the weight of the things that he saw were so great that he felt he had a moral impetus to share that or try and share that with as many people as he can legally without jeopardizing his or his family's safety. And that David Fravor was called by one of his co-pilots, and basically he said pestered, I think, because he was the only one of them whose credibility wouldn't be called into question being at the rank of commander. So he gave in and told his story. So I believe what they say. Talix, what do you believe? I believe the witnesses. I have no reason to doubt them at this point. I don't have like I don't subscribe to a particular answer. But like I believe that the objects that they say are out there so frequently that they see them all the time, and it's sort of just like an open secret among military personnel and pilots, especially military pilots. I believe they're seeing what they say they're seeing, and they can't explain it. And I believe that they corroborate what Grush is also claiming. Because yeah, like just for me personally, it's enough for me when you have divisions of government whose entire job is to research and look into UAPs by investigating all special access programs, and they have clearance to all, and then they ask to be read into the programs that pertain to any kind of recovery programs, and they're denied. When you put someone in a job and their job is research and discover what we know about UAPs, and they come back and report to Congress, I'm going to go, okay, you did your job. That's what you were supposed to do. So I believe them, but I don't have any. Ital, what's your favorite explanation? Okay, like I have like sci-fi theories that are fun, but I don't believe them. There's a difference in being like, oh, that would be cool if it was like time travel or interdimensional, like that. That's different than like my actual stance, right? UAP tier list of all the different explanations. Sorry, I'm just scrolling up. Either that or it's a shiny diversion from the corruption hearings and activity that just happened to be going on simultaneously. See, the funny part is the UAP side says that the corruption hearings are shiny diversions away from that, right? So it's sort of just a self-fulfilling prophecy. And also, I feel like there's this weird assumption from those of us, and I include myself here, that don't really know much about the goings-on of government. Like, I haven't paid this much attention to a congressional hearing in ever, so I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I am a know-it-all who follows this stuff all the time and is an expert. Far from it. But at the same time, I just find that this is a distraction argument to be such, like, that is a true conspiracy theory. Because people are coming in and presenting, in this case, the facts that we have, which are video evidence, combining them with witness testimony, and grouping up all evidence from something, and then saying, like, that's a distraction from something else. You go, what's a distraction from? The other thing? Okay, but you know about the other thing, so did it distract you? Which would you say has more media coverage right now? The thing that you're implying is the distraction? Or if you know about both things, then they did a really shitty job of distracting you. Right? That's what I'm trying to say. Clearly there's a third thing that we don't know about. Yeah, that's like, it's like when people say the media isn't talking about this and they heard it from the media. But yeah. Sorry, couldn't see you for a second. I can see you again. Italics, can you tell us behind closed doors? I don't want to be behind closed doors with you guys. How am I supposed to escape? This is all just a distraction from the bad Diablo 4 patch. Secret third thing, parentheses, real. But yeah, it's like, I don't know, I feel like if this were a story, the storytelling device is a breadcrumb style. It's basically like the George R. Martin quote on writing, where he said there were two types of writers, architects and gardeners. The architects plan everything ahead of time, like an architect building a house. Wait, this isn't the right quote. Nope, that's not the right quote. I need the quote about okay. He says, I've been planting all these clues that the butler did it. Then you're halfway through a series, and suddenly thousands of people have figured out that the butler did it. And then you say, the chambermaid did it. No, you can't do that. That's a George R. R. Martin quote where people were like complaining because they figured out the breadcrumbs before the reveal. And I'm using that as an analogy to say, in this situation, the breadcrumbs here are stories breaking in 2021 and potentially before, but the big ones were like 2020 and 2021 was like kind of the huge UAP stuff with, I think that was when the Go Fast and the Tic Tac dropped. And then we fast forward and we have a whistleblower that comes out months ago, and now we have a congressional hearing. So it's ridiculous to say that this particular hearing is starting to rise in popularity as a distraction when the things that caused it to happen in the first place are already documented. A distraction is this previously unheard of and unplanned thing that we didn't know was going to happen is suddenly happening, and now I am here to reveal it to you to try and take the wind out of the sails of the other thing I'm distracting you from. Like, just because cause and effect happens, that doesn't mean that that is a distraction. So I feel like it's just a lazy assumption. I'm not saying that it's never happened. I'm just saying that if 1 + 1 = 2, and we're at the part where we find out what it equals, this isn't unplanned or sudden. It's natural cause and effect of the previous year's events. Not to mention, the balloons at the beginning of the year probably did drive a lot of this discussion because it was a unique situation. Shoot downs over North American soil is not something that happens ever. So, and they were unidentified objects. It's okay, chat. Shh, don't think about D4 anymore. I need a break. This was actually super interesting and held my attention for almost 5 hours. Yeah, let's take a pee break again because I drank too much coffee, and then I'm gonna come back and we're gonna do some Reddit trawling. So if you need to find some stuff to giggle at, well, let's take a look at the Reddit. I think that'll be fun. You want to pee again? Yeah. If only I had an alien body that was capable of not. All right, Midas doesn't need to go. I do. I'll be right back. Hang tight. Thanks for watching. Hope you guys are having fun. BRB. Midas is sleeping. He's sleeping. Okay. What up? I'm back. While I'm back, let me quickly check things out that I missed before we move on. Thanks KKCG for the 600 bits earlier. How long until XCOM IRL? What do you think the next stage is? CeeLo said, what's happening, Monkas? This is a great question. Thanks for the 17 months. Hello, CeeLo. Xylophobia, appreciate the resub. Thanks for the $5 sub. Omnium Gatherum says, yo. Hey. Smile for Fun, thank you for the over 2 years and also 5 gift subs. Including hooking up Mysterious Hooded Figure, Dazzler, Malus Bixie, Daffodil, and Dizzy Puka. Appreciate you. Morganicaster says, that was me, sorry. I don't know what the joke was for, but thanks for the me sub. Paul says, tell me all this stuff, please. I tried. Thanks for 44 months. Hippo! What's up, Hippo? Thank you for 36, wow, 3 years. Did you enjoy the hearing, Hippo? Skolgar says there's no extraterrestrial life. No extraterrestrial life forms have been seen or recovered. No extraterrestrial vessels have been seen or recovered. Cease your investigations. We're getting too close. Thanks for the 5 subs in 1, Skolgar. Super kind of you. And stream support helps out a lot. Migwar says, but. And also Lashley, thanks for 5 subs. How you doing, Lashley? Thanks Celery Stick, Psycho Merlin, Not So Ninja Guy, and Slam Dunkaroos, and Paul PHC for being here to grab one of those subs. And then Nannyog for 61 months. Hi, Nannyog. Okay. Somebody said they wanted a link earlier or something. I still can't buy the videos. The Nimitz one has the sensor data so you can calculate that it's basically a balloon. That's not... Okay. Do I have to debunk every chat member one by one as they come in late? Space gas. Okay. The Nimitz one does have sensor data. Part of the issue on the Nimitz one is that it is holding its position. And again, chat, correct me if I'm wrong, because again, I have approximate information on many things. But the Nimitz one initially is like holding its position against hurricane force winds. So were it a balloon, it would not be maintaining a position in that environment. Extraordinary claims, chat. Yeah, chat is making extraordinary claims. Maintaining what position? As in not moving. It wasn't moving until it decided to move, at which point it flies off at incredible speed that is currently impossible with any known human technology. From 0 to, like they said, Mach 1.1 and 1.2. Also, Fravor and his crew observed Nimitz incident with their own eyes for like 10 minutes. Yeah, they were watching it. The short video that they have was taken by a different crew So Fravor and 3 other pilots who were there saw it with their eyeballs. Their closest ship had it also locked on. I believe they were unable to lock on with their sensors initially. Then they went, like, the Tic Tac basically, for all intents and purposes, vanishes. It accelerates to such a speed that it's gone as far as they're concerned. And there was bubbling white, roiling water in around the same position under the vehicle. They go back to their ship. 60 miles away, by the way, while they're heading back to their ship, 60 miles away, less than a minute after it disappears from their sight, they get a report that a separate warship has picked it up on its sensors 60 miles away in less than 60 seconds, and they send other jets out to go check it out. Those jets get the video, and that's the video that you see. So to suggest it was a balloon basically flies in the face of all of that and says that for some reason 2 American warships and as many as 6+ pilots all flew within a few hundred feet of a balloon and didn't know it was a balloon. When was this? Some of y'all are gonna have to watch the VOD. But this is all stuff that came out a while ago. So, hang on. I mean, I can bring up the David Fravor. This is David Fravor's statement. We can just get it from the horse's mouth. Okay, this is what he read at the beginning of the hearing. But we already know this story was already public. It's just now entered in an official capacity into the public record. Okay, we were at sea for roughly 2 weeks. I was scheduled to lead a 2v2 air-to-air training exercise. My flight of 2 FA-18Fs was the Blue Air, the good guys, and we were being controlled by the USS Princeton. I don't think he actually read a modified version of this document to the House Oversight Committee, so they must have had him tighten it up and make it sound more professional, because I think this is different than what he actually read, but it's still his words and his story. And this is on, if you need to see the link, you can see the link. This is on the oversight.house.gov, David Fravor statement for House Oversight Committee. So, just so you know, I didn't type this in Microsoft Word. Okay, anyway. As we launched off the USS Nimitz, we checked in with the air controller on the USS Princeton. We were told that training was going to be suspended for real-world tasking. My wingman joined up, and we proceeded toward a contact, so they have a contact, to the west of our combat air patrol point. The cap point is where we would hold prior to commencing training runs, roughly 40 miles south of the ship. As we proceeded to the west, and as the air controller counted down the range, we had nothing on our radars, and were unaware of what we were going to see when we arrived. So they have nothing on radar. The air controller on the ship also had no idea, but had been observing these objects on their Aegis combat system for the previous 2 weeks. Okay? They had been descending, the objects had been descending from about 80,000 feet, coming down rapidly to 20,000 feet, stay for hours, and then go straight back up. When we arrived at the location at 20,000 feet, the controller called merge plot, which means that our radar blip was now in the same radar resolution cell as the contact. As we looked around, we noticed some white water off our right side. The weather on the day of the incident was as close to perfect day as you could ask. Clear skies, light winds, calm seas, no white caps from the waves. So the white water stood out in the large blue ocean. As all four looked down, we saw a small white tic-tac-shaped object with a longitudinal axis pointing north-south, moving very abruptly over the white water. There were no rotors, no rotor wash, or any visible flight control surfaces like wings. As we started a clockwise turn to observe the object, because remember, they're in a jet, my WSO and I decided to go down and get closer, and the other aircraft stayed in high cover to observe both us and the Tic Tac. We proceeded around the circle about 90 degrees from the start of our descent, and the object suddenly shifted in longitudinal axis, aligned it with my aircraft, and began to climb in a clockwise climbing turn. We continued down for another 270 degrees when we made a nose-low move to head to where the Tic Tac would be when we pulled nose onto the object. Okay, so at one point they're basically coming down as the thing is coming up, sort of opposite of them, and then cover, but there were no clouds. Yeah, cover in this case, I don't know if you're being pedantic or memeing, means they are covering the vehicle that is going in to investigate, i.e. the backup. They're staying higher and they're Overwatch, basically. Aegis is a fleet-wide threat detection system, by the way. It integrates multiple warship sensor arrays and can detect ICBMs in flight. Okay. Anyway, so they were going down in kind of a circle, looping around, and then this came out from over the water where the white water was and started coming up, mirroring their banking turn. So when they got to about 15,000 feet, and the Tic Tac at about 12,000 feet, they moved to try and, like, my interpretation of this is they moved to intercept. They made a nose-low move to head to where the Tic Tac would be when we pulled nose onto the object. I don't know if I assume I'm reading that correctly. As they did this, at approximately half of a mile, with the object just left of our nose, it rapidly accelerated and disappeared right in front of our aircraft. Our wingman, roughly 8,000 feet above us, also lost visual. We immediately turned to investigate the white water, only to find it was also gone. As we turned back toward our cap point, roughly 60 miles east, the air controller let us know the object had already reappeared on the Princeton's Aegis Spy-1 radar at our cap point. This Tic Tac object had just traveled 60 miles in less than a minute. Was far superior in performance to my brand new F-18F and did not operate with any of the known aerodynamic principles that we expect for objects that fly in our atmosphere. Okay, so they went back to the Nimitz and mentioned what they had witnessed. And then the crew, they talked to the crew who was getting ready to launch. That crew went out and then found the Tic Tac and then recorded the video that ended up getting published by the USG in 2017. Do they know if it was not two separate Tic Tacs? Well, the assumption, like that chatter said, their detection system is the ships are communicating with each other and sharing the Aegis Spy-1 radar. So when it disappears from one and reappears on the other, you can be reasonably certain that there's not two. When it disappears from one spot and appears in a second spot. And then when they go and get the video, literally all it would take is Commander Fravor looking at the video and being like, yep, that matches exactly what I saw. I can confirm that. Right? Because he was just there with 4 total pilots. And then Alex Dietrich did appear on the 60 Minutes, but is not appearing before Congress probably because they don't need two people to tell the same story, I would assume. Blink 182 name dropped. Okay. So anyways, the reason I was looking at that is to get my story straight. So the Tic Tac is the one that was coming out of the water and going up and then disappears. The gimbal video or the Go Fast video with Ryan Graves is the one that it's holding against hurricane force winds. Okay. Just making sure that I have both of my stories straight. So I was initially wrong. I attributed the hurricane force winds to the wrong encounter. So I have corrected it now for the congressional chat record. Okay. So what's chat saying now? Probably a lot of things. Whitewater, meaning that the water below the Tic Tac was causing disturbance below it. He said in the hearing that they initially joked that it was communicating with something. But he highlighted that they joked about it, but that might mean that that's what they actually believed. It could have been causing a disturbance below it. The disappearance or reappear is fair. I just mean, what if the craft is like mass produced or something? Yeah, it could be possible too. Scrolling down. We're talking amongst ourselves. I see that, yeah. I see that. I'd like to ask the streamer a question specifically to then launch into a 2-minute rant about something else. It's more like, I understand that there is a strong desire to hear what these people say and put it into like a neat explainable box like it was a balloon. But the things that they're describing are inconsistent, and that's the point. That's why they're testifying before Congress, is that the things that they have knowledge of or have seen with their own eyes are inconsistent with any conceivable explanation that we can currently provide from the scientific community, and they would like a means of putting the information, the data sets, and the collecting. They mentioned specifically that they don't collect radar data after they make these reports. Like the people that can collect it do not collect the radar data. They want to start collecting the data and putting it somewhere in a centralized location that can be up for dissection and interpretation by other people, right? That's the whole point. Did they accept explanations from the scientific community outside of whatever agencies they are from? There is nothing outside of hypothesis at this point. Again, they're only able, the data that's currently out is just like the tip of the iceberg because it's a video that was dug out and declassified by jumping through the hoops. And that was also Ryan Graves' point, that in his understanding is everything since 2021 that involves UAPs has been escalated in terms of classification, and that there is a rampant overclassification of anything related tangentially to UAPs, so therefore no one can actually look at it. And they want that to change so that a significantly larger portion of the population can have access to all the information and data points. Because if there is no way to scientifically explain what we currently have, because you would be jumping to a conclusion with one data point when there could be a dozen data points from the same incident if only there was a means of collecting them and disclosing them, which is what they have a problem with. Like you would be trying to interpret that with one hand tied behind your, like, one hand and multiple legs tied behind your back, basically. Because you could just have access to the rest of the data and make a educated conclusion. I was out. Can you give me a TLDR of the last 5+ hours of stream? Sure. Dadgummit. Okay. I have to finish what Yes. Skiffs. Did that help? Okay, I have to move on. Oh, are we still going to the alien subreddits? Yeah. How do you do dark mode on this? Chat, how do you make, like, my theme is already on it, but how do you make, like, a web page? Not to my knowledge. Can you tell Added is not being a Redditor? I don't have like an app. I can tell you in a closed session. I don't want to download an extension. Or oldreddit.com with stylish add-on? Yeah, but I gotta do an add-on. What if I just said, I don't care? And you just have to read the white background text. Old Reddit doesn't work with it? Old Reddit is way better than new Reddit. Okay, well, you're just gonna have to look at the full screen. Chat, prepare for flashbang. We're going deep diving into the sub. I warned you. Okay, let's refresh and see what they got. What do they got? This is the UFOs subreddit. Do not go to the aliens subreddit. At your own risk. All right, what do they got? Memes? Oh, they got they're excited because there's like news articles, like Time. What about r/UAPs? I don't know. It's a lot. It's a lot, yeah. Oh, is this the mega thread on the like the live 20? You want to read all 22,000? All 22,000? What was the question? Is this the beginning of disclosure? They're so hopeful. Surely it is. Grush specifically said non-human biologics in response to the question about piloting the retrieved craft. Short of world leaders coming on TV and spelling it out, I'd say this is as good as we're gonna get. The terminology that was stated under oath at the hearing instead of alien bodies. That is an interesting point. Because he knew it was going to be a congressional record and they're under oath. So he said biologics instead of saying that there were pilots like he did in the interview. So he's being very specific Grush has a list of names. He's already given them. He did say he's already given them. But he's almost certainly going to give them again, and the House is going to go after those individuals, companies, etc. I think he's telling the truth. It's so good to see major news sources cover this. I'm just happy the title of this used the terminology that was stated under oath at the hearing instead of alien bodies. I tried to discuss this with my 75-year-old parents this weekend, and it didn't go well. The religious complications will be hard to handle. Bless your heart. Do you think we're dealing more with a Phoenix Point non-human invasion from native Earth aliens or XCOM, extraterrestrial invasion scenario, Talix? Bro, I don't know. A better way to ask that question is, what is your favorite fan theory? Okay? Like, I have a favorite fanfic theory, but it's not something that I actually believe, subscribe to, or would try to convince other people of. It's more just like, that would be a sweet-ass sci-fi movie or TV show. My favorite sci-fi fanfic explanation of this is that there isn't a coincidental, faster-than-light traveling, hyper-intelligent species is suddenly coming to Earth, and the reason it's such a big coincidence is because we're just now able to receive them and possibly communicate with them as our technology has risen up to the level where they might be able to draw some kind of point of contact. It's nothing that requires that much luck on the grand scale. It's more like the universe is so ancient and so old that in the many years that this Earth has supported life, that there was some kind of like ancient civilization, precursor style, that had a science program that sent probes that were able to reproduce other probes to every potentially life-supporting world at sublight speeds, and had the ability to harvest local ingredients and salvage materials in order to create additional craft locally on site. What's the actual scientific word for that? There's a word for that. I learned it in Terra Invicta. Von Neumann? Von Neumann and self-propagating, yeah. A probe that can self-sustain. Yeah. And basically, over a lengthy enough period of time, it's able to obviously, would be like self-repair capable under those expectations, and keeps quiet, goes dormant, and only awakens under specific circumstances. And then that's why we happen to just be seeing them so frequently now. Because a lot of the sightings have a lot to do with large bodies of water, like off the East Coast, like they mentioned, and off the West Coast. They said specifically if you ask pilots who travel to and from Hawaii, apparently there's a lot of sightings in and around Hawaii. So Pacific Rim, yeah, basically Pacific Rim, sure. And then once they get whatever ping, whatever like sensor reading awakens the sleeper probe, whether it's life form or some other kind of activity, then whoever is on the other end of that telephone line starts trying to make contact. That's my fanfic hypothetical made up bullshit that tries to explain the coincidence of all this activity happening now more than at other points in history. But I also saw a funny comment that was like, I refuse to believe this. What are the odds that in all of human history, I am alive to witness and encounter non-human intelligence? And then someone was like, well, statistically, out of all the people who are alive now, compared to everyone who's ever lived, you represent 6% of all the humans who have ever walked this entire earth. So actually, it's statistically likely that you would be alive when non-human intelligence is discovered. There's more people now on the world than at any other point in human history. All the people who are alive now represent 6% of all humans ever, according to local commenters. So pretty likely, actually. More likely than finding a Uber Unique in Diablo, that's for sure. Sorry, I had to get that in there. Something has to change. Our world is not on the right path. Perhaps we can learn something from our NHI visitors or residents. I feel it's a slow drip disclosure. A lot of us are ready for it. What's most important right now is for the UAP Disclosure Act to be passed. Probably true. It's probably the next big thing. Has to go through the House next. We also keep getting better tech to detect extreme movements we might have missed in the past as people. And that's another point. A lot of people ask, why is it the military is always the one that finds these things? And it's because they have the sensors too. Ryan Graves mentioned that there actually are a substantial amount of commercial airline pilots who have seen UAPs and are afraid to report them because of detriment to their own career. However, most commercial airliners have at most, weather radar, which is not particularly adept at showing anything other than what it's intended to show. In this case, the weather. And that, it's a particular bias that like, oh, well, it's convenient that the military keeps finding them. But the majority of the military sightings are on sensors. They see them on sensors first, and then they go investigate to get an eyewitness. So when you're able to lock something in like that, you can follow the string. But if a commercial pilot might even see something, even on a weather radar, it's unlikely, but it can happen. They can't just be like, this is your captain speaking. I've seen a suspicious-looking blip on my weather radar, and I know that you all had somewhere to be, potentially a connecting flight, but I am about to turn this plane around, baby. Let's go get eyes on that UAP. Like, they can't. They're still stuck just following a straight path. They can't just decide to go scope them out whenever they have a hunch. Whereas military pilots have a little bit more freedom because it's just like, my job is fly stuff and intercept stuff. What that? I intercept it now. At least take a passenger vote. What is this? Oh. Alien abduction phobia. Interesting. The Hill on News Nation this evening should be embarrassed. They could have plopped an actual dead alien on the table and said, here it is. People would still have denied it being real. That's true. I agree with that. That would be more suspicious. Okay, going back. David Grush has under oath that the USG is operating crash retrieval and reverse engineering. Chat, we could. Why do we watch the whole thing? We could just get the highlights from Reddit.
And civilian capacities. I was informed in the course of my official duties of a multi-decade UAP crash retrieval and reverse engineering program, to which I was denied access to those additional read-ons when I requested it. I made the decision based on the data I collected.
What decision? What was the decision? We'll change song. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. He did mention that the specific locations have already been revealed to the Inspector General. I forgot about that. He's already given the specific locations for recovered UAPs to the Inspector General. I forgot, yeah, he did mention that. There was actually a lot of stuff here. Tax, I posted a link to a detailed video explanation of the Go Fast video. No, we're not going to watch any videos like that right now. If he was informed of secret stuff, why is he telling it here? He's saying what he is legally allowed to without reprisal. That, he is a whistleblower and they're having a public hearing so that he has an opportunity to enter his claims into public record. So. The stuff he is telling you is stuff that he is legally allowed to tell you. So I don't know if I understand the question. This felt like a Nolan movie. We had an AOC surprise drop cameo out of nowhere, the pilots explicitly saying they had no chance against the objects, and a House Speaker saying, "We will get you a skiff to get all of the info." Inspector General of the Intelligence Community. I guess you wrote that backward. The Intelligence Community Inspector General. The lawyers in charge of fielding complaints or special access programs and intel to vet and determine if further action is necessary and whom to report said info. What? Hey, what is SAP? Special Access Program. What is program? Why is the sky blue? What is skiff? Metal Gear. So what you're saying is Metal Gear Solid 2 was more accurate than any of us dared to believe, and that the Patriots are actually withholding all of this information and keeping it classified behind closed doors, and we're later going to find out that the Patriots are actually dead this entire time, and it's just been a vicious cycle of people who believe that they have to keep things secret and top secret classification and compartmentalized data, but they haven't had to because there's been no oversight the entire time. Is that what you're saying? La 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 lo. Nanomachines. Reverse engineered Metal Gears. Yeah, I was gonna say, they brought up misappropriation of funds. That's the one thing that even the people who don't care about the aliens, they'll be like, I'll investigate that, and then they'll find UAP stuff. The only thing that can take down Metal Gear is another Metal Gear. There's been a lot of drama with the AARO. And that's sort of actually what he was trying to address when Miss Fox cut him off and was like, I'm sorry, I need to finish this. I don't know, what did she say? I forgot, because he was actually like talking about that. This Redditor says, Sean Kirkpatrick, head of the AARO, in a Senate hearing stated that there was no evidence of UFO activity. He re-emphasized this in an interview weeks prior to this congressional hearing. Grush basically torpedoed that argument by stating he had meetings with Kirkpatrick and updated him on the phenomenon. This means either Kirkpatrick was lying to Congress or Grush was wrong in his assertions, but the two arguments can't coincide. This will no doubt lead to more congressional investigations and hearings just on this one aspect alone. Also, Grush's statement torpedoed the Pentagon statement back in April. They got receipts, they got links, and the intelligence community's attempt to do the same thing in January. Alex, how to force dark mode for Chrome. I'm on Firefox, but thank you for trying to help. Hello, Erisness. Chrome was taking up too much of my system resources and I had to stop using it. It's okay, I want you to be able to see what's going on in your room right now. Okay, now they just got a bunch of excitement. Let's go to the next one. This was the highlight of the interview for me. Okay, what is it?
From what you saw that day and
I'm gonna have to teach you how to edit video. What is this? Is this a Reddit problem? Or is this like made for phone? Wait, is this made for phones? Is it just like vertical video and I'm watching it on PC? TikTok problem?
What you've seen on video, did you see any source of propulsion from the flying object, including on any potential thermal scans from your aircraft?
No, there's none. There's no IR plume coming out. And Chad, who took the video, went through all the EO, which is black and white TV, and the IR modes, and there's no visible signs of propulsion. It's just sitting in space at 20,000 feet.
Okay. It's just sitting in space at 20,000 feet. See? He did say it was holding its position.
In your career, have you ever seen a propulsion system that creates no thermal exhaust?
No.
Can you describe how the aircraft maneuvered?
Abruptly, very determinate. It knew exactly what it was doing. It was aware of our presence, and it had acceleration rates. I mean, it went from 0 to matching our speed in no time at all.
Now, if the fastest plane on Earth was trying to do these maneuvers that you saw, would it be capable of doing that?
No, not even close.
And just to confirm, this object had no wings, correct?
That was a nice
No
snap.
wings.
Now, was the aircraft that you were flying, was it armed?
No, never felt threatened at all.
If
Okay, that was a point of confusion.
the aircraft was armed, do you believe that your aircraft or any aircraft
doesn't
in
matter.
possession of the United States could have shot the Tic Tac down?
I'd say no. Just on the performance, it would just left in a split second.
It looks like that we have a problem here that needs further investigation.
Yes.
In your belief, is this flying Tic Tac, I mean, is it capable of being the product of any other nation on the earth?
No, like I said earlier, I think it defies current material science and the ability to develop that much propulsion. And I know there's been some physicists that have done calculations, which is beyond anything that we have.
Well, either the United States has an adversary here in this world that we don't know, or we really have some serious investigations to do. I really appreciate you being here. Is there anything else about the November 14th, 2004 incident that you think is important for this committee to know that you haven't been asked here today?
No, it's been said it's probably the most credible UFO sighting in history based on all the sensors that were tracking it, and then for us to get visual And to go against the naysayers that it's something on the screen or whatever, I mean, there's 4 sets of human eyeballs. We're all very credible. Of the 6 of us that were involved in the thing, including the video, every one of us is going to do 20+ years in the military in very responsible positions. So I'd say the world needs to know that. It's not a joke.
Well, thank you very much for your testimony here today for all of you, and I yield back, Mr. Chair.
2004 was 30 years ago. Kaibo, that's too long, dude. Autoplay. Someone said, what's with his smile? You can tell David kind of loves talking about it. His face just looks so perplexed with a slight smile like, I don't fucking know, man. Shit was crazy. Like, here's the thing. Oh, you can't see? My bad. I fixed it. I read it for you. Can you hear me? Yeah, I blew it up so you could read it easier, ironically. Chat, those of you who know, anyone who's flown planes in their lives, they're very enthusiastic about flying planes. So I have to assume that a lot of his enthusiasm comes from just seeing something that is also flying, that he is probably imagining what that would be like to fly. As someone who previously flew Super Hornets, in his case. All right, we were listening to... This song might be too loud. We'll see. I'm showing my coworkers these clips and nobody cares. I'm the crazy guy at work. I owe some other crazy guys apologies. Chad, I'm the crazy streamer. I'm the one watching the hearing in front of an audience and we're talking about it. I'm the UAP guy now, baby. Finding my new niche. We're going to do the alien interview videos every week. Is there a UAP tag? I like that I have beginner players tag on right now. To be fair, it's true. This is the first time we've been in the politics category before. I was really confused when your category said politics, but I'm here for it. Yeah, I mean, it's literally politics. It's a congressional hearing. I told my girlfriend and she was like, yeah, I'm not surprised. Did you like Beat a Boo's latest single? I feel like I'm in a dream. Why does no one care? I told my mom about the hearing and she said, wow, that's nuts. Anyway, yada, yada, yada. I went back and asked her, remember when I told you about the congressional hearing about aliens, etc.? Why did you seem disinterested? She said, oh, come on. That's just a bunch of nonsense. There aren't aliens flying around the planet. I think there's such a huge stigma taboo around the term UFOs that people instantly dismiss it. It doesn't even register as a thing in their head. Even Congress discussing it can't overcome the stigma. I think it's, if I had to give a try and give a rational take here, I think that the real reason is that as humans, we have to compartmentalize the things that we can control and the things that we can't control. And even if your mom in this hypothetical was like, there's aliens? Like, for real, honey? And you go, yes. Like, she can't do anything about that. Except know about it. So, if you can't do anything about it, I think there's a lot of people, and I consider myself one of those people that I really don't worry. Like, I have anxiety about other stuff, but I don't worry about things. I know that that's difficult to make that distinction, but it's just the way that it is. And I think a lot of people that don't like or don't normally worry about things are just like, let's talk about things we can change right now. So I don't know that it's necessarily a bunch of people blowing off UFOs as crazy people talk, even though that is a part of it for sure. I think that there's just this expectation that I am the one that can present to you a life-altering, life-shattering change in your day-to-day humanity, and you need to kind of drop everything that you're doing and start following me. because I know the secrets that you don't know, kind of. When that's just not how the world works, you know? Like, for me, it's like a really interesting hobby thing. Like, I know that there's not anything I can do about it except... In this case, I guess I'm technically spreading awareness, I guess, but that's not really my intention. I was just interested in it personally and thought it would be fun if people were along for the ride. But I don't have like a moral imperative personally. I just want to know if there's aliens. Sure. And I think humanity deserves to know if there were, regardless of the repercussions there. That would be if I had to take a moral stance, I would say that. But I'm not dedicating my life to figuring it out, you know. I would prefer not to grow old and still have lingering questions. Preferably. But I understand that most people can't do anything about it, so it doesn't really matter to me if people come into chat and go, this is stupid, and leave. If they say something stupid that I can correct verbally, then I'll correct it, because I at least, if you think it's stupid, at least have all the facts before you think it's stupid. At least have the facts straight, in my opinion. But don't try and poke holes in something where there's armor. If that makes sense. But yeah, I think a lot of people just expect to tell friends or family and then to freak out and like shatter their worldview, and when that doesn't happen, they're disappointed, which is not the best way to go about it, in my opinion. Honestly, the commander was almost excited about his testimony. He was smiling and even mentioned that upon seeing the capabilities of the Tic Tac, he remarked, "I'd love to fly it." That's what I said, yeah. He's a fly boy. Okay, next. We got a list. What are the key takeaways? What did we need to learn? Key takeaways. Bullet points. Defense contractors misappropriating funds with government collusion. Mention of self-funding, which basically just means skimming money off the top of programs to be spent on secret special access programs. Which is a lead for Congress to follow up on. Grusha spent 11 hours with both intel communities, or committees, sorry. U.S. government contractors have crafted non-human biologics. That's what Grush said. U.S. government contractors have intimidated, hurt, and potentially murdered would-be whistleblowers. I mean, potentially, but he said, I don't know that he was that, it wasn't that explicit. I wouldn't be surprised, but that's making some inferences based on what was actually said. I would say that people certainly felt threatened. He said he feared for his life, yeah, so yeah. They felt threatened would be a better way to say that, and feared for their life. Which is fair. But he confirmed that he feared for his life. Individuals in charge of classification, access to information are both senior executive officials in both military/DOD and defense contractors, unelected officials. Yeah, they did mention that people with access to information were both inside and outside of government. Satellite imagery of crashes, tests, and retrievals exists. I think he said, I can't speak about that, to be more specific. But I could be wrong. U.S. government contractors could have advanced tech that has been made from reverse engineering efforts. They did say that. Grush and his wife were intimidated in a disturbing way. Okay, true. Grush knows people who have seen the non-human biologics. Correct. Grush has seen photos and documents. Correct. Gates saw footage of Orb UAP. 4, actually. He saw radar data of 4 UAPs. He did say he saw satellite images he couldn't explain with his physics degree. Yeah, I do remember that. But there was another part that he said he couldn't answer, and I can't remember what the splitting hairs part was. Grush saw footage of a shoot down and said craft was otherworldly. It's potential for this to also be interdimensional. Did he say that? We paused on the shoot down section, and I clarified that he said he saw the shoot down of one of the objects and said he didn't see why it would have to be classified if a couple of sensor readouts were filtered. He said something about dimensions. Well, I need to find that. What part was that? Who was asking those questions? Because I want to go back and listen to that. Nobody knows. He mentioned higher dimensional projection was just a few seconds. I think chat's getting... he was talking about the balloon shoot down. I mean, I got the video right here. What if I went right to it? What if my first click? It's like opening a book to the right page. Hello?
Material acquisition and exploitation activity, also baselining the UAPs, but not.
Okay, what? I don't remember who was asking the questions though.
0.2 Mach, and they would do so in very erratic and quick behaviors that I don't have an explanation for.
Okay.
It was
Have you
Grush.
spoken to commercial and military pilots?
They're asking Graves a lot of
that have seen these
questions.
off of our East Coast.
I have.
Okay.
Was it Raskin?
Mr. Favor, I noticed that in the Tic Tac.
Active planned reprisal activity against myself and other colleagues, and it's very, very upsetting to me.
Coming from where?
Certain senior leadership at previous agencies I was over the last 3 years.
How do you account for that response? That seems like a bizarre response.
I call it administrative terrorism. A classified conversation in April 2022 before he took over Arrow in July 2022, and I provided him by law to do that as a former intelligence officer, or I go to jail for revealing classified information.
When you say that they're above congressional oversight.
I'll use Title 10, so DOD as an example, right?
This is
Some
hard.
of which, to my understanding, and of course, I left NGA in April, so that's my information cutoff date. But I personally reviewed both what we call overhead collection and
I don't
from
think it was
other
this
strategic and tactical
section.
platforms that were both scientifically. I like to use the term non-human. I don't like to denote origin. Keeps that.
Has the U.S. government become aware of actual evidence of extraterrestrial, otherwise unexplained forms of intelligence? And if so, when do you think this first occurred?
I like to use the term non-human. I don't like to denote origin. Keeps the aperture open, both scientifically. Certainly, like I've discussed publicly previously, 1930s.
Okay. Can you give me the names and titles of the people?
No, he can't. It was Billion Lightyear guy. Here?
Colleagues of mine that got physically injured. And the activity, and I got to.
By UAPs or by people within the federal government?
Both.
Okay, so there has been activity by alien or non-human technology and or beings that has caused harm to humans.
I can't get into the specifics in an open environment, but at least the activity that I personally witnessed, and I have to be very careful here, because they tell you never to acknowledge tradecraft, right? So what I personally witnessed, myself and my wife, was very disturbing.
Okay. One of my constituents actually sent this next question, and I figured I'd ask it since I had the same thought.
Earlier?
You've said that the U.S. has intact spacecraft. You said that the government has alien bodies or alien species. Have you seen the spacecraft?
I have to be careful to describe what I've seen firsthand and not in this
I'm getting
environment, but
conflicting
I can answer
information.
that question behind closed doors. Yeah.
And have you seen any of the bodies?
That's something I've not witnessed myself.
The Dark, did you just make up this information? Definitely him. Not sure when.
Okay, and so with that being said, you know, and the other statement that has been made that was intriguing to me it's intriguing because my
N number of sorties, however high, a small percentage are going to end in, mission failure, if you will, as we say in the Air Force. And then in terms of multidimensionality, that kind of thing, the framework that I'm familiar with, for example, is something called the hologram. Your first question, and I'm here as a fact witness and expert, but I will give you a theoretical framework, at least to work off, to kind of espouse
This isn't
crashes,
the shoot-down,
regardless of your level of sentience, right? Planes crash, cars crash. N
And
number
the
of
satellite.
sorties, however high, a small percentage are going to end in mission failure, if you will, as we say in the Air Force. And then in terms of multidimensionality, that kind of thing, the framework that I'm
use the
familiar
arrow
with,
keys.
for example, is something called the holographic principle. It derives itself from general relativity.
Yeah, I
Objects
know.
such as yourself can be projected across about discussion. Yes.
Okay, have they that recovered
Previously, I'm witting of so.
where you have an aircraft that does
Match that you described.
I don't
You're
hear
not aware-
anything
it
about
has not
satellites.
happened that you're aware of.
Briefing regarding
That's-
that
all right.
episode.
You said it was
brought with me
before?
Congressman
Representative Nick Langworthy.
So you've been to show me, if we can, so that they
Got physically injured.
APs
Yeah, there's no
or
satellite
by
here. The lady in red brought up Grush's paper later in the hearing. Later in the hearing.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Grush, why is it that you refer to the phenomenon as non-human intelligence? Why deviate from the basis of extraterrestrial life?
I think the phenomenon is very complex, and I like to leave an open mind analytically to specific origin.
When you say specific origin, are you referring, can you elaborate on that for those that might not?
If it's a traditional extraterrestrial origin or something else that we don't quite understand from either a biological or astrophysics perspective, I just like to keep an open mind on what it could be,
Okay, and referring to your News Nation interview, you had referenced specific treaties between governments.
This
Article
part was
3
interesting
alleged-
too, but
the George Washington.
This is not the satellite.
Seconds remaining. You mentioned white-collar crimes. Please.
Duty.
We'll go to Mr.
Describe
Chat,
your
you're 0 for 2. You're 0 for 2, dude. Grush saw footage of shoot down and said it was otherworldly. Where's that part? You were looking for the dimension stuff at first and then skip past it. But that's not, this just says otherworldly shoot down footage. Why would you hone in? That wasn't even the right word. I'm looking for Grush saying he saw footage of the shoot down. Because he did say that, but this is the part we were trying to confirm. It would have been, okay, if this is chronological, what if this is chronological? If it's chronological, then it would have been right after this. It may not be chronological though.
That came through that I could triage. So I'm not sure what they've shared with certain gang guys.
government.
Something I can't discuss in public setting. Interview biologics.
This craft.
As I've stated publicly already in my News Nation interview, biologics came.
Someone give him a time code if you know where it was. Chad doesn't know. Chad doesn't know where it was. Would be cool if you could search subtitles. There's no subtitles on that, unfortunately. Okay, anyway, we'll come back to that. It's potential for this to also be interdimensional mention of holographic principles. That's what chat's honing in on. He said he saw the China balloon shoot down. I don't recall a UAP shoot down. That is the shoot down. They were talking about the balloon shoot downs. Someone who was live tweeting said he said it at 11:40 a.m. ET. Okay, we're gonna sleuth this out, Chad. That would have been an hour and 40 minutes into the hearing. The hearing started at the 18-minute mark, so it should be almost at the 2-hour mark.
Regardless of your level of sentience, right? Planes crash, cars crash, n number of sorties.
So if it was an hour, it was 11:40. Hour and 40 in, plus 18 is an hour 58. Okay, I'm before that.
Well, however high, a small percentage are going to end in mission failure, if you will, as we say in the Air Force. And then in terms of multidimensionality, that kind of thing, the framework that I'm familiar with, for example, is something called the holographic.
You just got the holographic principle.
And that is, if you want to imagine a 3D object such as yourself casting a shadow onto a 2D surface.
It's got to be before this.
That's the holographic principle.
It's got to be like right before this.
You said that the government has alien bodies or alien species. Have you seen?
We already
has been activity by alien or non-human technology and or beings that has caused harm to humans.
I can't get into this.
Chat, you just let me in a circle. It's somewhere in there. People will get fired or have pay cut if they don't get access to SCIF for the next hearing. Just rewatch it 2 times speed. Too loud. I think it was earlier in the hearing, but it doesn't say otherworldly. He says he saw footage that could be released if parts were redacted. That's what I heard too, Chuzweed. That's what I heard too. Let's just rewatch the whole thing from the beginning. I also didn't hear that it was otherworldly. Okay, Grush will give AOC and other panel members list of involved individuals directly after the hearing. According to Grush, statements made by Dr. Kirkpatrick that there is no evidence of extraterrestrial visitation or objects defying known science are inaccurate. Grush was under oath. Kirkpatrick was not. Interesting. When asked about communication with NHI, Grush stated he can only talk about this in a classified setting. Boeing allegedly engaged in an incident involving red square, not cube, he said square, size of football field. Grush cannot confirm or deny Department of Energy involvement. Alleged intimidation of commercial pilot witnesses by commercial aviation companies. Ah, this Redditor was paying attention. The red square. AOC asking for an illustration is interesting. Chat said, give that guy an Etch-a-Sketch. Yeah, I know it wasn't in chronological order now. Congressman indicated he would propose himself to initiate the Holman Rule if necessary. We did hear that as well. This plus Schumer threatening to slash the DoD's budget next year if they don't play nice makes me think they're dead serious. This is the first true bipartisan issue we've had in years. I'm short. Cooperate with Congress. Tell us what you know or we'll punish you. Even fire you. I'm average height. Thank you for summarizing. Oh, that's funny. Is this what will finally make America cut its military spending? Yeah, that's what's funny to me. There's so many people like, they're doing this to get more funding, and it's like, you don't understand. They're doing this. The natural outcome of this is cutting funding. The only way we could get more funding is if we were going to war with the aliens, because we have photographic proof from our top pilots that they have WMDs, so we're going in immediately. Then you can be suspicious. We need more radar. Okay, there was a lot. Chat, we got a cube within a sphere throughout history. Cube in a sphere historically. 2 unidentified pilots, one flying a Frontier airplane, and the other a military jet, reportedly spotted the object. The FAA Grand Junction said the object appeared to be spherical and enclosing a square object. The lights alternately flashing the different colors appeared to emanate, and the rest was redacted. Monkas. Excellent find. Oh, so I can go back to the zoomed in view so you can see it easier. Damn you, Time Cube. Here's the newspaper database link. We got source on newspaper.com. Cube within a sphere sounds a fuck ton like the descriptions of the 3D beings in the novel Flatland. These are how cross-sections of 4D beings would appear to us, monkus. But also, tangentially related, we did actually go back just a second ago and rewatch the part where David Grush is asked about whether he thinks they're extraterrestrial and why he won't pin it down. He goes, I like to keep my options open. And also, here's this analogy about shadow casting. So I feel like that's what he probably believes. That's just a complete pulling that out of my ass. But, no, don't quote me. But I feel like that's why they're reluctant to pin themselves down, and why they're specific geometric shapes. That's not the only one. According to some documentations from Intercontinental Research and Analytic Network from 1981, in March 1967, Cuban Radar Air Defense Patrol reported a bogey UFO nearing an altitude 10,000 meters with a speed of 650 miles an hour, the northeast coast of Cuban airspace. Who wrote this? Two MiG-21 jet fighters were ordered by Cuban Air Defense to intercept the object, radioed by the flight commander as a bright metallic craft within a spherical envelope. No national insignia or additional details were visible from the distance of 5 kilometers. Very close to the same area that Ryan Graves and the carrier he served spotted their UAPs with the same descriptions since at least 1967. Russians allegedly attempted to shoot it down and their jet got disintegrated in the process. All right, that's hearsay, but what is this? The document is file 29. I'm not clicking on that. I'm not going to the New Zealand government National Library. They're gonna get me. Fifth dimensional beings casting a shadow on us. Men in black honeypot. I got in. They let me in, dude. I'm here. Daily with the aliens. All right, I think we got it all. There's just a bunch of clips and commentary. The David Grush supercut. 54 minutes of just David Grush talking. All the way at the bottom. I want to see the Snyder cut. Okay, chat. I think it's time to change gears. What's this music? It's just some background music. From the artist, ironically known as WMD. You can go to that link and find more by this person. Chill Tunes. No more aliens. DM3 incoming? Not yet. We can talk more about aliens and whatnot. But why don't we do so? No, I just got here. Well, then you can. We watched the entire thing, dude, and we spent 6 hours on a 2.5-hour live stream. When Baldur's Gate comes out, will you be playing it? Yeah, I will. Now to play Destroy All Humans. But yeah, we can talk about this some more, but I want to talk about it while playing a game about colonizing an alien planet. Which I'm sure will never come back to bite me. Or hurt me in any way. Perfect time for my favorite SETI-like game, Voices of the Void. Ooh, that's, you know what? Is that the one? What's the one where you sit at a control terminal and look for signs of life? I feel like I should play that one. Is that one? Or was that a different one? That's the one? Interesting. Maybe we'll have to play that. Signal Simulator and Voices of the Void. Signal Sim is not getting updates. That's sad. Voices of the Void is better. Today's alien government stream has been most satisfactory. Chat, if you guys enjoy doing this, maybe we can do some more React content and do some more UAP alien React content. Because it would be fun to watch some of the interviews with some of the people that were there today. Like the Ryan Graves goes into a lot more detail when he's given more time in some of the interviews, and he's very articulate and well-spoken. and has put a lot of stuff out there. My C-SPAN React streamer. It'd be cool to get updates when there are some. Yeah, for sure. We'll do that too. VOD watchers skip 5 years for radicalized etal. That's what I like about in a hobbyist, enthusiast interest in UAP stuff, is it doesn't have a natural end point of radicalization, in my opinion. I think it's a chicken or egg scenario. I don't think that UAP interest is the gateway drug. I think that people who are already on some other shit are just naturally inclined to adopt UAP into their diet, if that makes sense. Like, I don't think video games cause violence, and I don't think UAP interest causes psychosis and schizophrenia. But it might be that people who are violent also play video games, and people who have health problems that they genuinely need to consult professionals about also like conspiracies. This is the only place I go for news. Get your news here. But yeah, no, it's super fun. I definitely would consider watching some more videos and stuff. I'm not gonna watch like History Channel Discovery stuff, but it would be fun to watch some more of some of the people, especially who were on the panel today, talking about things and telling you what they saw. But welcome back. I think here's what we should do. We should just take a quick, brief BRB, because when I took a pee break last, I didn't take the doggo out. And he needs to go. He's 15 years old. He's old, and I need to make sure that he does it outside and not in his bed. Ancient Aliens. I think that if not for the stigma of the show, the idea of Ancient Aliens is awesome. But I also understand there is a reason why it is considered fringe now. I think that's a really cool sci-fi scenario. I hate the idea of Ancient Aliens because it's racist. Okay, but there's degrees to which you can, like, in my mind, Ancient Aliens are, I know what you're talking about, but I'm talking about aliens that have been here for a very long time and have been in some kind of sleep mode until it detects technology that is capable of communicating with them. How is it racist? They're talking about the ancient aliens that people would say, like, aliens have been here the whole time, and explain how all of these cultures were able to accomplish everything they were able to accomplish, and sort of appropriating their achievements by saying, oh, it was just aliens the entire time. That kind of stuff. So it's difficult to talk about Ancient Aliens without being lumped into that crowd. Because I am fascinated by the idea of different religious texts and whatnot that are interpretable as, damn, that dude was talking about a spaceship. Like, I find that kind of stuff interesting. I don't subscribe to the aliens did it to explain architectural and other cultural achievements. But anyway, I'm gonna take a quick BRB. I'll let you check out this beautiful, serene setting. I'm gonna take the dog, go outside. And then we're gonna start building the coal factory. Well, we've already started. It's getting big. But we have a lot more work to do. I'll be back in just a few. Thanks for hanging out tonight. Thanks for watching. And also thanks Propulsion for the 18 months. And also The Dark, who had a wild-ass day. Did the Blee Glorxians from Alpha Centauri get confirmed? You missed your appointment. But hang tight, I'll BRB. Sorry for the wait. Oops. Bad cameraman. Bad. I was really hungry. And also had a massive headache, so I want to be able to stream more. And I don't like taking ibuprofen on an empty stomach. So, I may or may not have eaten Alice's lunch tomorrow. I was like, I'm hungry. She's like, oh, do you want a couple bites? I got like a fresh turkey patty, like turkey burger. I was like, yeah, that sounds good. And I like took a couple bites, and I just kept eating, and I just ate the rest. It's just like a plain patty. No bread, no sauce, no toppings. I was just like, oh, this is so good. I just ate the whole thing. Goblin meal. Oh, absolutely a goblin meal. Yeah. And it was delicious too. The good news is there's 3 more patties. That one was like partially eaten already, so I just finished it off. Eat the other 3 to show dominance. Give 1 to Midas, and then eat 1, and then give the cats the other one. Okay. Anyway. What up? Shh. I've returned. Let's get comfier lighting. There we go. Night lights. Why do people only claim aliens were needed to make some big stone structures? Why not claim they helped ancient Greeks make the Antikythera, how do you say that? Antikythera mechanism? I don't know what that is. Hand-powered orrery. Described as the oldest known example of an analog computer used to predict astronomical positions and eclipses decades in advance. Oh. No, I know what it is. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I know what that is. I just didn't know that was the name for it. Evil streamer caught starving partner. Etal, I found the quote. It ended up being during the reading glasses congressman, but yeah, he didn't say otherworldly. Okay, so I was right. That's what I thought. He just said he saw it, and he saw no reason why it couldn't have been released in a particular form. Welcome back to Satisfactory. This is our current project tonight. We're trying to get 24 coal generators on. And we got 12 on this side, and we're gonna have 12 on this side, but I can't actually make the rest of them because... Oh, wait. I can make 4 of them. Did we not get... Did I not do this before? Okay, so how many more do we need? We need 1, 2, we need 4 more. So we need rotors, we need iron plates, and we're gonna need cable. And then I'm gonna need to move somewhere else. You don't need to see the parachute. You can just see the health bar. And that'll work somewhere over here. Okay. Let's go get some stuff. I just finished a 48 coal generator factory. Now I'm tuning into this. Yeah. This is our first generator factory. And I think we could support more than 24 once we get Mark II miners, but I honestly think 24 should be enough to get us to oil. And make some pretty sweet factories with what we got. Is this the Factorio game you said you played a year ago? I don't remember what a year ago was. You're gonna have to be more specific. It is a game in which you make factories. Is this with any additional game modes turned on? No, this is a vanilla game, brand new campaign that we started on Monday. So this is a brand new factory with update 8 in the experimental branch. That's why I don't really have much going on right now. And then yesterday we spent, I would say at least 2 hours talking about UAPs. And then today, obviously, we spent 6 or so hours talking about UAPs. So even though this is technically the third stream on Satisfactory, I wouldn't say that it necessarily represents that many streams worth of developments. Let's say. So this is my micro single Mark I miner iron factory. Very basic stuff. It's just here to give me the raw materials and the foundational building blocks like reinforced and rotors, of which I can grab more. And I just come back here and get these sort of fundamental pieces every so often, and it just makes it in the background for me. Soon, we're gonna have a proper factory for this, but we are not there yet. Also been running low on iron plates. Oh, there's no power. Okay, yeah, I was wondering what was happening here. We need to get power turned back on. That would be good. And then I need to clean out some inventory stuff. Yeah, let's get the power back on here. But yes, this is a Factorio-esque game, I would say. I come to ETEL stream for the UAP content. Understandable. Probably in a pretty narrow category niche on Twitch, as far as that goes. Especially now that I've got a proper congressional hearing stream under my belt. Okay, this is the good stuff. This is solid biofuel. I don't really have much cargo space for this. Let's clean that out first. And we can still keep talking about stuff too. Especially since it's highly relevant today. I'm trying to just like make, we don't have maximum inventory size yet, unfortunately. So I need to make some like personal storage containers, I guess. Because we don't have room for anything. And we can organize it later. Like that can be a problem for future me. He can go clean all this up or throw this stuff away if we end up not needing it. That's fine too. Okay. It's entirely possible if I top... These are biomass burners, so we have to manually refuel them. This process cannot be automated as of yet. We're working on a coal plant that will be completely automated. I guess I could have just crammed it in there. So I'm putting 200 fuel, which is the maximum that you can put in these biomass burners, and that's keeping the rest of the factory online right now, which primarily constitutes that small iron mine, or the small iron factory that we were just at, and a bunch of limestone into concrete factories. I think we have 7 constructors working on limestone into concrete, so we can start amassing a supply for when we eventually do our mega projects. And when I say mega projects, as we get the power back on here, and we want to confirm that our maximum capacity is 190 megawatts, and we want to make sure that we're not consuming over 190 megawatts right now. The maximum consumption could get over it, but everything would have to be firing simultaneously for that to occur. But anyway, when I say mega projects, I mean, do you see that floating structure? For now, that's just going to be a floating structure. And over time, we're going to start creating resources that we'll be able to crunch into tickets. So we'll be able to make excess resources and put them into this machine right here, the Awesome Sink, and that Awesome Sink will take those items, turn them into points, and then the points give us tickets or coupons, which we can grab, like so. And then we can spend those coupons at the Awesome Shop, and the Awesome Shop will let us do a whole bunch of decorative aesthetic things that we currently can't do, such as new types of foundations, lots of new types of foundations, just like dozens of blocks here. We've got a bunch of walls, garage doors, ramps, windows, architectural struts, supports, pillars, barriers, railing, corners, more roofs. These things all cost tickets. Once we have some of those, then we can really kind of settle in and make some cool looking buildings. Right now, we just need to get stuff working, even if it's floating in the sky. Is the structure on the global grid? Yes, it is on the global grid, Kaibo. How you doing, Kaibo? What's up, Zap Guy? Kaibo, how about those aliens? Did you ever do modded Factorio? No, I've never done modded Satisfactory either. Were there any other important things that we can buy? We have 6 tickets. We already got conveyors, wall mounts, floor holes. Chat really liked the wall power outlet, which I think is, we're gonna need all this stuff sooner or later. We'll probably need all the pipe attachments as well, especially for this building, but we're gonna need to make a factory. I think before we get that, let's start getting some of the other foundational pieces. I gotta collect all this. We really need, I need every option. It's gonna take a lot of tickets for us to get there. Or we could save up for the factory cart. But yeah, I don't know. We got doors. I would say let's get tilted walls. I don't know. Maybe we just start with some foundations first. Or we can just save all of our tickets and that's fine too. Until we need something specific. All right, where's my car? There it is. We have no fuel. There we go. There's a hundo. Missed the whole stream. You missed the entire stream, Bucky. You missed all the aliens. Gates and conveyor walls are POG. I agree. I got the conveyor walls. I like the gateways too. The alien gateways. All right, wait a second. Did I even get enough materials to finish We should have enough materials to get the last few cold gens down. And I have some big ideas for this. I have some big ideas, but it might need a little grinding. Scrubbed raid. Uh-oh. What up, Raiders? Hello, EJ fam. Thanks for coming back again. You won't stab us this time, chat. I'm here this time, and therefore I can mount a defense and call upon the people in my chat to throw back these scrubs. Sorry, I don't think you guys are scrubs. Chat, they're here. Delete as many channel points as you can to establish dominance. I want you to blot out the chat with deleted channel points to show them how serious you are. This is not a drill. Now that is a show of force, okay? Thousands of channel points are being sunk from the economy right now, and that's just the tip of the iceberg, baby. You guys are doing great. Millions gone. The economy is crashing, and we're doing it for fun. Anyway, what's up, Raiders? How you guys doing? We're trying to what? Not inflation. This is the opposite of inflation. Deflation. This is deflation. Raiders, I am assuming that you were on to watch a rocket launch and you were unable to watch the rocket get launched. I am sorry for your disappointment. But I welcome you here. We're going to work on getting our first coal plant up. And you might have been here yesterday and been like, isn't this almost exactly where you were at yesterday on the stream? And the answer is yes. But we actually spent the first 6+ hours of the stream in, for the first time in this channel's history, the politics category. Italics Falcon Heavy aborted at T minus 65 seconds. Oof. That's better than aborting at T plus 65 seconds, hopefully. Or T plus 5 seconds. Also facts. There's an opportunity tomorrow. I hope you get it tomorrow. But we spent the first 6+ hours for the first time ever in the politics category because I watched the congressional hearing on UAPs today. So we spent the first 6+ hours talking about UAPs. You made it here just in time for the post-UAP content. That doesn't mean that it's off the table. We can still chat about it. I actually don't know how EJ feels about UAPs, and I might be lowering my credibility as a streamer friend by discussing them. But I'll take that risk because the truth needs to come out. I'm just kidding. What does the P stand for? Phenomena. It's actually unidentified anomalous phenomena. Italics, nah, we're good. UAPs are neat. Makes my chat go bananas, though. Understandable. And if you need to know what my political position is, this is the brief. I'll give it to you in like 2 sentences. I believe that the witnesses saw something. Ryan Graves, David Fravor, and David Grush saw something. It is, or some things. They are as of yet unidentified, and they defy the current known laws of physics to some degree that we need more public oversight and disclosure in order to ascertain and get a full detailed report on. That's what I believe. I just want to know what the records are on the things that they are seeing and figure out what they are. I don't feel like that's too controversial. Hopefully. Alex, I mean, you're a Bob Lazar fan, right? I want to believe, man. I want to believe too. I would say I definitely believe in extraterrestrial life, just statistically. But I don't know. They're being very careful to say that that's not what they're boxing it in as for these hearings. So, I think that the easiest explanation is that if the witnesses are believable and they're speaking the truth and giving their experiences and accounts in their full, like, without leaving out any pertinent details, then based on their testimonies, it is not anything that humans could currently survive in just because of the G-forces by themselves. So the next natural, like, expectation is, but they're using the term non-human intelligence now, which I think makes sense. They don't want to box it into just extraterrestrial. But yeah, I want to believe too. I definitely believe that there's intelligent life out there. I don't know if the intelligent life that I believe is out there is what's behind the UAPs now. Let's put it like that. So that's where I'm at. I feel like that's a pretty basic take, but I could be wrong. You'd be surprised because I have plenty of people in my chat, EJ, that I piss off every time I bring it up. But what's up, man? G-forces don't matter to drones. That's true, but one of the people testifying today contends that not only, and this is just their testimony, that not only are there reverse engineering programs with crash retrieval, but also that some of them contained biologic material inside. And they use the phrase biologic material, not bodies. Where previously David Grush said that there were dead pilots in them. He changed the way that he worded that for his oath, after being under oath. But anyway, a lot of interesting stuff. What if we're the aliens? We're aliens to somebody. There is a mothership in the Atlantic Ocean that makes uncrewed drones that scout our planet for an advanced off-world alien race. EJ, you're too close, okay? I don't want to alarm you, but don't answer the door, okay? Don't peek through the blinds. They're watching right now. You're too close. They know. They're on to you. Anyway, we watched the whole thing, and I gave my takes. We talked about a bunch of it, because I didn't watch it live, because it was 7 a.m. my time. So we just did like a pause. I gave commentary. I made fun of the old lady for continuously interrupting and just saying like a speech and then walking off. And we did that for like the better part of 6 hours. Well, a lot of the, I understand me saying this might beg a lot of questions, and they're probably questions we've already addressed in detail today over like 6+ hours. But yeah, I feel like when I say political, that's what I mean. We were just watching a congressional hearing. I wasn't telling you who to vote for. All right, we got a whole bunch of stuff to sort out here. But it was a fun foray into the politics category, because Man, that being in that category definitely brings some people out, for sure. But welcome, Rocket and Scrubbed chat. Glad to have you. I wouldn't mind, we can continue the conversation. I don't want to scare any of you off. But I hope you guys had an awesome day, awesome stream. So before, here's what I need to do. We need to go find a water source. So I kind of need to decide where I want the water to come from, and we need to have the materials to get 9 water pumps underway. That's gonna mean that we need copper sheets, and I might just, actually, we're gonna need time for reinforced plates and rotors to be crafted. So because we need that time, I might just manual craft copper sheets. Don't shoot me. And if you do, please at least disclose what I was to the American people after you do it. Okay? I don't want to go into a classified file somewhere and never see the light of day again. But I'm glad to have each and every one of you, and if you're on my channel, Talos, if you disappear, I'm calling George Knapp. Maybe he'll look into it. He's local. I'm ready for the next report. I want to see if he makes like a report on the hearing, because I love listening to George Knapp. He's just very pleasant to listen to. Yeah. You got to let him know that a Vegas local who's trying to spread awareness. They did have the Las Vegas alien. He basically came out and said that was a hoax. Like, he had some really great reporting on it. George Knapp is great. So he got to the bottom of it real quick. I don't know if they ever made a part 3, but yeah, there was a whole like Las Vegas sighting recently, and he made a follow-up video on it. It was like basically all but saying it was a complete bunk, which I kind of thought from the beginning anyways. But if you're in my chat and you haven't already followed EJ, please remedy that and do so now. Maybe you can learn something about the actual quantifiable space and rocketry that we do have information on, and that we can see, and that we can articulate, and that we can observe. And you'll learn something about the day-to-day experiences that we as humans actually do have with launching stuff up into the atmosphere. Alex, to be honest, I watched all that stuff, know all about Lazar, Knapp, and his crew. Bob Lazar made a jet-powered car, which is pretty cool. I'm actually pretty recent to the scene. I kind of clocked in when the 60 Minutes video broke a few years ago, when the Tic Tac video dropped, and that's kind of when I jumped on. So I'm kind of a recent... I'm not a local yet. But I think it's fascinating. So I'm very into that stuff now. Okay, we need to grab... That's cool to hear. That's cool to hear, dude. There's just such a stigma about it that I feel like I have to quantify it. Like, yeah, I like UAPs, but like not that much. You know, it's I think they're cool, but not that cool. They're okay, 6 out of 10. They're okay, F out of 18. Super Hornet. I just want to know too. Me too, bro. Me too. But yeah, what were you guys doing besides scrubbed rocket launches? EJ was last seen playing Science and Technology. Highly recommended. Chat, click that link. Give him a follow. You got a fellow believer? All right, we already have I was gonna do some handcrafting of copper. Okay, so what I need is 2 personal miners. Yeah, 2 personal miners. And we're just gonna plop those onto a copper deposit. By the way, if you did just join, this is a brand new factory. We just started it on Monday, and yesterday was like half of a stream we did it, and today I just started like less than an hour ago. So we are very fresh into this save, and so therefore not much to show for us yet. We're in the infancy of this factory, and I'm very excited to make some progress tonight on the coal plant. I'd like to get it online. Playing Kerbal Space Program 1, building SSTOs and launch pads. Real nerd stuff. That is real nerd hours. Going straight to space in a space plane? That's too crazy. Okay, actually we do have some ingots here. That's nice. That'll save us a little bit of time. And then we want to drop one of these guys, and then one of these guys, and kind of let them just get some resources for us. I can go ahead and grab the ore that's there, and then I can just plop a construction bench down. And get some copper sheets. The fact that a real encounter would be something like Terra Invicta or XCOM makes me not so excited. Oh, I thought you were going to say excited. I want to believe all the UFO, UAP conspiracy stuff, but I also want to stay grounded with facts, so I'm on the fence about it all. Well, the thing is, I'm not saying that you have this opinion, but the takes that I have seen are along the lines of, well, I'm not on board. You haven't convinced me. And I think, I'm not saying that you're saying it like that or with that attitude, but the point of the hearings today and the movement in the Senate with the UAP Disclosure Act being amended into the NDAA and passed in the Senate, and then in the House, we had the congressional hearing today. Those two things, plus other things that have developed this year, are coming from a place of wanting to give you all the facts. That's what they want. So you don't need to believe or disbelieve, you just need to want all the information. And if you want all the information, then you are de facto on the team who is trying to get it distributed and declassified and disclosed, because that's what they want. They want disclosure. And if you're like, I want to believe, but I need the facts, then you're on their team. And therefore should support their efforts to get that disclosure. Because they're not trying to convince you aliens are real, now give me this. They're trying to say, I've got a lot of information that I want to be able to share with the public, but I can't. Let me do that, and let's investigate it. So that's their goal. And in fact, it's the opposite of give me something in return, and more like there are special access programs, and this is what was testified today in Congress. There are SAPs that are siphoning funds off the top and self-funding in order to keep basically stealing money effectively in order to fund the secret programs. So you would actually save money by uncovering a bunch of these subsystems. I must say I came into it thinking it was a farce, but Itai really changed my mind about it over the last 2 days. Oh no, I'm in danger. But anyway, while I'm handcrafting this, we have a factory, like the mini factory is making some other components that we need. We just don't have a copper factory up yet. We don't have enough power. We're on biomass. And to Alex, I just want to say I watched your Carrier Command 2 videos on YouTube. Very nice. Hey, glad you enjoyed it, D-Doom. But yeah, the people who are talking right now, or at least David Grush, earnestly believes that there is technology that could be gleaned in a life-shattering way, I think in his own words, that he thinks should be made public. Or at least the opportunity to research it and reverse engineer it. They're giving my tax dollars to the aliens. Life-shattering in a good way. Probably good for some, bad for others. I think that the one point that the conspiracies typically revolve around is some kind of alternative means of acquiring energy. And even any kind of evolution of how like a primary source of energy is achieved would basically upset the global status quo. Because I think that's where everybody's mind gravitates to. Because if you say, oh, we have craft that we're attempting to reverse engineer, what that would be the number one takeaway would be the thing that the entire world revolves around, which would be energy. So I feel like that's where a bunch of people go first, which makes sense. It makes sense to make that assumption. So when they say life-shattering, they probably mean that. Not necessarily energy, but the effects that would have if every single person's day-to-day got upended at a systemic level. Same for me, not gonna lie, Ital, when you started talking about this, I was really afraid you would be going to be one of those people. But seriously, what you talked about these last 2 days and the thing today made me think about and separate the people who are looking this at a serious way and the lunatic one. Yeah, and that's like, if you want to talk about actual conspiracies, if you want to get in on the actual conspiracies, it might be reasonable to assume or hypothesize that it would be easier to discredit the people who are serious about this than it is to use them as a way to discredit or distract from something else. Like, it's way easier to muddy the waters and create that lunatic assumption than it is for them to be telling the truth or even be lying to discredit something else, because they would have to lie in such a way that you earnestly believe them. So it's way easier to, like, insert a bunch of less than believable scenarios to get things, like you said, difficult to separate. So we're gonna need a lot. We have 98 copper sheets so far. And I need 20 times 9, so we're gonna need at least 200. And how expensive are pipes? Okay, they also need copper sheets, so we're gonna need a lot of copper sheets, basically. A lot of copper sheets. Probably more than I can handcraft. But also, we do have to wait for reinforced iron plates and rotors to be crafted, which are happening in the background anyways. Turns out making a 24 cold gen plant from scratch is not cheap. And then once the cold gen is in, then we can have a copper plant. Then we can have a big iron plant. And then all of our basics are going to be taken care of. And we can go multi-story. We can start that factory math that we want so bad. A lot of good stuff. Is the energy stuff why the DOE seems to keep coming up in this type of discussion? Yes, the Department of Energy also comes up because, and this is from the witnesses today who answered this, there is a predominance of sightings that pertain to or have some relationship to nuclear sites or energy, whether that be nuclear-powered ships or plants or whatever. The witnesses said yes to that question. And the Department of Energy handles all things nuclear, including bombs. They don't deliver the bombs or the payloads, but they're the first step in making them. So there is an assumption that's why the Department of Energy keeps coming up. But also just energy stuff in general. Okay, we got 247. That's a start. That'll let me at least make all of the different water pumps that we need, but not the actual pipes. It would honestly probably be easier for me to just start a small factory or just change the product. What if we just change the product here? Okay, it's almost full, but that's okay. Let's just go select recipe, copper sheets, and then we can honestly just do organization, storage container, and just have that feed over. That way there's more space. I picked this game after watching you the other day, gave it a go, spent a couple hours, had a good time. Then I watched someone else on Twitch and their base was hugely complex. Hang on, was that person EJ? Did you tune into EJ's broadcast? He has a very big base. It's very impressive. I wonder if any other countries' armed forces have allegedly encountered UAPs. Oh, for sure, yeah. We were just talking about this yesterday. A lot of them, yeah. Japanese military started officially tracking UFOs, now called UAPs, in 2020. They may have been tracking before then, but they officially started tracking in 2020. That's the first one that comes to mind. Yeah, we talked about Romania trying to make an intercept on a perceived balloon and failing to intercept the balloon, if it was a balloon. But yeah, everybody's tracking UAPs. It's just the reason that we're hearing about it now in Congress is because one of the intelligence officials who became a whistleblower is an American citizen. So therefore, it just looks... Oh, I didn't realize we already had one of these things here. It looks like, oh, why is America the only one doing something about this right now? And it's just like the squeaky wheel gets the grease at the moment. Like the whistleblower is American, therefore American government is taking interest. But it doesn't mean, it doesn't exclude other nations. Italics check Italy's 1953 UFO crash. Moonraven, you might be surprised to know that David Grush mentioned the 1930s being the origination of the conversations that we're talking about today. So, maybe you would enjoy watching that. I guess I could upgrade this. There's probably no reason to upgrade it. Like, it's not gonna equalize. All right, we need to have a lot more pipe, so I'm just gonna make some more ingots. And I am using the constructor next to me to do this too. We can do it faster with our powers combined to make more copper sheets. But yeah, I think that the next big piece of news in American media is going to be when does the House vote on NDAA? It's hard to find the information that I'm looking for. When all the stuff from today is currently in the news. Okay. Yeah, we got the subcommittee hearing. There was supposed to be a fourth witness today also. I forgot about that. There was supposed to be another witness, but they said that they had to pull back the last witness pulled back due to pressure from the Pentagon. So I'm curious who the mystery fourth person was. But anyway, I would expect that the next big news you'll be hearing about is however long it takes for the UAP Disclosure Act to actually mean something and not just be an amendment in a bill. Because it's going to have to pass the president's desk at some point and actually get ratified. I don't know how far away that is. No one understands how American government works, least of all Americans. Big Alien is trying to scare us from realizing these colonial fantasies on other planets. With public pressure, it could be a couple months, if not maybe a year. Well, because what happened was they proposed an amendment to the Senate's NDAA, which is different than the House's, where basically UAP records would have to be collected and stored and made public within a maximum of 25 years after enactment of a 1992 law. And that was the bipartisan amendment that got, like, easily passed. So I don't know what the next stage is. Can you explain this news as if I've been living under a rock? I think that was actually the intention of the hearing today, was primarily for people who've been living under a rock. But like, that's kind of another reason why I watched it, because I thought it would be easier for everyone, myself and chat, to see it and experience it at the same time. So instead of me coming on later and being like, well, this is what so-and-so said, and then so-and-so said this, and that was crazy, and like paraphrasing and not getting, like, just let them say their words instead of me try and summarize it, because then it's like 3 degrees of separation from the thing, and it makes even less sense when it's just me trying to, like, take a bullet for these guys, basically. I can put a little of this back. That'll save some space. Etal, if the moon was cheese, would you eat it? If you were cheese, would you eat it? But anyway, the short version is that witnesses who were deemed credible by the House of Representatives were called in today to give witness testimony in a public setting to enshrine their statements into congressional record, thereby making them make all their statements under oath and have penalty of perjury if found to be lying and go to prison for the rest of your life. Gave statements and witness testimony pertaining, 2 of them, to their own firsthand experience seeing unidentified anomalous phenomena in their line of work as pilots, and the other is an intelligence official who is cleared for the majority of special access programs and CAPS as well, who, in the pursuit of research of UAPs, is part of his job and his congressional mandate to investigate SAPs for UAP activity, was so surprised by what he found that he became an official legal whistleblower and is making bold accusations about the status of the Department of Defense apparatus for the retrieval of crashed non-human intelligence vehicles and the attempts to reverse engineer them. There you go. How was that? Is that a good summary? Perjury in a congressional hearing is only up to 5 years in prison? Yeah. 5 years in prison if you live that long. After your perceived betraying of the Intelligence Committee. That's a I got you where I want you, now I'm gonna eat you scenario. So nothing new. Pilots think that Starlink sats are UFOs all the time. Okay, this is why I didn't want to do this. Just go inform yourself before you make assumptions, all right? Just go do your own research before you're the one leaping to wild conclusions in this scenario. Like, it would genuinely take less time for you to just go look up what we're talking about than for me to, like, have to debunk every random assessment that does not fit within the scope of what we're talking about at all. It's like trying to jam a star-shaped piece through the square shape hole that you're trying to do right now. All right, where are we going for water? Choice 1 is lake. Choice 2 is at the top of the waterfall again, which is for sure the hardest of the two. Option C is why not both? Maybe we just start with the lake and then we move up to the waterfall once we have, like, better movement capabilities. Because that is a long, long walk. and we don't have any mobility enhancing gear. Telling people to do their own research is never a good idea unless you know they're actually good at doing research. Sure, it's a good idea. It's a good idea when it's, when you can tell from the question that it's not in good faith to begin with, and therefore does not deserve a good faith answer, because I would just have to basically give the entire hearing from scratch, from memory. That's why earlier I said it's okay to be a skeptic, and it's okay to not believe. It's your right to not believe the witness testimony, but for you to not believe it, you have to know what it is before you have completely written it off in your head. That's why I think the phrase that I used earlier was, you're free to poke holes in stuff, but people are frequently trying to poke holes in they're not poking holes in the soft underbelly, they're poking holes in the armored parts that are ironclad. And in this case, what that means is ironclad, there is no way, and when I say no way, I mean it is literally impossible for anything that those people saw to be a satellite, a Starlink satellite in 2004, for example. Hopefully I don't need to elaborate on why that in particular would be impossible. But also the fact that as far as I know, we don't launch satellites at sea level. Like, the satellites don't, hover at sea level, pretty sure. But I could be wrong on that. That might be something you have to ask EJ about. But anyway, yeah, the time it takes to kind of go over all the ways that is a literal impossibility, and then it'll just be the next thing. Well, what if it's this? No, it can't be that. Well, what if it's this? It can't be that. How about at a certain point you just listen to what they said it was and what all of the clues were, and then figure out what you think it was then. Is this a good spot? How big are these? Ooh, these are big. Ooh, these are real big. Okay, lake might not be enough room for nine of these. Unless the lake is larger this way. Okay, we could probably get 9 in if we go in a very disorganized pattern around the side here. The problem is I'm gonna get attacked by these nerds.
Your contract legally compels you to harvest this artifact.
Is that the little orb on the island talking to me?
Comply.
Comply.
You are so lucky that you found this most valuable
You are
artifact.
so lucky, chat. Can we cut that down? I'm gonna be like swimming though, aren't I? Oh, I could build a like a platform. Hold on. That thing is large. Yeah, I could just build a platform over here. And then see if we can cut the tree down.
Harvest.
Perfect. Okay, like that helps some. That Buddy, this is not one of those like birthday party bouncy houses or castles. Sorry to disappoint.
Multiple Fix-It personnel in the area. Proceed with harvest before it's too late.
Proceed with harvest. Encroaching others' clearance. Oh, we don't have any more reinforced iron plates. Okay, we need to go get some resources. Go get some raw mats. I guess I can try and just cram these in a completely ugly and disorganized fashion that I won't be happy about. You gotta do what you gotta do. And then my dream is when we can go really big, because we're gonna need a lot more water, right? Than just this. Then we make our way up to the top of the waterfall, and I think there's actually a lot of space up there. And we can make like a really organized drop down for all the tubes. I think in a much nicer way than we did the first time, where we kind of almost cover up the waterfall, more or less, because we're hyper-industrializing this planet. If there's any flora or fauna or nature that can be seen, I don't think we're doing our job well enough. This place needs to be smothered in factory. That's all I'm saying. Huge hang time. Popping a wheelie. But anyway, I saw someone earlier ask, if they have these things, why would they hide them? And there's many possible responses to that. The easiest one to accept is, I mean, all you have to do is look back from the Cold War on. Anything that the military can get that they perceive to be some kind of advantage is something that they're going to keep. And if they find something and they believe, hey, can we reverse engineer this and we could get a massive advantage? Maybe. But then, I don't know, let's say hypothetically, the people who need to know on a need-to-know basis is way too small, and a teeny tiny team of scientists this time can't just magically pull an Oppenheimer and invent something that's going to revolutionize war forever. And you're like, damn, we really bumped our heads together for like 20 plus years and we haven't been able to figure out this non-human intelligence craft shit. And oops, like I thought we were going to be able to figure this out and maybe start using it ourselves, but it turns out like 5 scientists in a room under non-disclosure and threat of death to them and their families if they figure out what's going on. I can't figure it out. Huh, who would have thought? I don't know, all it would take is a situation like basically trying to reverse engineer it in secret and not being able to would be another reason, because they think, well, what if we release this and somebody else figures it out? Then we're not the ones who have the special technology. Or just money. Money's also an easy way. Far tamer things have been kept secret for far longer. Yeah, there's also some interesting studies. From a long time ago. And it would be difficult for me to track them down, so I don't just want to talk out of my ass. Oh man, why do they, like, all the stupid news articles that make me have to, like, pay them to read? I already do that, dummy. It's called taxes and going to school. Okay. Here we go. I just want to make sure that I find the proper materials before I talk completely out of my ass. Okay. So, this is a lengthy thing. I'm just chat flashbang incoming. This isn't the full thing that I was looking for, but I'll start here. If you want to go down the conspiracy rabbit hole. It's not really a conspiracy, it's just things that were discussed back when we were trying to go to the moon in the 60s. All right, flashbang, bright screen. 3, 2, 1. Communications, technology, and extraterrestrial life. The advice Brookings gave NASA about the space program in 1960. So, back in 1960, they basically discussed when they were planning on going to the moon, how the discovery of extraterrestrial life. Okay, the penultimate section of the long report, about 2 pages, was about the implications of the discovery of extraterrestrial life. The authors recognized the unlikelihood of face-to-face meetings within the next 20 years, but nevertheless looked ahead to the chance that artifacts left at some point in time by these life forms might be possibly discovered through our space activities on the moon, Mars, or Venus. A discovery of extraterrestrial life, most likely through radio contact, the authors believed would certainly be front-page news everywhere and might lead to a greater unity of men on Earth based on the oneness of man, or due to the tremendous time lag in communications, the fact that such beings existed might become simply one of the facts of life, but probably not one calling for action. The report recommended continuing studies to determine emotional and intellectual understanding and attitudes, this is the key part, regarding the possibility of intelligent extraterrestrial life, and studies to understand, quote, the behavior of peoples and their leaders when confronted with dramatic and unfamiliar events or social pressures. The latter aim to determine how such information might be shared or withheld from the public. So anyway, as part of these reports, long story short, a large portion of their studies within NASA determined that people wouldn't be able to handle the truth. And I can dig a little deeper into these particular studies in order to try to find those exact quotes, but these are the studies that I am thinking of. The implications of people not being able to come to terms with the truth, and basically it ruining life as we know it is the short version. Yeah, pandemonium. So there's a very real potential that a lot of the agents who are, and when I say agents, I mean either agencies or aspects of government, people or categorical institutions, that believe they are withholding information for your own good, basically. So some of it may not even be as simple as money, or I want to keep tech secrets, but trying to maintain society as we know it, at least as they believe it to be held up by if they I think a large portion is probably afraid if they shake the status quo, then more bad things would happen than good from knowing the truth. So I feel like that's a very real possibility also, because they ran specific studies, especially within NASA, on exactly that, how they perceive people would react to that information in the 60s, because they thought, what if we go to the moon? It's unlikely, but what if we go up there and things get crazy, bro? Second question, why is this idle? You're just waiting on screws? Or, oh, it's just really slow. But streamer, the moon is a hologram and the earth is flat. I mean, the earth, if you put it cartographically, chat, you guys are being really silly now. The Earth is not flat, and it won't be flat until the aliens go ahead and unfold it, revealing the hollow Earth inside, and then press it against a fourth dimensional surface. So you're getting a little too far ahead of where we're at. Actually true. All right, can I make more of these? Oh yeah, we're good. We can make 10 more of these. Excellent. That's all we needed. Where's my truck? They'll press it against time itself and then poke a hole through it. And be like, bam, wormhole, baby. They'll fold it up, they'll fold the earth up together and poke a hole through it, and bam, wormhole right through the middle. I didn't realize my entire plant was here. Honk. Don't honk at your own plant. I'll take those. Don't believe the globe earthers. The Mercator projection is a lie. Don't believe instruments on planes. Don't believe the holograms. But what if you're a hologram? What if you're in the hologram world? Is this the beginning of our massive delivery army? No, this is the beginning of, well, kind of, actually, I guess. This is the beginning of the coal. The coal army. I'm gonna have to mark this on the map so I don't get lost, because I just forgot where I was. We have to make water pumps, and I know that these are sloppy and they're just kind of scattered out here haphazardly. This is something that, again, I do intend to change over time, but for the moment, it's gotta go somewhere. And I gotta fit 9 of these in. Blue! Blue believers? Can we get one more? Probably if we cut down this tree, huh? Wow, these pumps would drain all the water out of that lake in no time. 4, 5, 6. There's only 6? I still need 3 more? I hope that a pipe will be able to make that. Where am I supposed to go to get 3 more? I guess over here? Yeah, this does seem a bit shallow. This breadth first approach is different from what I do. This is not like that's what I just said. This is just to get us going. I just need something to sustain us. This isn't my preferred setup. I want to have an actual plant and not like a Death Stranding ink blobs in the sky holding hands judging you vibe that we've got going on right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, we have 9. That's perfect. But we have one last calculation to make, which is how many pipes do we need to support 9 pumps? So a pipeline Mark 1 can transport up to 400 meters cubed of fluid per minute. We have 1080 meters cubed of water. So we're gonna need 4, I guess. 3.5 technically. It's 300, that's what I said. I said 300. I said we're going to need 4 separate pipelines. I said we're going to need 4, like 3, 6, 9, 12. 1,200. We need 4 separate pipelines. And we're going to need, I guess, junction crosses. Because if we have... This is actually tougher than it looks, because 9 doesn't divide into 4. If it did, if we only had 8, then we just have 2 pumps per pipe, call it a day. But it ain't that easy. So there's going to be too much pressure in some of the pipes. You can try to unlock the Mark II pipes. Those are even more expensive to build, and we have to go a big distance. So that unfortunately doesn't help. I could just do 5 pipes. Might be easier. 5 pipes might be easier. It's more resource intensive. It's already going to be crazy resource intensive. Because it's very easy to connect up 2 pipes. Or 2 pumps to 1 pipe. But it's not easy to connect 3, because 3 are going to be outputting 360 meters cubed of water per minute, and that pipe that it connects to will only be able to connect up 2 of those successfully. Now, there is another piece to this puzzle, which is, it might be as easy as getting 1 pipe up, or 2 pipes, and then just turning on coal generators as we need them, right? And then as we get enough electricity, we can come back here, and then turn on more pumps to turn on more generators, once we have better technology. Because right now, the problem with our tech is... Oh, can I not, Can you look up pipelines that you don't have yet? That's weird. There's not like a total... There's only recipes of things you have unlocked. But yeah, I was gonna see... It's too expensive to craft right now. And we can come back later when they're easier to craft. That noise in my left ear scared me. Again, I hate how disorganized this is, but you're just gonna have to accept the spaghetti for a bit. I can at least do this. An artist usually starts with a rough sketch. That is what's going on here. So I know that we're gonna need pumps for our pumps, which basically just means water can't go through a pipe uphill when there's no pressure. So, I'm just gonna build the pipe first. I say let's do like 4 of them. And then we'll worry about pumping them uphill as necessary. You're in my way, bro. You are actually in my way. All right, can we put that away, please? All right, I forgot about the H key is so nice here. These are also not on the global grid yet. Okay, so the premise of this is we have 120 and 120, so that's 240 in a single pipe that can support up to 300. You can hold it with H? What? Yeah. Yes. Okay. Tox Mark II pipes cost plastic. Yeah, that's why I said we cannot afford them. That is correct. All right, this dude is sort of just still in my way. Again, I apologize for these ugly pipes. I want nice, neat-looking pipes in my future factory, but unfortunately, I really, really need electricity more. Though there is like a nice unifying middle spot here that we can kind of get this started with. I'm probably going to run out of raw materials here too. I forgot that we need a concrete for this, so it's nice that we have a ton. This is going to be true spaghetti content. You're either in or you're out. How do we turn that way? Noodle? Oh, we have like noodle build mode? Oh, that's pretty cool. And then horizontal to vertical. Oh, well, mouse wheel does up and down, which is pretty sweet also. I would need to build these on an actual sort of foundation to have them sync up. Middle mouse before clicking. It does that after clicking. What? Okay, but that's not really what I meant. But anyway, thank you. Thank you, chat. It's fine. We'll have plenty of time to prettify this later on, because the other big problem here is this is going to be at ground level. Oh my god, it's over there. So we shouldn't be going around this, we should be going across the lake. Straight at whatever. There's no way we're gonna have enough resources for this, dude. This is protected wildlife habitat here. I'm cutting right through on this dude's terrain. I'm like walling off this entire lake. And this is just one of the pipelines. This is my lake now. I'm gonna have to build a bridge over this thing? Oh my god, this is, yeah, we're gonna have a massive amount of resources to get this just off of ground level. I guess I could like make this elevated somehow. And maybe just drive under it there? I don't know if that's, hang on. We'll have to test that out to see. That's only one space to go under though. Okay, couple spaces to go under. God, this is so ugly. I don't want to be judged on this. Oh, it looks terrible. Starter bases are great. That's what this is, yeah. Can't wait to see where pumps are needed. True, though. All right, now we're gonna go around from the top. I really do have big plans for this. It's just I can't realize them until we have a whole bunch of tickets, and we can't have a whole bunch of tickets. We just gotta focus on the little things that matter first. And right now, the little things that matter are getting coal power. So, man, this is gonna be a headache. I'm gonna do this the awful way, and then future me can do it the nice way. There's really not a better way to do that right now. I need to line up a junction. Here's a problem with a pipe that's right here. There's an inherent problem, and it's that I need conveyor belts somewhere too. My dream, I can kind of elaborate on that. My dream is that this is all enclosed. It's in a giant walled facility with like windows and catwalks and not these standard floors, and it's textured, and there's rails separating all of the different coal generators, and like an actual facility. Okay, like my plan is where the mouse cursor is right now, just pointing up in the middle. That's where we're gonna have an overhead suspended dispenser of resources. There's gonna be a conveyor up there, maybe 2 conveyors with all the coal going back and forth. And in that dispersal method, it's gonna go off to the side and come down via a conveyor lift. So we're gonna deliver from like the sky conveyor into a conveyor lift, and the conveyor lift is gonna just plug directly into the mouth of the coal like that, right? And then the conveyor is gonna be like up there, and it's just gonna come down the conveyor, boop, into the coal plant. That way you can walk and maybe even drive all the way up and down the middle, which would be really sweet if we could somehow figure out how to do that conveniently. It'd be a little bumpy, I guess, but it's pretty smooth. This is just a 1 meter gradient, and then have some rails so you can kind of drive through and out the other side, or drive under. I want to make a tunnel system where you drive under too, and then I also want to have the water distributed from above. Maybe one pipe going down one side, one pipe going down the other, where the pipe is effectively, you know, connecting to something that is up there. Why is it on a slope? The short answer is sand dunes are tall. And so it starts, I wanted it to start down there, and I wanted it to gradually go up an incline so that we can have an interesting shaped building that is more of like a slanted shape than just a straight rectangle. And then underneath, I want like a tunnel system where you can enter on one side and go through a actual street tunnel, basically, to go through by the coal and then maybe ride underneath this section. And then you'd have to kind of make a gentle turn and then go out over here, probably. So that's going to be difficult, but also fun to build. And I really wanted maybe an underbelly that has sort of like lots of pillars, Mines of Moria style, something like that. We'll see how far we get with that. For now, though, I just need it to work. But that's my vision. I just need it to turn on. Because I don't have the decorative parts or the resources to make those dreams a reality yet. So I think what I'm gonna do is elevate this. How do you make an elevated pipeline cross? That's the neat part. Build the pipe first and add the junction, but then you can't do it kind of in a straight line, though. What? I guess that's just how this one is. Can't the water pipe system be underneath together with the pillar supporting? I mean, yeah, but those require additional blocks too to have pipes coming through the ground. So like a pipe coming through the ground would also work, and it would be an elegant solution. There's a lot of cool ways to do it. I just think seeing everything, I think seeing the pipes has a certain aesthetic that I enjoy. Not like this. These are just here. I'm just trying to make them work. But yeah, you could certainly build it into the underbelly. This is a fairly elegant pipe though, because it would require just the pumps to get it up, and then the water would kind of naturally go down gravity-wise, and then you wouldn't need any pumps inside the facility. So that would be one benefit of doing it this way. Almost there, chat. To be able to snap it to the foundation, I generally do temporary raised foundations to get it at the height that I'm wanting. That's a good way to do it. Because the problem is if you do this, it's just going to be gliding. You can actually hold control, though, now, and get it on a global grid. And the global grid just happens to line up in this case. With the way that we've got it at the moment. So yeah, it'll look better on the inside than it does on the outside right now. At least by a little bit. That might be the exception. Doesn't look great. Okay. Anyway, we can just delete this because we won't be using it yet. And we can get the little junction crosses on. Chat, it's becoming real. I'm starting to be able to see it. I like that it actually lines up with the little green lines, even up there. That's awesome. Okay, so right now, that's only gonna feed you and you. At least for the moment, and then the rest of the water is just gonna kind of go down. There won't be enough for consistent power. Okay, back. I guess we could just, oh, that would have been smart. I could just have this going back this direction. Who cares? It's not, I'm out of copper sheets anyways. I love that we just, I could refund some up there. Where's my car? Dadgummit, where's my car? This is gonna look kind of silly. Maybe. I mean, well, this does for sure, yeah. I'm gonna need a bunch of pumps to get the water to even go up this high to begin with. But then once it does, most of it kind of goes down. Is there room for a conveyor lift? We're not gonna do a conveyor lift at the beginning. My goal is right now to get 4 coal gens online. That's like 300 watts. What's our power sitting at now? I need an estimate of what we're currently consuming. So we're currently consuming about 100, we're producing 190, max consumption's 190. So even just 4 coal gens is gonna increase our power capacity by 50% right now. And then we have the option to simply move another pipe up there, and then you get another 150, and it just keeps going. Up to, as I calculated on the right, up to 1800 watts with 24. Speaking of power, looks like I got here right on time. This is kind of annoying. Okay, like I'm trying, dude, but I'm gonna have to have power to make power. Who's gonna pump the water? This is definitely a what does it look like I'm doing scenario. I mean, I do have I do have some solid biofuel. Hold on. I join the stream and immediately hear my least favorite sound, as is wont to happen. By the way, thanks for the recent subs that I apparently missed. Witch Vomit, who said E for 39 months. Hi, Witch Vomit. Nova Raptor TV, thank you for the 3-month sub. Sorry I missed you a bit ago. Welcome, Lord Scrod. What's up, Lord Scrod? Who's here for 13 months, and Pertinax Cinex for a month too, just now. Howdy, welcome to stream. Chat, I need to turn this UAP in the background facing me. There we go. Okay, is my inventory full? Yeah. Is there solar or wind power? There is not solar or wind power. To my knowledge, at the moment, there is biomass, which we're currently stuck on, but working on a solution for. Coal, which is renewable. It's renewable in this world. Oil and nuclear. So that is what you have to go on. So I need to free up some inventory space here. Okay, and I need to do just enough to get the power back on. This has 67, 66. So let's do like 49, 48, 49, 48, and that's all we got. That should be enough. Okay, and while that's happening, let's go get a little bit more material, because we're gonna need one more biomass cycle to get this up and running. What about love energy? That'll take you at least a little distance. God, our little beginner world. So quaint. So innocent. So full of potential. So many possibilities. All right, I was in the process of clearing every single tree, bush, blade of grass on this side, and it looks like I missed one. And another one. And I also missed the ones that are hanging from this little rock face. I'll be back for you when I can jump higher. No purple leaves are allowed here, or any cute flowers or crops. It'd be cool if there was a hydro plant you could put on some waterfalls. Yeah, I think they want to avoid renewables because they want you to have to keep figuring out logistic solutions to problems, which will entail getting resource A to location B. And if it's something that you can fire and forget, like even coal, when I say it's renewable, you can still have backups and problems that form. So it's not foolproof. It's renewable, but not. Oh, we don't have any energy. I gave up all the. Oh, I gave up all the fuel, and I need to cut down trees. Hold on. Handcrafted fuel time. Yep, that's what I was gonna say. Actually a good idea, though. They are considering hydro power only because the places you can get it would be limited. Yeah, it'd be very limited, but it feels like a lot of work to go into the game for something that you might build in an area where that isn't even an option. But yeah, I think that there's already the reason why the current energy methods are baked into the core progression of the game via how you carefully go about unlocking and constructing different types of resources. Like, right when you need oil, you also need oil byproducts for different progression bits. So you're basically adding any new type of energy producer would be shoehorning it into existing tiers. where it doesn't fit into the progression at all, really. At least that's how I would expect it to go. I'd save it for in-game, but in-game you don't even really need energy that much. If you've already gotten past oil and nuclear, how much more do you need? Like that solar could provide, I mean. Like, how would solar and wind provide when nuclear could not? Scale-wise. Oop, there's radiation. Excuse me, radiation taking damage. End game would totally be fusion or even some kind of miniature black hole technology after that. Yeah, that would make more sense to me. Something that scales up in a logical way. Like, getting all the way to end game and then downscaling to solar and wind power is kind of weird. Oh, what up? How do I blow this up? Do I actually have to blow it up? Like, with explosives? Why are you guys here? No Dyson vacuum sphere thing on the sun? Dyson Sphere fans are everywhere. They can't get enough orbs. But yeah, we kind of need like more or less a full inventory of fuel before we can pull off the final stages of coal, which is the transportation of the coal to the coal plant and also the pumps getting the water uphill. So we're basically almost there. At least we're almost off the ground, and then we're in renewable territory, so we don't have to do this anymore unless we... How freaking dare you guys? All right, when you work as a team, you're a lot more effective. Significantly more effective. Do you randomly spawn in a biome? No, there's 4 spawn locations that you can choose from, and they're all interconnected in one giant, massive map that goes off in those directions quite far. In a bespoke world, the resource nodes are set in a fixed location and not randomized, which means that the logistics challenge is a balanced one. That's much harder than that sounds, and you can play this game for hundreds of hours and still have locations you haven't built in. It's very big. I would say the tutorial for this game is probably up until you get coal working, which is about 8-ish hours. And if you're real new, longer than that. So, there's a lot you can do. How close to done would you say this is? They're planning on 1.0 and update 10, and we're on update 8. There's a lot you can do in this game, and update 8, even though it's an experimental, has optimized a lot. And you can make larger factories than ever before now, which was honestly the main thing that made me stop playing the last time I stopped playing, because my factory got too big and lagged. So it's still going to be a while. I think they're still going to work on it for a while. but I wouldn't describe it as feature complete. I would say that you're more likely to stop playing due to the complexity of the game before you even get to the end of the current content. And by that point, you will have probably gotten dozens of hours out of the game, at least. Oh, we strayed too deep. We strayed too far. God. I hate these things. Terrifying. There's probably more. The 4 spiders are lurking. They just want hugs. I don't think they just want hugs. Stinger remains, though. That's pretty cool. Have you turned on arachnophobia mode? I turned on arachnophobia mode before you were born. I played this game at launch. Oh yeah, we gotta pollute the hell out of this planet and kill all the spiders. See, if you weren't behind pollution, fire, and burning before, now that you know it has aggressive, evil spiders, I feel like you might be able to get behind our initiative here. From that far away? Got him. That loaded itself. Impressive. Game needs a flamethrower. I agree. A flamethrower would be pretty sweet. But yeah, my goal is to strip this entire forest of all of its natural resources so I can eventually build a factory here. I'd want to do that anyways, so we may as well just kind of clean it out like a Stardew Valley farm cleaning all the weeds. Section by section. Like, this is already looking a lot better. How are we doing on resources? We got, I would like 2 stacks of logs. We're running out of trees, but it won't be a big deal because by the time we run out of trees, hopefully, we have solved coal. Just stopped picking things up. Casually has 2,000 leaves in the back pocket. Uh-huh. I'd like to have 400 logs, if possible. I'm going to get coal turned on tonight. 2 NITE. Confirmed. It won't be all of them, but it'll be some of them. And that's a start. Okay, I think I'm satisfied with the amount of resources I've been able to collect. It's just fair. Honestly, I could do this all day. I just think that this is oddly satisfying, just removing all the textures. It's weirdly compelling to me. It's very addictive to just like hold the button down and just watch all the grass disappear. Factory game, aliens and factory game in my stream? Impossible. All right, I'm going home now. Maybe a couple more. Because the chainsaw makes it so much easier. Okay, I'm going home. Where's my truck? Truck? How did you get all the way over there? I do have a pocket dimension in my suit, that's true. This is starting to look like they made it like this on accident. That's funny. Devs, where are all the bushes and the trees? I don't understand. Okay, so we set this up a while ago. To basically make copper sheets. Let's see what we've been able to accomplish here. It's not bad. We got a few stacks of sheets. My inventory is very full, though. I'll trade you. Looking like Halo CE. Dude, I miss when Halo was brand new. Ah, so much fun. Some of my fondest memories were just playing Halo 1. That was my first foray into a console first-person shooter. I played PC FPS before that. That was when I had to learn how to use dual thumbsticks. It was Halo 1. And some of my best memories gaming was like system linking two Xboxes together. We had two tables and two TVs set up facing opposite directions. So like they were both facing in. And then we would pull up two couches and face everyone away so you couldn't screen cheat. And then have 4 people playing local co-op on the first Xbox and then 4 versus the other 4. And just do 4v4s, Blood Gulch for literal days. All day, every day. We gotta come back and do some MAM stuff too. A lot of MAM stuff to do. You had 7 friends? Yeah, I had 7 friends. Halo was like the great unifier. That brought everybody in. That got a lot of people into gaming in my circles as a kid. That was the gateway game for everybody that I knew. Yeah, Xbox Live. Honestly, Xbox Live was huge too. Cannot understate how much of a difference maker that was, yeah. Halo 2 and online matchmaking was introduced. Oh yeah. So many hours spent. I loved Halo 2 duos. Those were good times. Friends asking for your free 2 days Xbox Live. I never got that one. Now it's the great unifier for bad reasons. Aw. Halo Infinite didn't deserve what it got, which is no development or support of any kind. Halo Infinite deserved what it didn't get. Content. That was a fun game. We had some fun, we did some streams where I played with and against chat. That was a lot of fun, dude. But I bet you if we went back to it right now, we're like, here we go! We're gonna do another community games in Halo Infinite. It would be the exact same game that we played then. Like, I bet it would be identical. Have they even had a second battle pass? Or like anything? Maybe there's been more and it's just been really under the radar. I don't know. It's a bit different now. PC has aim assist on mouse and keyboard. Is it just because people were getting wrecked by controller players? How do you have aim assist on mouse and keyboard anyway? They added more maps, one gun, maybe 2 new gadgets and cosmetics. That doesn't sound like a lot. Hasn't it been like 2 years? All right, this is my solid biofuel creator, if you're curious. Trying to keep these. We're actually here just in time. These have like 2 fuel left. Oh my god. We got here just in time to keep the factory online. Oh wait, I guess I need to keep a little bit of this. I used to have a friend who would openly state they're going to screen sheet because, quote, why wouldn't they use everything at their disposal? Pissed me off, but I guess I respect the honesty. Why wouldn't I? It's bold. Yeah, I probably wouldn't play with them. I had a cousin who's 5 years younger than me who would screen sheet, and it pissed me off. But they were younger than me, so I was just like, of course they would screen sheet. That's just who they are. They're 5 years younger. I'm at an advantage. They're trying to even the odds. So what I would do is I just bring my console over and then system link and then go hide in a different bedroom and like put a little TV, just like a tiny TV in there so that I could prevent them from screen cheating. I was like, I don't, F this. I'm going to go like play in a different room, bro. Just so that you have to. And what was funny was he was super young. So there was a couple times where he got like genuinely terrified and scared, and I didn't realize the game we were playing was that scary. One of them was Splinter Cell, one of the Splinter Cells with multiplayer. Where it was like the Merc versus Spy. Which Splinter Cell had Merc versus Spy? Was it like the first time? Chaos Theory or Double Agent? Isn't Chaos Theory like the first one? Double Agent released in 2006. I feel like it was before that. It was way before that. Chaos Theory was 2005. Chaos Theory was the third? It may have been Chaos Theory. Okay, multiplayer in Splinter Cell. Multiplayer first appeared in Pandora Tomorrow, where players took part in a multiplayer mode called Spies vs. Mercs. In this mode, players take control of members of one of 2 teams and face each other. It was probably that one then, because it was like the first time it was available. I haven't thought about Pandora Tomorrow in a very long time. Pandora Tomorrow released March 2004. Yeah, that fits my timeline in my head better. So it's probably 2004, and my cousin was probably 9 years old. Literally 9 years old. And I would make him go into his bedroom by himself so he couldn't screen cheat. I don't even know if it had local or not. I don't remember. And because he was playing Merc and I was the spy, and I would like jump out. The spy could like jump out of the shadows and like grab you and like assassinate you. It scared him out of his 9-year-old mind. Like that was like playing a horror game for him. And I think he may have been partially traumatized as a result, because he was just in a dark room by himself, and I was hunting him as like a spy in the shadows. You monster. Weren't you only like 11? No, I was 5 years older, so I would have been like 14. I would have been like 14, he was 9. And then if he was the spy, it was just as scary, right? Like that was a lose-lose situation, because if you're the spy, it's actually really hard to play spy, because you have to like not get caught, not get seen. It was a genius multiplayer game mode, like super fun, and one of the few early asymmetric multiplayer game types. Like genuinely a lot of fun, and it's a shame they didn't do more with it after the fact, because it was highly innovative. And they made like a couple more feeble attempts, but never really leaned in on it like they did to other things. Spy was also third person, yes, and the Merc was first person. That's also a noteworthy point. That's another reason why it was so unique. So even when he was a spy, I was like this scary, loud mercenary with a flashlight who was hunting him, and he was just like... I think at one point after we played a few rounds, he's like, I don't want to play anymore. And I was like, oh, come on, because I thought it was so much fun and I didn't have anyone else to play with. And I think we ended up just like stopping playing because he was too scared. And I didn't have anybody else to play local for that particular game. The stealth game is too scary. All right, now we're getting another pipe coming in. God, I can't wait until we actually have some organization here other than these like rogue pipes stretching out across the desert. Trying to just kind of roughly line them up with where the first one is if I can. But this is some real spaghetti, man. Yeah, somebody should make another game. I don't know what Ubisoft is doing. I don't think Ubisoft knows what Ubisoft is doing. Can you imagine them putting like a legit effort into making a new full Splinter Cell game and not making it like a gimmick cash grab? It's gonna be a little rough, but a man can dream. A man can dream. Making another Assassin's Creed. They've kind of like diluted the Assassin's Creed brand though with all the other like I honestly, when I say that, I mean I can't tell what is a mainline Assassin's Creed game anymore. And what is like a... Remember when Witcher did like Thronebreaker and some other stuff? I feel like they have a bunch of little Thronebreaker-esque games, but they didn't distinguish them very well. from anything else they were doing. But yeah, so Ubisoft has been struggling lately. They used to be in like the big top 3, top 5 like game devs, and they've kind of shrunk a lot. Like they're really not that big of a company anymore. It's weird. And I mean like financially not that big of a company. Why do these look like this? Just to be ugly on purpose? These ones don't look like this. What's wrong with this? Okay. We need to get the coal in here. And the coal is really far that way. Texture bug pipe? Yeah, texture bug pipe. My tractor's over there. It's probably easier just to get the tractor afterward. Assassin's Creed multiplayer was great too, hiding among the NPCs. Yeah, that was interesting. They've had a few, like... It's kind of like the worst player on your baseball team. They still hit a home run every so often because that's baseball. You know, you get enough at-bats, and eventually you'll hit one out. That's, I mean, that's a sports analogy in a video game stream, but that's okay. You understand the point. So, these are going to be our magnificent pure nodes. So I'm gonna start by seeing how we don't have enough reinforced iron yet to make them out of tier 2, which is what we're gonna need. Actually, we don't need that yet. We only need 15 per. So I need both of these to go up there somehow. And again, I'm gonna do this in the worst way possible, I'm sorry. I just need them to go online so we stop having to do bio. I just need to not have to grind bio anymore. Does anyone subscribe to their game service? I did. And then I streamed the last Far Cry game, and then I forgot to unsubscribe. We're missing iron plates? That's not good. Well, I guess I'm gonna need my truck after all. Whoa, look, coal is coming. There's not even manual crafting. I don't even have the raw materials to make the iron plates. So I gotta go find my tractor. We're almost there, and then I gotta make pumps for the water. Like the ones that make them go uphill. And we have to power the water pumps too. So we may as well power the water pumps while we're over here and try and kind of follow it along to see how far the water goes. But yeah, the pipe texture thing is kind of weird, huh? I don't know what that was about. I think they've just been doing a great job with Satisfactory. Like, it's very pleasant and addicting. The gameplay loop is awesome. There's always some big plans to work toward. Definitely my favorite out of the factory genre for a reason. I could put a lot of time into this and still not be done. I think EJ's been finding out the same thing. Those of you that came over there, over here from EJ's stream. I can't imagine having the same... Oh, we gotta... Yeah, hang on. Where's the... Oh, the closest power line is actually quite close. That's good. It's like right there. that's going to be the easiest part. Connecting power. Power lines are a really, really fun game mechanic. Unlike in City Skylines. Your Honor, relevance. Your Honor. Objection. Also the coolest music of the factory genre. Yeah, just catching strays over here for no reason. Okay, power for you. We're gonna need another one of these. We don't have tier 2 yet, so power for you. Power for you. They're coming online. Did you know if you click the middle of an existing line, you can add a pole? What the hell are you talking about? Left click? It has to be short, though. Bro. I'm busy. Invalid aim location. I clicked twice and it just says invalid aim location. Anyway. Now aim at the ground. Oh, interesting. Okay. You forgot to mention that part the first time. Cool. Very cool. So what happened here? Oh, these are really expensive. Okay, so we need to bring these on a little bit at a time. How much electricity? These cost 20 megawatts? This is a scam. What is this pyramid scheme, dude? You have to power water extractors to provide power to coal? It's like 40 megawatts just to make 75 megawatts? Am I understanding this correctly? No. How much is it? The power grid is required to start the power grid. Start one at a time. Well, it wasn't even like... I wasn't even ready to turn the coal on. I was just trying to get the water on so I could see how far the pumps would go. But okay, we'll try turning one on at a time. Okay, let's start this one. It's pumping. You can actually see its water level and its flow rate. Cool data. So we're gonna have to see like how far it can go without intervention from me. Because it seems like it's bottlenecked right here. Is that fair? Or is it just taking time to fill? But yeah, I gotta figure out where we need to build pipeline pumps. because we're gonna need pipeline pumps. Can be attached to a pipeline to apply head lift 20 meters upward. Has in and out directions, does not stack. All right, do we have enough power? Max production is 160. Consuming 104. Okay, let's get another one on this pump so the pipe can start filling. That's so cool. Looks awesome. Yeah, I know pumps are for going up. That's what I'm saying. We have areas where we go straight up. That's why I need them. Okay. So these guys are extracting water at about this rate. Maximum flow rate is 600 meters cubed per minute. And it can store up to 200 units inside this, which isn't that much. Fresh start? Yeah, I just started on Monday. I haven't played since update 4, so I have a lot of new content to check out. Update 5, 6, 7, and 8. And I am rocking the 4090 right now with global illumination on high. And all settings on epic except for the new anti-aliasing, which I don't like the artifacting in Ghost. Experimental, yeah, check out the top left. It has a little banner that says experimental. They don't want any confusion there. But yeah, had at least a couple hundred, maybe 200 to 300 hours in since launch, between launch and update 4. But yeah, the new anti-aliasing looks odd at 1080p, so I turned that back off. Everything else is good though. So we're giving these pipes a little bit of time to fill in. Has that Congress meeting taken place yet? Yeah, that was the first 6 hours of the stream, Naven. We spent a good chunk of time on that. So if you're interested in that, the VOD is the place I would look. It was about a 2.5 hour hearing, and we somehow stretched it into 6 hours. There's a lot to talk about. Don't worry, you're not gonna see aliens when you wake up tomorrow, though. Probably. I can't make any guarantees. Somehow. I mean, that is what I do professionally, Robot Mystic. I talk about things. Are you on passive? No, not on passive. I didn't change any advanced settings. So this is about as vanilla a playthrough as you can get, I think. All right, somewhere up here is where I imagine we're gonna need pumps. Etal, check the pressure. I mean, it's in flux right now. That's why we're going up here. This one got turned on later. I'm honestly surprised it's even able to go up this high. Kind of impressed, actually. Because, yeah, this is full. And then when it gets full, I'm assuming it spills over to the other side. And then kind of resets back down. And it'll continue to do so until the other side gets full. Can you farm the wildlife in this game? Define farm. Like, put them on a farm? No, but there are some friendly wildlife, and you can intentionally hunt them for resources. I don't know if you consider that farming. Is that farming, chat? I don't know if hunting is farming. Probably not. Yeah, I guess the water is all the way up here. You just find and kill them. Yeah, but there's like a doggo, and there's like that guy. You don't have to kill that guy. Yeah, I mean, it's going all the way up here. Okay. I may have underestimated how far the water would go. I thought I was gonna need a lot more pumps than this. It's even going up here? Really? I guess 20 meters is pretty high. It also did go downhill, so I assume this is included in the 20 meters, like 20 meters plus or minus. I left my tractor back there again, didn't I? I'm trying to see if it's peaking here or not. 'Cause it's definitely in this pipe. Nothing in here yet. Nothing in there yet. Unless it's just... Maybe I should, like, delete this for now. Head pressure's kind of funky. You make it water up to the highest point, you won't get your full flow. Okay, well, let's go back, because I needed to go get some iron plates. I forgot I have a parachute. How's Midas doing? He's just back there chilling. He's hungry. He's hungry and grumpy. But I gotta get this coal plant online. We're almost there, actually. Like, really close. The water's already coming in. And then once we get the first couple of coal generators online, we can go back, turn on the other two pumps. We'll have more pressure, more water. And then we can turn on at least a couple other of the coal gens. And that'll be really nice, because then we can just do that again, basically. Dachshunds tend to be food motivated. Yeah, he's very food motivated. We haven't checked on the limestone factory in a while. It's gonna be funny going back and seeing how much concrete is actually over there now. Uh-oh. Sorry, bud. Sorry. Probably a full storage container. We had 5 storage containers over there. So that's why it'll be interesting. Okay, this is not the place. Close, though. Yeah, the vehicles are really fun to drive around. I'm excited to get some of the other ones. I'm happy to even have a tractor at this point, though. Okay, if we're lucky, this place has been busy. Yeah, 200 iron plates there, 100 reinforced here, 100 rotors here. Power is now off there. You know, I forgot, the power was not including these things. I could like turn those off for now. Or I could turn something else off. What else could I turn off? I could turn off the little copper station temporarily. It's barely doing anything as it is. Put those in standby mode, and then inevitably forget that they're on standby mode, and then wonder why nothing's working. That's how it usually goes. We got another, like, almost 600 copper sheets. Etal, I leave for the airport Vegas bound this morning. I'll be sure to let you and chat know if I see any redacted. Ask that commercial pilot, if the pilot like introduces themselves to you, ask them if they watched the UAP hearing and what their thoughts are. And then tell me what they say. Why is that just shutting down? I mean, I know why, but like... Please stop asking me that. It's because that guy ran out of fuel. Okay, I mean, that should keep us online long enough to get the coal online. All right, moment of truth time. Should be pretty straightforward. It might require a pump to get the water pressure up on both of those. We can go double check. And our first little coal gens are gonna come online. The little babies. God, eventually this is all gonna be concrete. I just want you to understand that this is all, that makes me flinch. This is all gonna be covered in some kind of concrete superstructure. All right, step one. Actually, I guess I can drive this down here. Our factory must grow. Okay, is it even possible for this conveyor belt to go from here all the way up there? I guess so. I guess so. I can just like hold this button down and I assume it'll retain the hologram even when I run all the way around the side. Poor planet. Don't worry about the planet, okay? It's got spiders in it. It's got angry armadillos. There's exploding wasps. You know, who really cares about this planet, really? Okay. This is gonna be... This barely fits. And I know it's on kind of the wrong side. We're gonna need splitters eventually, but like we can worry about that later. Because I'm not gonna feed these yet. But I guess they need to be in such a position that I can feed them. So let's go ahead and get the splitters. You'll never have to mess up a splitter again with the H button. I love the H button. They should have a congressional hearing about the H button. And if they're feeling particularly spicy, we can also throw in some of the other sweet hotkeys like control. Learning that there is a global grid is gonna blow their mind. Now the question is the conveyor belt gonna get blocked? I guess not really. It's not my final wish. For it to look like this. They're gonna be all like, what? The H button does what? Are you allowed to say that without fear of reprisal? Wait, we don't need that now. Yeah, we don't need to be loading up this now on a manifold system. Chat, is it worth eventually just saying screw manifold and then like dividing everything up pyramid style? Where you just go split into 2, then 2 splits into 4, then 4 splits into 8, then 8 splits into 16, and then just kind of like divvy it all up, sort of like that, instead of doing manifold. Pyramid gets going sooner, but manifold is cleaner. Yeah, I can't see anything in here. All right, and just to be lazy, we're going to just use the same line because we have 60 ore coming in and we're only feeding 4 power, which means we have enough right now. What is this place? A power plant? Yeah, it's a power plant, but it's in its infancy right now. These are not final looks. This is just, I need to get this power plant online because we are losing lots of efficiency and time to bioorganics as our primary source of power. Okay, that's already there. So we should have coal on the way if I connected everything. Coal? Mod check. Which one of you is the wrong one? Why is it? Oh, there's like a yellow. It wasn't connected. But yeah, it's a power plant for coal. Okay, I gotta follow it the entire way and make sure it actually goes up here. And then we need to go check on water. But yeah, this has 60 coal on it because it's a tier 1 line. And then that's going to be able to feed 15, 15, 15, 15. So 4 of the coal gens at the back that are also hopefully receiving water. And that'll get things booted up at about 300 watts, minus whatever we're spending for the water pumps initial. And then we can get more online as we're capable. Right now, pipes are currently, like, throughput is a problem unless we just build more pipes forehead. So tier 2 pipes are going to be really nice. All right, speaking of pipes, let's check on those. This is full? Wow, I didn't even need an extra pump, maybe? This is 50 out of 50 water. Wow, they're actually filling up. Huh. It's pretty sweet. Okay, they are not connected to anything, though. So just for convenience, get a couple of these. Connection for both of you guys. Connection to both of you guys. They're on the grid. Coal gets stuck? I think no? Why did I connect this? Wait a second, that's a curve. How did it even do that? It went through this and curved into the other coal. Sniping all the coal. Okay. So because this is a manifold system, it's going to take a minute to get online. And I can explain what that means as we follow the coal. It'll become more obvious. So right now the coal is at sort of maximum density on a Mark 1 line, which means this can carry 60 units per minute. That's how much it is currently carrying. We have the maximum amount of coal on this line that it can facilitate. So as it comes up, we have these little splits in the road where the coal is being split 50-50. One left, one right, one left, one right, one left, one right, okay? So you're already taking 50% and putting it off to the side, which, by the way, we have our first bit of coal power. The smokestacks are on. Oh yeah, now we're in business. So the remaining 50% comes out this way. And now it's split again 50-50. So 50% goes left, 50% goes right. And then that 50-50 is taken through another splitter where it is 50-50'd again. So 50-50, 50% goes this way, 50% goes this way. So what that means is, in a manifold system, the first recipient of the first split is always getting the most. So this coal generator has the most coal in it by extension of it receiving 50% of the initial 60. And it is going to continue to absorb extra coal compared to all the other coal generators until it becomes full. So once it has a full stack of coal, it will stop allowing coal in, and then all of the extra coal will then go further up to the other more distant coal generators. So the coal generator at the back is getting the least amount of coal. And then that is just hanging out here. I don't think you're actually connected to the grid. Maybe. Yeah, because I didn't connect this up to the other power line. I just connected them to each other so we can kind of get them turned on. But yeah, I have to connect them like down there. Or in this case, right there. And then you can see our capacity at 490 megawatts, peaking and valleying depending on whether the other two coal generators are online, and they're not going to stay consistently online until the first coal generator fills up with coal, basically. And the second generator fills up with coal, not this one. So it's at 38 right now. But as it spools up, like this one can't even stay online. It doesn't even have fuel. And it goes idle. Doesn't provide any power, spins down, and then one coal comes in, turns back on for like a second, and then goes down. Because these things need 15 coal a minute. So we can fix that with faster belts. We can get more coal through faster. And there's two other coal mines that we're going to tap into for the rest of this. But because it's a manifold system, it will catch up, and then these will have basically full uptime as long as there's power and water, as long as there's coal and water. So it's going to be a bit of a mess at first. Yeah, you can also prime them with a manual fill. That's also true. But for now, this is totally adequate. And should get things running. Could you improve throughput by having a single manifold in the center rather than one on each side? Well, that's why I was talking about a pyramid-style system earlier, where the way to speed it up, the startup sequence the most would be to have, if you had one point of origin, split that into two, have each of those two split into 4, and then those 4 split into 8, and those 8 split into 16, and that would be everything would turn on at the same time. With that type of setup, you would just have to have a really fast first belt, like a high mark belt. It's like if I wanted to, I could take coal out of the miner, for example, because this is actually overworking, because this can produce 120 coal per minute. And the reason I'm not upgrading all of these quite yet to Mark IIs is because of the sheer cost of materials that I would rather save at this point, because I don't make them very fast. So I'm only going to upgrade when I really need to. But things are moving in the right direction. I click on the tag for UAP streams. Where's my UAP? Watch the first 6.5 hours of the stream, anime big boy. We spent a long time. We spent way more time on that. And we talked about it some after we got into Satisfactory as well. Time to become a VOD watcher. Alright, so we stack this one with 100. We stack this one with 100, and suddenly those two are full. I'll take a little bit, though. Well, I need more than that. Oh well, we can go get more. But either way, those two are full. Now all the coal is suddenly going to start funneling further down the line. Until it gets here more consistently. And then it'll just take one when it needs one, basically. And stay topped off until it equalizes. Win Factorio? Why would I want to have less fun? When I could have more fun. Ah, that's bait. That's bait. Okay, this feels good. Let's see how this guy's doing now. Is it receiving enough? Okay, this one is actually... I mean, it's barely there, but it's there full uptime now. Barely, but it's there. Yeah, we have 100% uptime now. You have energy as long as this orange bar is burning fuel. So, full uptime has been achieved. Same here. Yep. All four are online, producing power, and going back to the grid. Capacity 490. We're producing 300 megawatts just from coal by itself. Let's go get back on our truck. The uptime at full. Oh yeah. I forgot. I didn't see what time it was. We've been streaming for 9.5 hours somehow. Parachute's pretty cool, but who's the ghost using it? Where's the shadow of my body? I can look down and see my feet and my knees and my shoes. But yeah, I'm gonna need some coal for this thing. Oh no, I reminded him. Yeah, I need to probably wrap this up tonight. It's a good time though. We got water pumping, we got 4 of our smokestacks lit up. We actually have an energy solution now to the bio-energy shortage. We can basically almost delete these things. They shouldn't be necessary. Depending on how we're consuming about 140, so yeah, they shouldn't even be being used right now. Which is pretty cool. I like that it's prioritizing the coal and it's using the bio as backup in case we go over the 300. So even though these are making noise, they're not actually burning fuel. Okay, so we can basically get rid of these. And that's, I think, why they have the yellow light, because they're not being used. All right, gamers, good job. We did it. Good UAP day. Solid 9.5 hour stream. Let's make sure we do a full save. The Meadows of Coal. Las Vegas means the meadows, and we're in the desert, so that's why we're called the Meadows. GG. That was a lot of fun. Had a good day today. Hope you guys did too. Also, thank you, Grey Fox Sound, for the good morning sub for 36 months. How you doing? Appreciate the late night sub. Thanks for sharing. And if you guys got here late, we did 6.5 hours in the politics category with the congressional hearings for UAPs today in the House of Representatives in the US. So there was a lot of fun there if you want to go back and check that out. And then Fruity Rudy, also thanks for a year. Hi, Fruity Rudy. Appreciate the sub. Chat, we should be back tomorrow. So check back then. What's today? Today was Wednesday. Should be back tomorrow. And I would like to get a full day of Satisfactory in. So we'll see if we can manage that. We're going to go raid Sim. It was his birthday yesterday. So, chat, I need you guys to get a strong happy birthday raid going here. And I'm going to peace out because I need to go eat and feed Midas and see Alice before it's time to wake up and do this all again tomorrow. So maybe we'll do a full Satisfactory day. I wouldn't mind doing some more Derail Valley too, but I'd like to make some really nice, like, chunky progress on Satisfactory. We're making baby steps, and they've been good, though. Getting coal is huge, and we can make, like, a nice big factory with that power that we're going to start putting out. Yeah, we can get trains either way. I would enjoy both. But it's been good getting the factory spooled up. All right, good night, everybody. I'll see you guys again. Check back tomorrow, probably like at 2 p.m. Pacific time. We did a little earlier today, but somewhere around there should be good. All right, I'll see you then. Thanks, everybody, for watching and making me feel like I can do this again in the future with, like, let's do some more politics streams. You guys seem to enjoy it. I think it was a good time. So I'll consider doing that. Maybe doing some more react videos to some of the interviews some of the witnesses gave in different formats. So who knows? Could be cool. All right, get out of here. See you next time. Bye.